good rain.
S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming games plus demos, 7 days to die new update.
AMD is just embarrassing NVIDIA at this point with a program, a service that NVIDIA was the one to innovate on and introduce to the world. AMD's Relive, or Relive, I prefer the name Relive because live streaming and recording, is a challenger to NVIDIA's Shadowplay or GeForce Experience Share, and is kicking NVIDIA's butt these days. I last looked at it in 2019, back when Shadowplay was the king. Shadowplay introduced the ability to not only easily record your gameplay and
welcome to my channel,
like that, but in the Shadowplay name, it allowed you to go back in time and record moments that already happened that you weren't actively recording for. That way you didn't have to keep recording just an ongoing recording of everything that happened. You could just capture the highlights, the moments, the cool things that happened from a buffer without needing, to waste a lot of space, seek through clips, things that someone like myself just doesn't have the time for. It also let you take screenshots, and they've added in some features. But overall, while Shadowplay was innovative and game-changing for so many content creators, it's something that has gone sorely underdeveloped and just kind of ignored by NVIDIA over the years. It has many long-standing bugs and quirks about it that people don't want, that they've just not fixed over time, and it just hasn't gotten a whole lot of new features. During the RTX 2000 and 3000 series launch, they did add in the ability to record HDR with the HEVC codec, but you could only use HEVC with HDR. And then later on, they ended up adding, for the RTX 4000 series launch, 8K 60 recording with HEVC as well. But overall, it has gotten very few updates. It still looks pretty old, just like NVIDIA's control panel. Their control panel looks like the same as it did in Windows XP days. Shadowplay is in dire need of updates and feature fixes and things like that, and AMD is kicking their butt with this.
Whenever you first start up the AMD Relive or Relive section of the AMD Adrenalin software, you may get presented with this pop-up that's a first-time launcher kind of window that shows you how to set up recording or streaming or whichever you want to optimize for, and this is pretty cool. But otherwise, if you've already launched it before, this is the new home view compared to last time I looked at it back in 2019 or whenever it was. It's pretty sweet. The homepage is full of these modular windows that they can add to, and ideally at some point let you customize over time. You can see here I have a driver update that released during the time of filming this video. You can connect to AMD Link to game stream to your phone or other device. You've got lots of advertisements. You've got information about the games you've played most recently, including the average FPS, which is pretty sick, how long you played for your session, and you can go in and adjust your game.
Welcome to my channel. Drapsnat.
Battlefield.
Welcome to my channel.
And you can see here it says that my performance grade for the game itself, given what limitation it might have and whatever, it's optimal. I don't necessarily need to change anything. But here I could enable super resolution if I want to hurt my performance more. I could enable anti-lag, which I have on, reduces input lag. If you're on a laptop, you could enable Radeon Chill to limit your frame rate to save on battery power. You don't want this on a desktop. Apparently, Radeon image sharpening is enabled by default. I'm not sure I like that, but it's there. You can enable enhanced sync, which will help with tearing and input latency. You've got FreeSync options, scaling modes, Eyefinity if you somehow still use that. Lots of things there. And then you can even click the button to tune game performance and actually change your... or it can crash on me. That didn't happen during my original take of this recording, but the software has crashed a couple times. It's AMD. Software isn't always the most stable. Anyway, you can change global tuning or per game tuning for your graphics card to change how it runs if you have specific clock, overclocks or underclocks you want to run on a per game basis, which is wild. That's all the normal stuff. We're going to skip over most of the normal stuff. We're focused on the record and stream tab here at the top, which presents you with a very interesting layout. You actually get a preview of clips you've recorded before. You've got tabs for recording, live streaming, editing scenes, because this program is now a fully featured OBS alternative when it comes to building live streaming scenes, as well as viewing clips. So you can set it to record just a region or full screen of your whole screen, which is what most people will want. Region would work for like window capture. But also you get to specify whether you want the active window or specific displays. This is huge. It gives you a little border to indicate which monitor so you can identify them. This is huge because one of the big Shadowplay bugs is that it will just randomly record your side monitor even though nothing's going on it instead of the feature. I cannot tell you the number of times I had awesome clips in games, and instead of having them, I just get a blank desktop view of my desktop or a blank desktop view of my vertical side monitor for no apparent reason. Obviously, you have a start recording button, but you can assign a hotkey to it, which we'll check out in a moment. You can enable or disable your microphone from being recorded or your camera as an overlay. You can set your microphone over here. I recommend keeping it most of the way up, and you want to tone it down just a teeny tiny bit so you don't clip, just in case. Yeah, well, just in case. You can enable push to talk if you wish. You have an indicator to show when you're recording if the mic is active. I recommend turning this on because otherwise it's confusing whether it's on or not. And you can enable or disable recording the desktop itself, separate from your game capture hooks. If you're wanting to record tutorials, like I did for part of this video, then you would enable record desktop, but otherwise I'd keep it off just to make sure you avoid the possibility of that late desktop recording. At least with Shadowplay. Not sure if you would so far, but better safe than sorry. Next, we can go over here to live streaming. Here, you get a preview from the specific service that you're streaming to. You can again choose monitors, microphone, camera, all of that goodness. But you also get scenes.
Lurks.
So first, you can choose your
Welcome
service.
to my channel.
It supports Twitch, Facebook, Restream for multi-streaming, whatever the hell Stage 10 is, Twitch, YouTube, or custom RTMPs. You can choose your specific Twitch server. And that's about it from this window, but you can also view your live chat if you want to pull this up in another monitor. Now, you do have multiple scenes that you can create and choose between. So if you go over here to the Scene Editor tab, now you can enable a lot of different stuff. By default, it's set up kind of like this, with a stream indicator, a camera, and a chat, kind of like the console streaming windows. I feel like they learned a lot from their PlayStation and Xbox integration. I don't know how much the software team honestly had any involvement with them. Could be none. You can name it, you can set hotkeys for your individual scenes, you can make new scenes from this menu right here, plus, delete, whatever, and you have your elements to choose from. So you have those kinds of things, camera, blah, blah. You can also add in other elements. You can add throughout the scenes, images, GIFs, and video. So you can add in your overlays, your alerts, everything. This is a fully featured, effectively OBS alternative built into the driver software for free. Absolutely wild. You may notice, however, a lot of some kind of basic settings are missing because we're entering a scenario that I'm worried about, which is layered menus, in that you have to go over here to advanced settings just to choose which camera and microphone it uses. That's not an advanced setting. It's just a basic setting, because otherwise you're not going to get what the default, in my experience, has never been active. Now, the advanced settings menu brings you to a whole separate sub-menu with a lot of tabs here, and this more resembles the original AMD Relive that I took a look at a few years back. That's why I'm concerned, because it feels like legacy menus being layered on top of each other, which is something that, say, Windows 10 and 11 kind of struggles with. So I'd hate to see that continue to get layered upon over the years. But down here at the very bottom, you can choose your microphone and your video capture device. So we have the Razer Kiyo Pro Ultra as our webcam. Phenomenal webcam. Have a bunch more coming to the studio. I like it so much. And then we're using the Rode XCM50 as our mic at the moment that you're hearing now. In the settings menu, though, you have lots of glorious options. So you have the normal stuff of recording desktop indicators, range and capture. But then you can choose your quality. And ooh boy, do they have so many more options than NVIDIA does.
Lonely Hana Hiwu.
They do have some quality
Welcome
presets.
to my
I'm not a
channel.
fan of them, but they do
Alacidra.
low, medium, and high.
Welcome to
By
my
default,
channel.
On my AMD 7900 XT graphics card, which is AMD's latest and greatest, well, I guess the XTX would be the greatest, it auto-selected the AV1 codec, which is a new open-source video codec. It is absurdly high quality, and is the way to go for the future for recording. DaVinci Resolve supports it. I'm not sure about Adobe Premiere Pro. Overall, it's fantastic. However, if you're using older video editors or platforms that don't support this codec, you might want to use HEVC. There is virtually no scenario that I'd recommend recording in the AVC, which is H.264, your MP4 format. I would never recommend using that unless you're just using some weird esoteric beginner's video editor or something that doesn't support. Virtually everything's going to support HEVC these days. AV1 is still hit or miss, but, you know, whatever. Either way, AV1 was the default for my graphics card choice here, and whether you use AV1 or HEVC, you will have to go in and add in the video extension codecs in the Microsoft Store. It'll actually pop up and tell you that. The AV1 is free, which is another advantage of using it. The HEVC one at least used to cost like 99 cents or something. I do recommend just go ahead and buying it, and then it's licensed for every Windows computer you sign into your Microsoft account with. So just pay the 99 cents and don't worry about it. Not a big deal if you want to use HEVC. HEVC is another high efficiency video codec, but not as good as AV1 these days. So you have those profiles, but you can set custom, and then you can manually choose your resolution, or you can just choose to record whatever your game is running at. Then you can choose between 30 or 60 FPS. I would love to see more frame rate options, 24 FPS if I'm syncing into a 24 FPS camera feed, for instance, or even higher. Like these newer graphics cards can record crazy things, which I have coming in an upcoming video you should get subscribed for. I would love to see 120 FPS as an option, especially for the replay buffer we'll talk about in a moment. I would love to see that. Not currently an option. Now, what is awesome is you have video bitrate options from 1 megabit per second all the way up to 100 megabits per second. And that's regardless of what codec you're using and regardless of what resolution you use. So I could record 360p video at 100 megabits per second just because. There's no real advantage to doing this, but I could. I'm going to set it back up to 4K, which should just be limited by your in-game resolution. There was a workaround in NVIDIA Shadowplay where you had to set it to 4K or even 8K to get the higher bitrate allocations. This isn't necessary in real life, which I love. Audio bitrate goes down from 32 kilobits per second to 320. Just crank it up to the max. I would love to see either PCM wave audio support, because I'm pretty sure you don't need a license for that, so just let us do it. It's supported. Well, actually, it's not supported in the MP4 container. That is the problem. Regardless, I would love to see higher bit rates supported, because the AAC codec it uses can support higher bit rates. I would love to see that. You can choose stereo, or if you have surround sound set up, you can actually record surround sound. And then if you're recording your microphone track, you have the option to record that to a separate audio file. Unlike NVIDIA Shadowplay, the audio is recorded to a literal separate M4A audio file. In Shadowplay, it's just slapped on a second track in the video file, which is much more convenient for editing in most video editors, but some people will have problems, at which point you can use the separate track, and Relive is actually going to work better for you, but you may run into more syncing issues sometimes that way. You don't have the option of just recording it in the file as a separate track, however. Here you also get an audio boost option for your mic. You probably don't need it. Now, when choosing your encoder and your video bitrate, 100 megabits per second is completely overkill at all resolutions for HEVC and AV1, and especially AV1. Now, I'm doing it because I don't care. I have tons of hard drive space. I want to record the best quality possible, so when it gets squished down repeatedly through editing, because your video's first compressed when you record it, it's compressed again when you export your video, to upload, and then it's compressed again by YouTube when you upload it. So it's 3 stages of compression. You want your first stage to be as lossless or as uncompressed as possible, so by the time it makes it to YouTube, it looks fantastic. So if you record a crappy bitrate, it's going to look even worse by the time it makes it to YouTube. For a 3-minute, 9-second video, we are looking at 2.3 gigabytes. Not a huge deal, but for AV1, again, 100 megabits per second is way overkill. For 4K and 1440p, I'd say you could stick to around 25 to 30 megabits per second probably. For 1080p and lower, I'd be like 15 to 18 megabits per second. And that's still slightly overkill, but again, you want to be higher quality. The best results you get. If you're at HEVC, I would bump that up a little bit. So 20-ish megabits per second to 25 for 1080p and lower, 30 to 50 for 1440p and 4K perspective. AVCs just don't record that. Just don't do it. Live streaming, you again get a bunch of quality profiles, including an adaptive one if you have internet fluctuation issues, which is nice to see. You don't even set the main bit rate, it just adapts, which is neat. Or you set custom. Again, you get to choose your resolution, you get to choose 30 or 60 FPS, you get to choose your bit rate. Switch, you're looking at 6 to 7.5 if you include audio megabits per second, which is awesome. Unfortunately, you cannot stream the full 320 kilobits per second from the live stream, even with Twitch resources. Reduces that. You have the option to archive your stream to a local recording, which you want to do in most cases, so you have a copy. And then they have a new advanced filter infection rather. It uses some sort of AI machine learning thing that they train on it to just make better filtering in the encoding for. This sounds so stupid, but there's no real technical explanation that I can give you at this point in time. I can get one from AMD at some point, but you're not going to care about the minute details. Basically, it's just a finely trained way to filter the video encoding to make it look better at low bit rate. It's only supported on AVC, which is why you don't see it over here unless you choose AVC, and it's only really useful at lower bit rates, so not really relevant to anyone. Now, I have been testing with it at 720p at 6 megabits per second. And you can look at the side-by-sides now. I'm going to play them in slow-mo, and we can punch in and whatever. And you really pick the piece and stop and look frame by frame. I can confidently say that the enhanced filtering does actually look better, but it, as I mentioned with my last encoding update video, we are splitting hairs, differences. You're not going to notice it at all. However, you're not running your GPU completely maxed out for your game and recording, and you're wishing you had additional performance. It's free quality bump, might as well turn it on. But it does use more graphics power from the free side that the game actually runs on, so if you are running into performance issues, turn it off. It's really OPA. So close to either higher bitrate or and here you can choose where your video is saved. You can set up the instant replay buffer, which is awesome. You get to choose a wide variety of arbitrary timings from 15 seconds all the way up to 1200 seconds if you want, which is awesome. I just usually set it to a minute. You can choose whether it buffers to memory or storage, which is pretty cool. OBS replay buffers to memory, and memory, you don't have to buffer that much. If you have fast SSDs, like most gamers do these days, you can convert it to your SSD instead. A really cool feature that NVIDIA doesn't have anything close to is the instant GIF feature. Instead of just saving clips, you can create GIFs from your videos, from your gameplay. So something really awesome. You can set up a high key to save a GIF from 5 seconds to 30 seconds in length of whatever just happened. And you can change quality. If you do high quality, you'll probably have file size issues when uploading to Twitter or Discord or what have you. But you can create GIFs from your gameplay, which is just freaking awesome. Like, what a cool feature. Between this and some of the other features like Shadowplay, lagging really far behind. You can also set up an in-game replay, which is actually going to take your instant replay you saved and play it back over top of your screen for your live stream. So if something really awesome happened in game while you're streaming and you want your viewers to be able to see it, you have a very quick option. You just save the replay and call it back up for your viewers to see it. A little bit of customization over the size and dimensions here, and you also get to choose where it goes on your screen. This is really cool. Doing this in OBS is actually really difficult, so the fact that they have it built in is freaking awesome. I have my complaints. I would like to see better frame rate support, better audio bitrate support on streaming, whatever. But this is really awesome. I love it. And of course, for doing any of this, you would need to go to the hotkeys section here in this advanced setting. And then you can set up hotkeys for toggling recording, turning on and off your camera, selecting a specific region on or off. You got your push-to-talk hotkeys, and then you can set up, once you've set up your scenes, you can set up your scene switching hotkeys as well. But broader community, I think AMD would have to implement. Oh, you got hotkeys that you could use to rotate your display. I don't know if any of you all did this. Back in my school days, like high school, we would always use the Control-Alt-Left, Control-Alt-Down hotkeys. They were enabled on like all the schools. It turned people's screens upside down. It made me so mad, and they didn't know how to fix it. It was a hilarious, harmless prank. It's cool that that's still built into it. Anyway, I would love to see AMD open up an API of some sort to allow the community or Elgato or AMD themselves to develop a Stream Deck plugin, the Elgato Stream Deck or Touch Server or whatever solution, all of them ideally, for switching scenes and recording and stuff without having to rely on hotkeys, because system hotkeys can sometimes be finicky. This is where you would set all this. Don't forget to do that.
Deciding which graphics card you want to get and optimizing your stream, I'm going to go ahead and give you a free upgrade to your stream, and that is Backing Track, our stream safe, video safe, free music service that doesn't just provide lo-fi beats, we generic graphics. We have metal, we have rock, we've got grunge, we've got the Slayer Wars track coming up, sounds like straight out of Doom Eternal. We've also got synth rock, which was so popular that we ended up doing 2 albums and a little baby album with it, because you all loved it so much. We have a Halo themed album, when it's Christmas time, we have a Christmas album. It's a music service that myself and my community manager Will wanted to provide to you all, so you can have high quality, real music for your streams and videos. And not rely on what everyone else does. That's backingtrack.gg. You can stream it for free, and we have free downloads in our Discord. All of those links are in the description below. Shouts out to AMD for sitting on over the 7900 XT for me to cover and review more in depth. I've been starved for AMD graphics cards the past few years, and AMD is really coming back. They have a video team that is kicking butt, taking names, and trying to get caught up. The David and Goliath battle is back. AMD is competitive again, and I cannot wait to continue covering this and showing you, because there's a lot of cool stuff. This is the tip of the iceberg. Like I said before in previous videos, I had some delays at the start of the year. A lot of cool coverage coming, and you need to check out this video right here talking about NVIDIA's RTX 4000 series encoding capabilities, because I have a video coming next that will talk about AMD's encoding capabilities and how it stacks up with this latest generation. And you want to be informed so you can see the head-to-head, because it's going to get wild. Remember to be kind, rewind.
All right. YouTube shorts, like clips of podcasts where guys are talking about like real estate. My first 10,000 homes that I bought, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
we gotta record some of those just to get the algorithm going. 2009, Italy. I always tell my clients, dude, man, the little that they do, like just dropping it through thin air. That you have clients, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
A 20-year-old kid.
Yeah. Oh, you're 20. You're 22. You have clients. What are you talking?
Yeah. If you have a client, like show me an adult. Show me your dad's friend who's like, or someone who's taking you seriously at all.
The thing is, though, people like I figured I know why I bought that car, and it's the same reason why these videos are ripping right now. It's you go on YouTube. It doesn't matter if you're a girl and you go on YouTube. It's all natural mommy stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's new. That's all.
5 things I did today.
That's all you get. It doesn't matter if you're like an alcoholic. You get all mommy all the time. And if you're a guy, it's all get rich right now. This, as in this second. Like 10 seconds from now. Get rich 10 seconds from now.
Oh, here's what you do. You get an LLC. You immediately go on the government bond for you do.
Oh my God!
No, you get an LLC, okay, and then you go get the government has to give you a loan for up to $1 million that you don't have to ever pay back, and it can be for anything: agriculture, drop shipping, and these are 5 ways that I used to get it. Go on Trimo.
All right, we're gonna clip this right now. So this is the first clip. So launch into it. Start over again.
Yep.
All right. So Nick, what would you say? What would you say to a So Nick. We're gonna go dead serious here. This is not funny. So Nick, what would you say to a 20-year-old who wants to hustle on, wants to build a business, wants to make millions?
Immediately, I would open an LLC on Trimo. That's free. That's going to cost you $0. Then I'm going to go onto the US.gov, find your state, and I'm going to apply for the mandatory loans that they have to give to small businesses. Now, I've been in business for over 15 minutes.
That's an SBA.
Yeah. So they're going to go ahead and provide me with the funding to raise capital. So I'm immediately going to have my business, my idea, and it's going to be funded from the government at 0%, and you're never going to have to pay anybody back.
Damn.
And people just don't know that.
So Nick, what would you say to a 20-year-old who wants to get their hustle on, wants to build a business, wants to make millions?
Immediately, I would open an LLC on Trimo. That's free. That's going to cost you $0. Then I'm going to go onto the US.gov, find your state, and I'm going to apply for the mandatory loans that they have to give to small businesses. Now, I've been in business for over 15 minutes, so they're going to go ahead and provide me with the funding to raise capital. So I'm immediately going to have my business, my idea, and it's going to be funded from the government at 0%, and you're never going to have to pay anybody back.
Damn.
And people just don't know that.
There's 5 ways in there built in on how you can flip that to a bigger deal. There's 5 ways built into that where you can flip it into a bigger deal.
Immediately. So one idea that I have, okay, I had this company called Brightly. Okay, and what we would do is I would take the most popular videos that were informational, that were trending at the time, and I would take all the audio and I would rip the audio. I would translate it into text boxes. I would take the text boxes and I would have AI write me a 10-paragraph informational, and I would sell the informational for $3.99 to 1,000 people, and it was just churning and churning. You know, it churned over
immediate profit
billion.
engine, immediate engine churning profit.
Right, and I ended up selling out to MyPillow for $15 billion.
So there's 5 ways built into that where you can flip it into a bigger deal.
Immediately. So one idea that I have, okay, I had this company called Brightly, okay, and what we would do is I would take the most popular videos that were informational, that were trending at the time, and I would take all the audio and I would rip the audio, I would translate it into text boxes, I would take the text boxes and I would have AI write me a 10-paragraph informational, and I would sell the informational for $3.99 to 1,000 people, and it was just churning and churning, you know, it churned over
Immediate
15
profit
billion.
engine. Immediate engine churning profit.
Right, and I ended up selling out to MyPillow for 15 billion. I ended up selling out to Laurie Grenier one time I was eating at Cipriani, and Laurie Grenier heard my idea and she spit her bolognese out, and then she looked left, looked right, and then army crawled over to my table. Laurie Grenier with a pen in her mouth like it was a knife, like, and then she army crawled over to my table to make an offer for Brightly.
Is she one of the sharks?
Yep.
What'd she offer you?
She offered me $330,000 for 6%, with a royalty of $1 every unit that I sold.
Wow. All the get rich that's on YouTube Shorts.
Is it making a lot of romance?
It's all the get rich stuff is like none of it's how to build an actual business. None of it is how to develop a skill or make yourself useful to somebody else. None of it is like actual stuff that you would need to like live a successful life and have a successful career. It's all like meaningless. The stuff they say about flipping houses, it may or may not be true, but it's totally meaningless to the average person watching it. Because the average, like, you think like is Joey or me gonna go get an SBA loan? Like, it's all stuff that's like so far removed from reality, it's just impossible. Like, it's not gonna have, like, I'm not like, nobody that we know that's in our tier is gonna have like a rental property for 8 people. That's absurd. That's fucking crazy. And I know that you could do it, but it would take all your time. Like, if you were to do that,
to buy multis and shit.
if you were to run 2 properties that were like 8 people, 8 units each.
8 units.
This is you.
Yeah.
And you're the most capable like home builder type guy that I know. I know that you'd be tearing your hair out with just 2 of those fucking places. Most of the people watching those are not going to buy any property ever.
Everybody in the world, including them, is going to underestimate the hell that comes along with having tenants. It's a must. If you want to go through it, you're not going to get. No one's going to hand you money. You're going to buy the fucking thing, and if you get a nightmare tenant, it will knock the wind right out of you. If you have like one like complaining ass motherfucker that just doesn't stop, and like a smart guy, if you got like a computer guy that knew all the laws within like 10 minutes, like that's a fucking night. That's a bomb. That's a rice cooker bomb in your house. Like waiting, and it's not for everybody, but everybody thinks it is. Just to talk to people like that, as if it's so fucking easy, and not explain any of the downside, is irresponsible and stupid. But it's what gets clicks. 10 ways to do my Porsche GT3 exhaust over. Number 1, Shockworks. Number 2, R&S Designs. Number 3, Rick Sankson, New Hampshire.
Number 4, Lou's Exhaust Shop. Cranston.
Sawzall headers.
Yeah.
Like, that's the algorithm. And honestly, we were talking about this last night today. You can beat the algorithm. You could just.
But that's what the point of this is.
Yes.
It's to get these. Okay, so we got one in the bag here.
Yeah.
Italy, 2009, the tail end of that nuts trip that we took. I'm in Europe, going around Europe solo. I'm walking around Turin. There's this bar, 3 a.m. I got 20 grand in my pocket from the private baccarat game that I just played, burning a hole. I'm walking around drunk as shit, okay? I see these 20 guys coming down the street at me. And I know that if they take me down, that 20 grand is coming out of it's not going to be in my pocket when I get up. You know what I mean? That was all I was worried about. I wasn't worried about my health because I'm a crazy motherfucker. I'll fight anybody. I don't care. I don't even care. You knock me out, kick my head when I'm asleep. I'm a crazy motherfucker. I don't even care. You knock me out, you kick my head when I'm asleep, piss on me, fucking stab me, do organ theft on me, black market organ trading. If you knock me out, whatever, I'm good, okay? Because I just wake up the next morning, I drink more. Because I wake right up, I drink a Fireball. I don't even care, okay? But 20 grand in my pocket, I know that if these guys knock me out,
welcome to my channel.
When I get up, okay? You see what I'm saying? So, boom, 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 one thing leads to another. I lead them down a narrow alleyway, so I have to fight them all at once instead of 20 at a time. Long story short, let's just say the next day, I'm on the phone with my Pencac Salat coach. saying thank you. What's your bank account info? I gotta wire you $100 grand as thanks for preparing me to fight 20 motherfuckers in the motherfucking alleyway, dog. Italy, 2009. Down that nuts trip that we took. I'm in Europe, Paris, going around Europe solo, walking around Turin. There's this bar, 3 a.m. I got 20 grand in my pocket from the private baccarat game that I just played. I'm walking around drunk as shit, okay? I see these 20 guys coming down the street. I know that if they take me down, that 20 grand is coming out of my, it's not gonna be in my pocket when I get up, you know what I mean? That was all I was worried about. I wasn't worried about my health, because I'm a crazy motherfucker. I'll fight anybody. I don't care. I don't even care. You knock me out, kick my head when I'm asleep. So I wake up. I wake right up. I drink a fireball. I don't even care. 20 grand in my pocket. I know that if these guys knock me out, that money's not going to be there when I get up. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Let's just say the next day, I'm on the phone with my pen pack salad coach saying, thank you. What's your bank account info? I got to wire you $100 grand.
Oh my God, I can't, like, I know, I'm trying to, like, think, because I had this conversation 24 hours ago, and it was like, we were going to do top 5s that make no sense, that are other buzzwords.
Yes.
Our top 5 ways to clean my car. Yeah. Number 1, drop shipping products from Asia. Number 2, buying
hire a multi-millionaire to do it for me.
Number 3, get a mentor. Always have a mentor. Number 4, soursop leaf importing sea moss extract beneficial vitamins. Number 5,
buy a new car so you don't have to clean the old one.
Turo rental, Corolla, Tesla, Turo.
Every month I make $18,000 flipping Turo rentals.
It started out hairy. But then I can't even believe, like, if my kid
every month God. I make $18,000 flipping Turo rentals. Let me tell you how I do it and why. Starting with number 1, I go on Turo, I sort by the most expensive. I'm looking for the headliner cars, but ones that are underpriced. Now, Lamborghini Huracan, $1,500 a day. I know I could easily rent that out for $4,000 a day in Miami. I know that rappers, CEOs, executives are going to be wanting to rent a Huracan in Miami for $4,000 a day. What do? I ship it down there on a boat. Why? Avoid the roads, avoid tolls, avoid attention. The car was never shipped in a actual car transport. It was on a boat the whole time. When it gets there, my clients are greeted by one of my associates. They take the car, they have a nice time, $4,000, thank you very much. I do this 45 times a month. That's money in my pocket that they're not getting.
Looking for fun
Every
underscore
month,
bot underscore master.
$18,000 flipping
Welcome
Turo
to my
rentals.
channel.
So I'll tell you how I do it and why. Starting with number 1, I go on Turo, I sort by the most expensive. I'm looking for the headliner cars, but ones that are underpriced. Now, Lamborghini Huracan, $1,500 a day. I know I could easily rent that out for $4,000 a day in Miami. I know that rappers, CEOs, executives are going to be wanting to rent a Huracan in Miami for $4,000 a day. What do? I ship it down there on a boat. Why? Avoid the roads, avoid tolls, avoid attention. The car was never shipped in a actual car transport. It was on a boat the whole time. When it gets there, my clients are greeted by one of my associates. They take the car, they have a nice time, $4,000, thank you very much. I do this 45 times a month. That's money in my pocket that they're not getting.
You do that. How about owning properties? How about owning 20 properties and never investing $1 of your own money? Okay, what I do is, I find people that are listings that are expired. I search Realtor and Zillow.com, okay? And what I'll do is I'll look at the longest days on market. And then I put them in my Excel spreadsheet, organized by lowest. And then I look at the lowest number. I'll get all these listings and I'll write them down on a pen and pad, and then I'll manually enter them into my Excel spreadsheet. And then what I'll do is I'll organize the number of days on market, and I'll hit high to low. And then I'll take the number that's the highest, and I'll go to that listing, and I will call them. And I will say, Mr. Customer, it says here that you want to sell your house for $500,000. If I could get you something to the tune of $5,000 per month, would you be happy with that?
Hell yeah.
Yeah?
Hell yeah.
Okay, because with my when my team gets in there, we're gonna model your home and we're gonna be renting it out. Would you be okay with that?
For sure.
Okay, and that's as easy as it is. I have 14 clients in every city, and I rent out their homes that are staying on the market. they were going to sell their house for $500,000. That might yield them $1,250 a year in total income and interest in an account. What if I was able to get them $7,000 a year profit, and they still own the house?
They'd be an idiot not to take that.
Exactly. So I just booked a $9,000 listing in Nashville for a hefty set of whale Nashville girl bosses to go to bed at 9 o'clock and puke and shit. And that was $9,000, right in my pocket, their pocket, right in my pocket.
Right in your pocket. And this is, most of the people renting are drop shipping millionaires.
Everybody that's coming in right now is renting one of my Turo cars, driving it to my Airbnbs, and I'll give them rewards points on my diamond.
So what I did was I noticed that a lot of my same clients that were using my Airbnb flips, my Turo flips, my Uber flips, that's where I'll rent an Uber or I'll rent a car on Turo or I'll book an Airbnb and then I'll sell it to somebody else at a higher price. What I noticed was a lot of these clients were the same people. So what I did was I developed an app where you use one of my Uber flips, one of my Turo flips, you get access to a whole list of my Airbnb flips. I call it SamNet.
And people find value in that because it's always you always control the finest listings, all your cars. I was in one of your Ford Focuses. It was clean. It had a nice backpack on it with mints and tissues in it. Had phone chargers, and I knew I was in an upscale one of your. It's like you created a little microeconomy right there for yourself.
I spend $800,000 a month renting the best cars on Turo so that they're off the market. So that if you need a Mercedes, an AMG,
to drive
E-Class,
to the mall too?
Yes, you are going to be renting from me because I've already booked all those. Anything that shows up on Boston Turo Rent Car, I booked it if it's a premier listing.
Okay. Cool.
So you've got to download SamNet.
And that's gonna get there's gonna be a token. Did you tokenize that yet?
We're in talks with Mark Cuban on how to best tokenize it.
I think you should tokenize it on top of Badger DAO.
Okay.
And because I'm able to, and then you really start to put it into hyperspeed.
Let me tell you something that keeps billionaires poor. This is the #1 reason why billionaires are not trillionaires, why billionaires do not have real wealth, real money. They buy stocks, they buy houses, they buy things that are easily traced, easily seizable. Then they put a ring on a shrill evil bitch who's going to take half. What you need if you want to be a trillionaire is you need shadow assets. You need things that are not easily traceable, things that you can keep, hoard to yourself. You're not going to get half of it taken away, and that divorces you. What's half of $1 trillion? 500 billion. I'd rather be broke. Women can't read. I'm sitting in the hot tub with my big boobs bitch, and she's talking about the Cosby situation that just happened. I say, bitch, read me the damn article. If you're gonna be sitting there in the hot tub while I'm trying to eat expensive caviar and steaks, she's on the phone scrolling through some CNN libtard bullshit, stuttering. She can't read. She can't read the damn article. Women can't read.
Oh man, how did you find out about these? Well, how did the conversation go? You guys found out about. Were you guys considering algorithm and shit like that?
This is to try to. We gotta milk the algorithm somehow.
This is so fucking insane. This is the equivalent of like Google hiding the amount of money that you want or need all over your city, but the places you have to go get them are like insane. This is like going into people's fucking like tires. Like finding a random red. There's 3 maroon Camrys in Providence, and they have literal cash inside the tire. They have $4,800 of cash in the tires. There's 3 of them. You have to find them, but there's 1,200 maroon Camrys in Rhode Island, and they're running them around, and they're gonna give you clues. You have to like crawl under fucking bridges and like rat holes and untie rats from a rat king. This is fucking insane.
Getting disrespected by poor people doesn't happen to me anymore. Let me tell you why. Next time a poor person says anything slight, coming at you sideways, disrespectful, not calling you sir, here's what you do. I just pull some goddamn good old-fashioned money out and start throwing it at them, okay? Watch them drop to the floor and shrivel up and shrink to their knees and crawl around like a pig picking up that money. It's amazing what they'll do for $1. Hey, you can even turn an otherwise respectable middle-class father into a shrinking big boy. Throw some money down. Throw down 100. He's not going to pick it up. Throw down 200, 300, 400, 500. That's a rent payment. That's a truck payment. Keep throwing the money down, he'll drop down and start picking it up. Okay? Guaranteed. That's how you buck break poor people. Getting disrespected by poor people doesn't happen to me anymore. Let me tell you why. I just pull some goddamn good old-fashioned money out and start throwing it at them. Okay? Watch them drop to the floor and shrivel up and shrink to their knees and crawl around like a pig picking up that money. Throw some money down. Throw down 100. He's not going to pick it up. Throw down 200, 300, 400, 500. That's a rent payment. That's a truck payment. Keep throwing the money down, he'll drop down and start picking it up. Okay? That's how you buck break poor people.
There I was, buck breaking a woman. You know how I did it? I walked by her with an Hermes bag. Inside the Hermes bag, she looked in. There was a Cartier watch. There were 5 David Yurman bracelets. There was a diptyque candle. There were 2 tickets to Paris. And you know what she said? She goes, "Who's that for?" I said, "I don't know yet." I said, I don't know yet.
And she does a fucking handstand.
She crawled upside down in the booth, and she had a skirt on with nylons underneath. And she put her legs. I'm retarded. I can't be an MMA fighter. I can't do this.
You could be an MMA fighter. I'm the best at baseball.
You are the best at baseball. One thing I know about Sam, man, what a fucking baseball player he is.
I'm the best at baseball. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I was cracking that bat. I was cracking those balls. I was knocking them out of the stadium. I was making everybody jealous of me. Apparently, some of the rich dads and the other kids were placing bets on me against me and losing big money. That's their loss. Anyway, coach comes over one day. He says, "Sam, you're playing so well, it's distracting. People are cheering for you, screaming for you. You're drawing half the town here. This is a Little League game. We can't have you playing this good. You have to tone it down." I cracked him across the fucking mouth with the bat, okay? That's why I retired. That's why I never went professional. And fruit be told, baseball is gay anyway.
I had a similar baseball story. I was running to first base and I tripped and fell on my shoulder. They took me out in a helicopter because the injury was so bad. The tendons healed up in my shoulder, triple tight. And then my buddy's dad had tickets to the Red Sox game. They hit a home run. The Yankees hit a home run, and you know the rules. Yankees hit a home run in Fenway Park, you throw it back. So when I threw it back, I threw it all the way to home plate. And my tendons had healed so tightly.
That's another Instagram thing that's funny. You know how they always do the LLC? There are some of those videos where it's like, if you're not contributing $6,000 a month to your Roth IRA, you're fucking up. Yeah.
We have some of these in here.
Let's see what we got. I saw a lot of this with the boxing stuff. Because in the UK, we were on the bus with all these guys, these boxer guys from like LA and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're very...
They speak
this is what they think is like a good idea.
They've done 1 through 10 times.
I don't know.
You know what I heard?
What?
I heard Grant Cardone's grow.
Is he?
I heard that.
No.
I did. I heard it on TikTok. Could
Not
be a
the-
rumor.
Not the big guy.
Look up. Never.
Never.
I heard what it was a compelling argument to where like he had $1 billion under control. Now in real estate that adds up pretty fast. I'm pretty sure you could do that, Sam. Like we could figure that out.
Get
in,
a billion. I could get $1 billion assets under management.
Yep. In
As
like
long as we
7 years, I could probably. I'm not kidding you.
If we focus on our CAC, that's our cost of acquiring customers.
Yep. Focus on our CAC.
Our CAC. You know what your CAC is?
It's a little peanut. It's a peanut in my leg.
My CAC.
My CAC.
All right. What's the millionaire cheat code with this guy playing pool because he's so rich?
He's better than you.
He's playing pool at a halfway house.
At a sex and what was the thing you were talking about last week?
Sexaholics Anonymous.
Yeah, that's the rec room and the sexaholics.
Is that the whole video? Just that?
I like how
One more
quick it
time.
is.
It's simple, really. I'm just better than you.
It's cool.
No, this is Biz Nick. This is another Nick here. In 2017, I had no real direction, just working to pay rent in my dad's basement, riding my bike to and from work, working 60 hours a week. Who was I to think I could be more like that? That's all life gave me, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I changed. Set up a trust fund. And that might be why I'm fucked up, because I haven't set up a trust fund. I have not built up the 750 credit. I have not set up a trust fund. I've started an LLC that did nothing except cost $3,500. I have my EIN, which does nothing. I have a business address, which is where my mom gets envelopes for the homosexual couple kissing and cuddling NFT company, and calls me and rages at me. I do have company documents, which give it a little bit of legitimacy when I'm spending all my money on a car. Open business lines of credit, I can't do that. I've tried that a bunch of times, and I can't get business credit from anybody.
Yes, you can.
Where do I get that? How do I get that?
You go invest in company assets.
Okay, I got to invest company assets. So that would be how do we invest around here? What do we do? We buy a bunch of shit.
We have a bunch of Amazon toys and shit.
Yeah, we have. Okay, so we did get a bunch of Funko Pops, so I did do step 8. Take profits into the trust fund, and it's all tax-free. How does that work? If I put profits in my trust fund, it's tax-free. And then what happens when I want to buy, like, toys and shit, cookies and games? I think
You have to take it out of the trust fund.
I wonder if I've spent, like, $10,000 on Steam games. I think I've bought, like, 300 games.
We also bought games for all of us.
Yeah. Which is a fun fact for fans out there to know. That I buy my...
What do you buy? You buy you Tetris?
I buy my guys games.
Galactica Space Crumble. What is it?
There was some like dwarf mining thing?
Yeah, that shit. Every game that we've gotten, we've played like once.
Yeah.
Like
every recommendation so far has been bad.
Like the
though.
board game.
Yeah.
Where you like fight or something.
Yep.
What's that?
Some stupid thing. Fighterpuck.com. I don't know. It's some dumb fucking game.
It's made by Vivid.
Yeah.
It's just a porno. It's not even, it just fools you into like taking your clothes off.
I should buy porn. What's IRS form cancel all your parents?
Nah, I want to cancel.
That would help me. First black trillionaire. It's hard to. They got to get their shit together. They're trying to get their shit together. Fucking guys like this are not helping.
No.
They're making it way worse because this is black people look at this and they think it's a legitimate. They think it's a legitimate thing. They think they're going to be getting, like, if you get an EIN number and you call the IRS, it's like you magically you're going to have money. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
But this guy, look at his posture. Hit play here. You can just tell he's a bullshitter. Just from the way he's looking around like a thief. He's looking around like a fucking thief. And black people know.
They know now.
Like, black people know when someone is shining them on and bullshitting. But they want this so badly. They want so badly this easy money, like building a business bullshit to be true. It's like me wanting to believe that Pencak Salat is a valid martial art.
You do believe it though.
I know, but I'm aware of my delusion.
And look how how much further it's gotten. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So I know you're saying all that, but truth be told, I don't know, man. I feel like that shit is just fucking everywhere.
It is, but
I got you. It's a different
I
style.
know.
There's a different style of martial art here.
like sitting
100%.
sitting on the bus with all these other boxers from around the world, and like each of them is like, yo, you see this guy yet? You got to get good with this. That type of thing. And it's incessant and it's everywhere. Like any black guy who's in there, who's like late 20s and like figuring out that they have to do something, is getting sucked into that.
And not stay in the ruined era for more than a second. So as you can see in the gameplay, this is a tier 3 Jura, and every time that the big explosion comes, all you have to do is wait until it is about as big as it can get, and then you're going to transfer eras, and then you wait about 1 second, and then you go back into it. Now the timing has to be very precise, like you can see right here. You transfer, wait a second, go back, explosion is over, and you have no puddles because Jura actually never changes eras. You have to be careful though, because if you do wait too long or come back too soon, The explosion can either kill you, or you could end up getting 2 puddles if Jorah actually changes eras. Anyways, as you can see in the clip below, that's all you have to do, and we went this entire fight without a single puddle. I have not been able to do it on a tier 4 one yet all the way through, but it is possible on how to beat a tier 3, tier 4, tier 1, or tier 2 Jorah without getting any puddles, and all you have to do for this is wait for the big explosion. Jorah without getting any puddles, and all you have to do for this is wait for the big explosion to just about explode, switch to the next era, wait 1 second, and then come back to the Divine era and not stay in the Ruined era for more than a second. So as you can see in the gameplay, this is a tier 3 Jorah, and every time that the big explosion comes, all you have to do is wait until it is about as big as it can get, and then you're going to transfer eras, and then you wait about 1 second, and then you go back into it. Now the timing has to be very precise, like you can see right here. You transfer, wait a second, go back, explosion is over, and you have no puddles because Jorah actually never changes eras. You have to be careful though, because if you do
this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
It's
get it.
damaging.
I feel like, as I was leaving Mercedes,
Text funding to 240-301-1661. Funding. How do I get my fund? It's just such fucking bullshit.
yeah, no, it's dangerous too.
I'm sorry, what were you saying about
no,
Mercedes?
It's just, as I was leaving Mercedes, you'd kind of come across it more, like dudes trying to put heavy cars in there, like LLC, that's like fresh, just like a fresh LLC.
Mhm.
Like, dude, did you really think you were gonna come in here and buy an S-Class, put it on Turo? One kid, I punked him off. He was like a Cape Verdean kid.
Mhm.
And he came in like I was just having a bad day. He's like, yo, you guys got any new S-Class? And I'm like, nah. I was being a dick. And I was like, no, we don't have any. I was like, we have one. Well, I was like, actually, I don't want to lie. There's one right there. And it's like a 121K build. The guy's being a dick. He's not taking it. It's nice. I was like, what do you want to do with it? He's like, I want to put it on Turo. I was like, Mercedes won't take the financing. They won't let you do Turo. Ride share. If that's the way you plan on doing it. And I felt bad. I was being a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? But the kid was being one of these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Like, this is annoying in the world.
Yeah.
If you are like a phone salesman,
Mhm.
or like you work for like a Verizon or some shit, or and you're selling like iPhones or TVs, this guy fucking sucks to deal with.
Yeah.
He's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
He's asking you for like, I need like 5 4K TVs. Yeah, the big ones. Like, okay, I have like 2, you asshole. Like, you want the floor model one with the chip in the corner? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, and I want to fill out the credit card, and I want to put it in my business name. Did you do 0%? Like, come on, Best Buy employees, help me out here. I know you're out there. Like, just once a week, just talking to like Parjeet, and he's like, Government office, I need 4 80-inch screens. And like, that's a pain in the fucking ass. You have a ton of. So then he leaves, right? Comes back, and I guess it was someone's barber. First of all, he's someone's fucking barber, and he's like, "Yo, dude, my boy's like pissed at you." And I was like, "Why?" He's like, "Remember he came in and asked for an S-Class, and basically told him to go fuck himself."
Welcome to my
and then he
channel.
went to fucking Cape Cod fucking Mercedes and bought one.
Hello.
And I was like, "Well, I don't give a fuck. Good for him. Like, it's a fucking retarded move. I hope he loses his fucking shirt." But I was like, it's just like a fuck. Like, I was like, Manny doesn't allow us to sell fucking cars to rideshare guys. He thinks it's like shipping. I don't know. It was just mad annoying because it was happening.
Yeah.
As I was leaving, and then this other kid was shipping shoes. I don't know. It's just a pain.
I had a run-in with one of these fucking guys in the bathroom here.
Really?
Yeah. I went in the bathroom, and there was like a young black guy in there. I could tell that he was like political. He wasn't wearing like any Black Panther shit, but he had that look about him, like he was tweeting or something earlier, and he was like, I think he said, "How's it going?" or "What's up?" or something. And I was like, not much. How you doing? And then he goes, "Nah, I'm just trying to finesse these rich folks, build back and give back to the community, one step at a time. I got this nonprofit shit going, like out from nowhere in the fucking bathroom."
Oh man, you wish you could have jumped in the toilet like Mario. Like, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
As soon as they start with that, it's the worst.
Yeah. I got this nonprofit hustle going. I'm just trying to finesse these rich folks. You know what I'm saying? Give back to my community. Start a business. Give back a little bit. And when I give back, it's gonna be big time because I'm gonna go into the hood and I'm gonna be bringing presents and TVs for all the kids, and we're gonna be shining together.
Yeah, man, that's definitely gonna happen. Oh, it's a nightmare. That's an absolute.
I amplified what I agreed with him. Said, yeah, you gotta get this money, dude. We're gonna get this money. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna finesse some people. leave without washing my hands or peeing. Like, it's just like
Yeah, you just like,
escape.
well, see you later.
That should do it. She's not going anywhere.
Is it over?
Fear not, for you are now safe. You no longer have to live in fear. For I have captured this most malevolent monster, this foul fiend, this creature of pure evil. Ugly, too.
Hey, I wouldn't go that far. I mean...
Stand back. This one's still ravenous and has developed the taste for elven flesh.
Yum, 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 yum. Elves in my tummy.
Anyway, about that reward we were talking about.
Oh, yes. As reward for your noble deeds, I present to you 1 silver piece. Try not to spend it all at once.
That's it?
Is what it?
I risk my life trying to detain this damn devil. And this is all you have to offer me?
Yeah, I gotta be worth way more than that.
1 silver piece should be more than enough for a person of your class.
What do you mean, someone of my class?
Now, I have important business to attend to, so if you wouldn't mind leaving my estate.
Wait! The quest was only to capture the creature. I still need to dispose of it.
Wait, what?
Go along with it.
And I suppose disposing of it would come with an extra charge.
Well, that's just it. You can't cut corners with this kind of thing. There's the baiting fee, the trapping fee, the holding fee, the screwing me around fee, and the spaying.
Yay, spaying!
Spaying?
Yes. For every one you see, there's 10 more that you don't.
Fine, let's hear it.
I want what's in that chest.
Absolutely not! That's half the gold of this estate!
Well, considering that beast was going to destroy all of it, surely half of it is better than none.
I suppose, but then I'd barely have enough to pay the guards.
Easy solution. Give me the guards. I will need them to carry that chest.
No, I couldn't.
No worries. I can always just unleash the beast and you can negotiate with it instead. Your choice.
You can run, and you can also hide because I have awful perception.
God damn!
We tricked them good, didn't we, Andrea? Now we can split the money 50-50 like you promised. Wait, Andrea, where are you going? Well, you're coming back, right? Wait, Andrea!
Now, have you ever felt the desire to play with me? Well, now's your opportunity. Archers will officially join the roster in Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms on April 12th. Come play with me and feel inspired.
Aha! 2 guards and a bard, right? What's it gonna cost what to keep you? The both of you? Well, we are going to have to start crowdfunding to keep you both on the payroll. Consider signing up to our Patreon, or potentially buying some of our wonderful merch. That way I can afford to keep these 2 on, and we can probably fund your lifestyles, you extortionists.
Hey everyone, this is Manly Badass Zero, and I'm here playing 3 different horror games. All these games are part of an horror anthology, and we'll be specifically playing a sheep gun, split screen, and intermission. With the first game being a police body camera horror game, where an officer encounters something horrifying on a domestic call. That sounds well, Elm Street.
Possible domestic abuse. Multiple calls by surrounding neighbors hearing screams. History of calls prior of today saying the father of this resident was unable.
That's 995 Please come out. I need you to respond and open the... Fuck. Dispatch, screaming coming from inside. I'm welcoming myself in.
You have authority.
Ah, body cam. And since there's a monster here, I will be leaving. So the opening said we had 8 bullets only. Maybe it's 8 bullets per mag and still a roll. Hello? Responding to a domestic call. Officer Manley here. You wouldn't happen to be a monster, would you? You need different divisions for that. You need to call them Men in Black. They usually handle aliens. They handle this stuff too. Was closed. Investigating upstairs.
I'm coming upstairs. Please stay where you are and no sudden movements.
There is a weird shadow on the left. Open. Clear. Hello?
Hey! Hands in the air! I said, hands in the fucking... Stand down! No, it's a fucking infestation. I'm coming!
Locked. Camera. That is not normal. Double tap. Shadow beings.
Get away from me!
Yeah, that's fire coming out of the head.
This is not the best we could be called. Fucking city in this house requesting assistance.
P423, I'm pinging spectral teams nearby. Use tactics from Patrol Wolf to survival.
Oh, they got spectral teams. So first off, you would usually would send one officer on something like this. I mean, there's flying arms and legs and heads.
Hey, where you are? There's a girl here. She looks like one of those fucking things, but is coherent. She's talking to me.
Take it down.
When did this all fucking start? This guy she said a few hours ago.
Roger. Get her out of there with me now.
Let's go. Stay behind me.
I'm not sure if I trust that. Center mass.
Run! Fuck you, Allison. Fuck whoever the fuck started this shit. Chum, I'm stuck in this damn house. Front door is closed shut. It's fucking inside.
Spectral Team 27 is heading your way. Comms will be open between you two. Follow any of their orders.
This is Spectrum Team 27. We're in the vehicle speeding your way. ATA in 6 minutes. Stay put. Stay alive.
Easier said than done. So I can only move forward or... You took that shell being down with a taunt. Good on you. Make it happen. Shell beings weak to bullets. And batons. They actually weak to quite a lot of things. I feel like I'm getting infected by these shadow beings. I remember this room. Basement.
I guess that fucking got me. I'm not It's my rat station. I'm not gonna die.
Hoorah!
What do you mean?
You went into the other dimension.
Coming downstairs then.
That was pretty rad.
Somehow, someone tries into that house every year just to be taken to hell. Well, that's what everyone says. But no one believes it. Say the reason. 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 That the world forgets about this person ever existed. Huh. Creepy. One apparently lives though. I found their online profile. Turning on all the lights made absolutely no sense. However, they
Anyway, I have to go to drugstore.
Junhao. Welcome to my channel.
seems that the
Good to be with
goal
you, Laura.
of this crowd is to kind of create the same panic about climate change that they successfully created around COVID. Do I have this wrong?
No, you have it correct. I mean, first of all, we have to accept the World Economic Forum is a fanatical political organization that uses fear and manipulation like COVID hysteria, like the hoax of global warming, to really facilitate people thinking that somehow they're the saviors, but really all you're doing is helping them accomplish their goal, which really is a global public-private fascist movement and fusion of big government, big tech, big money to create a technocratic ruling elite, which conveniently is them. And really, Laura, if you want to look at it a different way, too, with the World Economic Forum, they want to create feudalism 2.0, in which we are serfs and they are the lords ruling over us. You'll have nothing and be happy is one of the things that comes out of Davos. That's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for feudalism in which we are serfs and we should be happy that they are ruling over us.
Well. Oh, man.
I don't think they make you quiet.
One last note was a floorboard Creek Cloud. They had us in there. Felt like a lifetime.
Oh, this is why there's a mic feature in this game. It's this one.
My smart ass. I'm gonna break in. See what the hell is going on there. Get off the gun tonight. No. That's all it takes to come in and things go. Yeah. But no, seriously, I'll record my time there to get that proof. You know, everyone does what's happening there. So, basically, turn on all the lights. No noise. Don't go anywhere near the skin, whatever that is. Turn on all the lights. Make no noise. Don't go anywhere near the skin. Turn on all the lights. Turn on all the lights. Make no noise. Don't go anywhere near the skin.
La campana. Hay que obedecerla.
Él nos invoca.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a moment to thank you all for joining me here today. I'm sure you're all aware that we are here to discuss something that is vital, crucial to internet culture. Boobs, titties, sweater hams, big old mommy milkers. Did I grab your attention yet? How about Leon Kennedy in a thong holding an RPG? The Resident Evil 4 remake is finally here and everybody is talking about it. And now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm sure you're probably wondering how any of this is related, but don't worry, hold on, I'm going to take care of you. Resident Evil 4 remake has come out and it's amazing. I'm loving my time with it. I've been streaming it when I actually do a live stream, but it's really fun. And with fun games usually comes a community who wants to support that game themselves, and they usually do that by making a wide variety of mods available. But not all mods are created equally. As a matter of fact, there are some must-have ones out there, some absolute certified bangers.
Jesus Christ!
But the spicier the mod, the more problematic it becomes. At least that's what people who don't like to have fun would tell you. You see, because Twitter is, again, upset, perpetually upset, that there are some particularly spicy mods for some characters in Resident Evil, but they pick and choose. You see, some characters it's okay to sexualize, but others, specifically the ones with tits, they're not okay to sexualize. The women are off limits, separate but equal, as they say. But before we get further into this, if you enjoy me and want to support the content that I create, be sure to drop a like on this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and let me tell you, so many of you have subscribed. I couldn't even imagine that Warhammer video that I just did getting as much attention as it did. I wish I put more effort into it. I feel so bad. That's what you guys had to find my channel with. But hey, if you're enjoying it, then I'm here for it. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean the world to me. I'm gonna put it in the front of the video because I have all these new subscribers coming in. This channel is gonna stick around. It's just gonna be rebranded Sierra 556. That's gonna be happening on May 1st. So don't be surprised if you see this channel name, some unknown channel pop up in your sub box. I just don't want anything to do with Star Wars anymore. I'm just embarrassed. It's not good, and I just want to have my own brand. Speaking about embarrassing things, what about Twitter's reaction to some Resident Evil 4 remake mods? How was that? Did you like that? Was that a good transition? Okay, moving on. It would seem that the modding community has upset Twitter. But that's par for the course. It's another day ending in Y, so of course there's going to be more butt hurt from people who don't want sexy women in their games. Now, I think it goes without saying, don't contact these people, don't go harassing them on Twitter or anything. We're just here for a good laugh and to question why we can't have booba in video games. Why is that derided and mocked as something bad? As if it's just men who want to see hot girls in games, or hot guys in games for that matter. Here's a spoiler alert. Women like hot chicks too. But I digress. You see, one Twitter user is very upset, so much so that he wants to commit self-harm because these mods are just so abhorrent. Looking through the Nexus mods list for RE4 remake mods makes me want to gouge my eyes out.
That was an overreaction.
These mods must be pretty disgusting. Let's take a closer look. For science, you have an Ada Wong facial adjustment mod, as well as an Ashley facial adjustment mod, where it appears that they tweak, I don't know, 0.5% of their facial features.
Oh, you pervert.
My god, this makes me sick to my ass. But it doesn't end there. There's an Ashley skirt mod, in case you wanted to see some upskirt shots of this mousy bitch. And then the most disgusting mod, mute Ashley's breathing. Now this one kind of confused me because I would have figured that people want to hear her breathing more. Like I would expect there would be some like hour-long Pornhub video of just like ASMR Ashley breathing. But then again, I haven't gotten to the point in the game where I rescue Ashley yet, so maybe she just sounds like an out-of-breath wildebeest, I don't know. But you notice how the mods here only critique the mods that have to do with the women, because you see, the women are really the ones that are being oppressed here. And on this channel, we are all about digital women's rights. But as this other Twitter user wisely points out, John didn't get very upset with Leon Kennedy and his amazing abs and his long schlong hanging out in that banana sling. That mod's a-okay. That mod didn't make the list, but we can just brush that aside. It's okay. I mean, God forbid anyone see this mod of Ashley wearing this BDSM suit, which, I mean, pretty good mod. Whoever made that, good job.
I'm gonna shake your hand. I want to shake his hand. I want to shake his hand.
We just see this time and time again, though, where male characters are sexualized pretty frequently, and no one really gives a shit. As a matter of fact, most men look at other men in media, like comics and video games, and we think to ourselves, holy shit, I need to go to the gym. Every single time I'm reading Berserk, I just think to myself, I cannot crush a demon's skull in my bare hands. Pathetic. But as soon as there's a female character who shows some cleavage or is wearing some tight form-fitting outfit, there's all of this faux outrage. And I say it's faux outrage because I don't really think people actually give that much of a shit. They just want to get some attention online, and it's usually pretty easy points with the Twitter crowd to say women should cover up, they should be more modest unless you have an OnlyFans, and then link your OnlyFans in this Twitter thread for science, because then it's empowering. By the way, I don't really give a fuck who has an OnlyFans. If you have an OnlyFans, good for you. I'm not making criticism on that. Go for it. Put your link in the YouTube comments. Now I'm gonna get a bunch of fucking bots putting these goddamn links in here. Do you guys happen to recall just a couple years ago when another game called Resident Evil Village came out? And there was this very tall vampire, Dami Mommy, I think was her actual name. And everybody was single-hand scrolling the internet, just looking at photos of her and just drooling over her ass. It was all fun and games back then. You can sexualize her and her 3 vampire daughters all you wanted, which, by the way, the daughters were way hotter. I don't understand people's fascination with Lady Dami Mommy. It just never appealed to me. I don't get it. But we're not kink-shaming anybody here. I'm just simply pointing out the hypocrisy, which John certainly couldn't be guilty of himself, right? Lady Dimitrescu ass. Oh my god, I thought this was Google image search. No. Googling Lady Dimitrescu pics at 11:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. Now, to be fair, this clearly seems like a joke. However, as a staunch defender of women's rights, you have to be held accountable for your jokes. This is sexist behavior, and I think you owe ladies an apology. And again, to be clear, I don't really think he owes anybody an apology, but this next person is pretty interesting. There's a screenshot from the Resident Evil Reddit community, and it's just detailing this Steam review, and this user really broke it down when it comes to what they removed when it comes to Ashley in the RE4 remake, and it includes a lot of things, like the lack of upskirt shots, the lack of Ashley saying things like,
"Ow, you pervert."
But this is a pretty long list. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but clearly this person took objection to what Capcom did with this remake. In comes our next subject in this video, a lead producer at Harmonix and Epic Games. He said, I worked in Japan. I worked on games that had content like this. Content like this never needed to be in any of those games. If your goal is to titillate, there are better ways than juvenile abuse of the male gaze. I just realized while saying that it sounded like I was saying like gay men, but whatever. This is why I hated the 2B design. It's encouraging this BS. Okay, you fucked up as soon as you said you hate the 2B design, because everybody knows you're full of shit. Nobody hates that design. If you say you hate that design, you're a liar. That is a universally accepted fact, and I will hear nothing else about it. But seriously, how joyless do you have to be to hate that design? Look at her. Look. Look with your special eyes. But it doesn't end there, folks. No. This next part, this is what really got me. And I'm not saying this to be prudish. If you're into that stuff, awesome, go for it. But do it with consent, with consenting adults. In games, mediating the idea of agency and consent is very difficult. And just because you can make the distinction doesn't mean everyone else can.
Do you like having autism?
Hello? Excuse me? Consent? Do I need to get some kind of form? Is that not in the user agreement? Did you not sign the non-harassment clause in the user agreement before you started playing the game? Who's consenting? Do you expect these pixels to consent? This makes it sound like he's making an argument about like digital rape, as if we're doing something against this line of codes, ethics and morals. Like, who's consenting? And it seems like he's trying to make this argument about like people who are well-adjusted versus those who can't tell the difference between a video game woman and a real woman. It's like the whole violent video games cause violence in real life bullshit narrative, as if playing a game with sexy women in it is going to make actual people go out and objectify real women. Like, oh my god, you might as well just shut everything down. Don't have any movies that have any sexual content, no music that has sexual content, nothing. You have to sanitize everything. You can't trust people to have common sense. Oh, what about the children? What about the children playing these games? Well, guess what? Children aren't meant to be playing these games. If that's the case, that's a problem with parenting and people not paying attention to what their kids are doing. For all the adults to which the sexual content is marketed to, they use common sense. And in one breath, he says, it's awesome, go for it. And then he just turns around and says, gotta get rid of it. Not everyone can use their judgment. Somebody replied to him by saying, at least the sex appeal helps sell Nier, and it's a part of the themes in the game. No one is buying RE4 Remake to be a degenerate. And then JP responds with, if you can tell me how a fetish trope in Nier made the game better in any way, I'm all ears. I'll just sit here and wait patiently because it's fucking hot. Did that ever just come into your mind, or are you just so devoid of joy? And I'm sure somebody who's more into Nier than I am could tell you why that might play into the themes of the game. But from my perspective, the caveman perspective, you have a hot girl in the game, it's gonna help sell the game. It doesn't need to be deeper than that. And there's so many pseudo-intellectuals online that would lead you to believe that there needs to be something more than hot people in a game for it to be okay, for it to be justified. Well, it doesn't need a justification. It can just be because it's fun. But it gets better, ladies and gentlemen. The cherry on top of this whole thing, if you go through Mr. Male Gaze's likes on Twitter, you'll find photos like this. It's like those male feminists just outing themselves as some of the worst scumbags there are. And let me be clear, I'm not saying this person's a scumbag for liking these photos. It's just very hypocritical. That's the point I'm making. If you want to talk about the male gaze and then you go liking things like this where women are being very sexualized, it just doesn't look that great. And granted, one of them is real, so maybe she consented to being sexualized, but the other one is Bayonetta. Did you get her digital consent? I don't think so. Shame on you. And no, I don't actually give a shit what this person liked. If you go through my Twitter likes, I'm sure there's probably some sexual pics that I liked in there, but I'm not the one pretending to go around being offended about sexualized women in games. As a matter of fact, I would say we should sexualize more people, sexualize men and women in games. Go for it, do more. Because what that's going to mean is more outrage online, and that's just more stuff for me to make videos on, so I highly encourage it. That's what I have for you today, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed this video. As always, I want to know what you think about all of this. Let me know down in the comment section below. And also, if you have any mods that you would recommend for RE4 Remake, drop them down in the comment section below. I want to check them out. If you like this video, drop a like, and if you haven't subscribed already, come on, what are you doing? Hit the subscribe button, it's right down there. Next month, I'm rebranding this channel as Sierra556. Before we go, I want to give a huge, massive shout out to all of my beautiful channel members. You guys are amazing. If you want to join this rank of elite Giga Chads, just hit the join button right down there next to subscribe. Thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, I will see you in the next video.
The story of Aiden Ross is one where something is always out of place, and that something is usually him. Aiden, being a walking contradiction, is a wildcard that when this trait works in his favor, is making rappers feel uncomfortable for a reaction. While this gets more love than hate, that cannot be said about his many other contradictory actions. A massive part of Aiden Ross's personality.
Damn.
Oh my god, no.
Yeah, we at the park. You mind if I swing into your DMs? I already did.
I'm never coming to this park again.
Yo.
Was that I smell cotton candy? Girl, you swirling in my mind.
What the f are you?
Ayo, act like a pogo stick and hop off. Big girls in town, huh? I like that. Yeah, I'm a fuck girl, the worst kind.
Shit, you a fuck girl? I'm trying to fuck girls.
Shit, that's a new species or some shit. What the fuck?
I can't tell if I'm frightened or into this.
Chronologically, rock, paper, scissors. I mean...
So you trying to, like, fuck her?
Yeah, I finna wanna fuck her. I wanna fuck you. I wanna fuck you. I wanna fuck you.
I have a husband, but, I don't know.
Oh, dang, I'm scared.
Chronologically, I'm not trying to get in your pants, I'm trying to get in your heart.
Do we have like a long lost like step twin or something?
My parents are gone, come through the crib.
She be too good at this.
I know what you're thinking, another girl just using you for your body. Girl, I'm using you for your mind, mentally.
Wait, hold up.
Yo, I need to call my moms and ask for a permission slip for that one, because that's freaky.
You may be trying to fuck girls. Yeah, I'm trying to ruin your world. Yeah.
Keep going.
Chronologically, if I was Gucci, would you give me that poochie?
I'm trying to give you that El Pollo Choco. Goddamn, girl, come over here.
These aren't even good.
Let's be hormonal together.
Hypothetically, like, asking for a friend, can we, like, kiss?
I named my car Crazy. You trying to drive me crazy?
Hypothetically, if, like, I was a doorknob and, like, you needed to get into the door, would you, like, push me away or pull me closer?
Guys, you're doing this all wrong. All right? If you want a chance with me, you need practice.
Period.
Okay, I've got a lot of tips. Come over here.
Oh, you got tips?
I got tips.
So you're gonna teach us how to flirt?
Come here.
I got the Louis Vuitton because you know I'm dripping. Shit, girl, why am I still single?
Hey, yo, I'm gonna teach you a thing or two about chivalry.
I bet.
You see this? This designer.
Yeah, get over here, bro.
Walk over here.
Yeah, I got you, I got you.
Cool. All right, I got tips.
I think she said tips. I think we about to fuck.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I think she wants our tips.
I like your belt, though.
Hey, shit, this shit.
So you're just gonna want to act like he's me.
You're So we're acting like we're you?
All right.
Like that?
Stop! Don't do that. That's weird. Please don't do that.
All right. So no.
my bad.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
All right, boys, stare into each other's eyes. Called intimacy. Period.
How are you gonna make him feel special? You know?
Metaphorically, if you weren't the homie, but hypothetically you are the homie, but also still her, but it's you.
Yeah.
You put the fuck in you, cause I'm trying to fuck you.
No, that's bad. That's bad too.
I'm down. Oh, she down. We're
she
down. We're
She
down, though.
Yeah.
Okay, now you try.
Hypothetically, if like you straight up like had tits and like big ass and like no dick.
This is beautiful. I'm not just playing.
Hypothetically, though.
Hypothetically.
Yeah.
Like, would you?
Don't objectify him.
Oh, what's objectify mean?
Object.
I want to see your old face. So like, dang, bro, you do got some good eyes.
Thanks. Well, I'm hurt.
Good, good.
Baby, let's go to Chili's.
Yeah.
You know what? I just had a revelation.
Let's go, baby.
A reservation?
Yeah.
Hey, you wanna come with us?
Where at?
Applebee's.
I had a reservation.
Hey, yo, ladies. Come join my chronological party.
We don't need them girls.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we don't need this. Cause you put the hoe and homie in me.
Right. You right. You know what? We out. We don't need y'all bitches. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. I guess.
Is, but more so was, a goal set from the start to simply maintain his identity. This is of key importance because of how fast he went from busting tables in Florida to collaborating with multi-millionaires in LA. So for him, it is important to spread a message of love and understanding of all. That's why he says things like this, or why he promoted a virtual scam, or why he takes on sponsors that promote gambling to his own audience. An audience that he also exposed intentionally to an addictive website. It is no surprise that a character of such excellence has been banned 8 times on Twitch. Twitch cutting him one short of a cat, the 8th was the final straw. He is now placing all his hope in a new streaming website, and all hell has broken loose, making it the perfect time to cover a story of true chaos. The story of the rise and fall of S.W.Frost. But first, this video is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide with more than 800 lawyers. With over $15 billion recovered for clients, Morgan & Morgan doesn't just pride itself in a proven track record. It also prides itself in what YouTube has, or even what a food delivery app has, which is ease of access. That's because in 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. I know in the past, when I was trying to hire a lawyer, I would have really benefited from a service like this because it's just so quick and easy. Besides, it's not often that you see content creators get sponsored by law firms because they're that confident in their service, and to be frank, so am I. If you're ever injured in an accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's so easy that you can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without having to leave your account. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/June or dial #law from your cell phone. This is a paid advertisement. Add over, back to the video. When examining creators, looking at who they were and what they've experienced before the fame makes it easier to understand their motives in their adult or public lives. Better yet is when creators look back and examine themselves and make these links directly. For Aiden Ross, he attributes his love for games as something that started in early childhood, and though his parents would take gaming consoles away because of his addiction, that hardly stopped his love for it. That was all the more difficult when he gained access to a computer and the internet, because online games and MMOs like RuneScape exist on the internet and not any local console. So around 2012, at the age of 12, his love for that game in particular influenced him to purchase in-game currency from other players, which is both against the game's rules and was done through his father's credit card without his knowledge. Still, these moments may only speak to his obsession with games. Just like his moving from Florida to New York to then California and then back to New York may speak of a person that, as they moved, would typically have to start over again with new social connections. This is a push out of a comfort zone. But if that is a push, then what happened next is something far more. When an aunt, uncle, family friend, or something else, as Aiden often describes the person differently, under the influence of drugs and in a terrible mental state, convinced themselves that a 12-year-old Aiden was not in fact him, and set to attack the potential intruder in his sleep. That's when Aiden, being awoken with a knife in his arm, pulled it out and was rushed to the hospital, citing that the event affected his family much more than him. That may be true in the moment because of the adrenaline and disbelief that he was experiencing. It can also be true for how, at such a young age, a near-death scenario was experienced, allowing for many, though not all, future hurdles to seem just a bit more trivial. To that, we go to around 2018. After a summer of bussing tables, Aiden earned enough to buy himself the equipment necessary to stream, because he had a dream of becoming a famous streamer and was going to make it come true. The missing piece was high-speed internet. This was eventually secured when Aiden's father, who was living paycheck to paycheck and was somewhat reliant on credit cards, sacrificed a bit of what little he had to get it. And with Aiden being in his senior year of high school, suffice to say, it was going to be very difficult for both of them to achieve Aiden's dream. But how does one even begin? In the best case scenario, you may get a shoutout or viral video that helps greatly in establishing oneself. But the silver lining, with starting from the bottom, is the lack of compromise. You can cover, play, do whatever it is you please without needing to strike a balance of both creating something entertaining and having the process invigorate yourself. For Aiden, that starting point was NBA 2K, a basketball game series that Aiden had been a fan of for quite some time, and opted for it to be his streaming game of preference. And so began the story of Aiden Huncho, a fledgling streamer that established a schedule early in his career that he both adhered to and went above and beyond because of the length of his streams that at times hit 12 hours. These were very much supported by his father that allowed him at times to skip school, and also provided food at odd hours of the night when requested by Aiden. But it went even further than that because he even skipped field trips and his senior prom to stream. He also nearly skipped his high school graduation.
So glad I graduated because now I'm out of this dump and now it's time to work hard and grind and change the fucking world.
Aiden, with strong motivation, had a quirky personality and had no problem entertaining, telling stories about how he would rub ejaculate over his face in an attempt to get rid of his acne, or even a confidence in his sexuality by doing things like cross-dressing. Though neither of these things happened on stream, it just shows how open of a person Aiden could be. That combined with his dedication meant that in less than a year, he was already getting around 100 concurrent viewers at a time. And while he wasn't rich by any means, there did come days where he earned a sizable amount, like when he made $2,000 in just 2 days. It could have been this that influenced his decision to move out to LA with his sister. It should be noted that Aiden likes to spread the idea that he was in a cooped-up apartment to disparage its size or quality. But the truth is, with investigating the apartments he would have stayed in, they offer much more than he leads on, and much more than what some would view as a standard apartment. Still, he may have upgraded sooner if he was only streaming 2K. If he was, he wouldn't have gotten his first ban, and that was because of Monkey, a social networking app that works like Omegle and other services like it, where it pairs two users at random to video chat. The twist is, there is a time limit that must be extended by both parties to continue chatting, and Monkey in particular was host to quite a young user base, but not accepting users with harmful intentions, which makes it safe to assume that Aiden connected with such a user, which led to that temporary Twitch ban on July 18, 2019, which was also the reason he was rejected a Twitch partnership the same day. Lucky for Aiden, he was still able to join YouTube's partner program where he uploaded stream clips, and even struck a deal to stream on Facebook that he later revealed was around $5 grand a month. This number was insane for its size, and likely so because of how desperate Facebook was to grow their gaming section, where he streamed after some of his Twitch streams, all of which was a great boon for growth. Not just because of comfort, but also because he was using the money to grow his channel. Some less direct ways was in investing in equipment to counteract DDoS attacks.
Alright, listen up. I got a brand new modem and router. If this shit does not work, if this booter can still pull my stuff and get me off, oh hell will break loose. On some non-boomer stuff, all hell will break loose.
More direct was his constant giveaways, where he would give away real money, in-game currency, and other objects to force growth on his Twitter and other platforms. Even though Aiden wasn't host to the largest of audiences by the start of 2020, he already made a bit of a name for himself, the proof being in this video of him sharing a drink with FaZe Banks, an owner and likely the most recognizable member of the FaZe clan, though it is unknown how close they were at this moment, as he could have just sighted him and recorded a video. The same could be said about this picture of him and Lil Pump. Those events were in January. In February, Aiden began getting a different type of notoriety. He was building his character and setting himself apart from the competition, evident through his wager matches where he was betting money against other people, in games such as Black Ops 3 or 2K. But better remembered was his quote-unquote susness. Viewers were even sending him videos of Aiden lookalikes that likely starred in adult films.
Here's the thing, bro. I want you to look at my face, okay? Look at my face like this, okay? With my mouth open like in the video, okay? Like that. Look at my bottom lip. I have a fat bottom lip. I do, so look at that. Keep touching my lip. Look at this lip, bro. Come on, man. Stop being stupid. Part of the meme. Keep it up, bro. I love the exposure. I love the followers I'm getting. Let's keep it up, bro. I've been killing it with the wagers. I've been destroying everybody in these wagers, bro. I love it. Keep it up, bro. Keep up the exposure.
This worked decently well, and definitely in Aiden's favor. Even that response video on Twitter got significantly more traction than one of his giveaway tweets. So the natural course of action would be to amplify everything, which is exactly what Aiden did. The live wager matches, normally 2v2 and 2K, were upped in amount and therefore intensity, and Aiden was also now playing Grand Theft Auto, but not in a standard multiplayer lobby, where you die in a few seconds to someone flying a motorcycle. He was specifically playing on roleplay servers that were ramping up in popularity partly due to the pandemic. The purpose of these servers was on the social interactions rather than the mindless shooting, though that was at times also part of it.
Okay, okay.
Put your fucking gun down, bitch.
Okay, okay.
What's wrong with you?
Please, please, fuck. Let's go. Oh my god.
What was Aiden's bread and butter was his quote-unquote sus roleplaying, as to speak. Typically with a friend like Nate Grimes, who was also in the 2K community and also in XT, the 2K clan Aiden was in.
Aiden, yo, baby, what pants do you want to wear? These?
Number 14, booty short.
It didn't take long for his viewers to favor his GTA streams over his 2K ones, especially when he'd confront other content creators. This is an interaction he had with another creator from the other creator's perspective.
Huh? You like that ass, huh, Lo? You like that fucking ass, Polo? Why don't you touch it? Touch my ass.
The result of this change-up in content was he doubled viewers in less than a month, going from around 300 to over 600 on average. This increase in attention went both ways, as tweets during this time allude to unfavorable events taking place. To that end, the DDoSing seemed to be a persistent issue. It didn't help that he was perpetually sick and was again denied a Twitch partnership. Regardless, he carried on and kept streaming and growing. As he grew, specifically in April, things were not adding up, because he did well to promote the 2K clan he was in. Yet Nate and others that were running it decided to promote a newcomer to captain rather than Aiden. But in the end, this decision worked very much in Aiden's favor. It didn't take long for other 2K clans to offer him a spot. The one he ended up taking was for Always Excelling, or AE for short, ran by a quite prominent figure in the 2K community. It was there where he met Bronny James, who is the son of LeBron James. This holding that much more weight considering the game that they were playing. Though Aiden left the clan shortly after joining, he and Bronny remained good friends and often played wager matches against other duos. These wagers started at about $100, and through the course of about 2 months, slowly rose up to $2,000. This again doubled his viewers to where he was getting well over 1,000 live concurrent viewers on average. Everything was going well, but not perfect. He did finally get accepted as a Twitch partner, and soon after hit 1,500 free subscribers on Twitch, which are paid subscribers. That alone, not considering donations, was already a pretty hefty amount earned. But he was still battling stomach issues that brought on rapid weight loss.
I missed 2 days of streaming, and you guys know it's not like me. I'm very consistent. I've been killing it. I've been grinding really hard lately. The past 2 days, I've really just been thinking, overly concerned about my health, what's going on. I lost 10 pounds over the past few weeks, and it's due to my digestive system fucking up, and I'm trying to get that right before, I really put all I got back into my streaming and stuff.
Still, in true Aiden fashion, he continued to prevail because of his wager matches, sus actions, and so on. This all paled in comparison to what happened in June of 2020. After winning a $2,000 wager match with Bronny, Aiden hears a familiar voice coming through Bronny's microphone.
Yeah, I had to.
Wait, is that LeBron? No, hold on, B. Wait, hold on, bro. Can I say hi? Yeah. LeBron?
Is this LeBron?
Yo, first of all, I gotta say, gigantic fan. I love you. I don't want to be a fanboy, but like, I love you.
That's all respect, man. I appreciate it.
And look, that's right. Look, listen, me and B, we swept them, and we did it for Cleveland.
I love it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nice meeting you, man.
Hey, nice meeting you.
Keep it going, all right?
Yeah, all right, bro.
The effect this had was immediate. There were articles, new viewers, the works, and immediately Aiden's average viewer count rose from hovering around 1.5 thousand to 2.5 thousand. But in Aiden's world, things can never run smoothly, because just a day later, he was suspended from Twitch again. This time, it was for having someone on his stream that was banned from Twitch, and the suspension was to last a week. At a crucial time where he was meant to capitalize on his newfound attention, he could only sit back and bide his time. But rest assured, when he wasn't banned once more on June 15th, he was ready and even hit a new milestone of 100,000 followers on Twitch. From here, he continued to up the ante. More wager matches with bigger bets. His clip of him talking to LeBron James showed no signs of dying down, and just 1 month later, he had over 4,000 Twitch subs, which again are paid subscribers. A better testament for his growth was for the month of July, he was the most viewed NBA 2K20 streamer on Twitch. With that kind of viewership, it was no surprise that he got offered a contract to stream 2K21, but hadn't accepted it yet. What he did accept was early access to 2K21, and unrelated, he also took on a different type of sponsorship, one that divides controversy because of its nature, which is gambling, being promoted to a presumably young audience. He was paid $25,000, or so he claims, to showcase an online gambling service. Being that this stream is not existent on YouTube, it is also a possibility that the $25,000 he was getting paid was just the amount given for him to gamble in exchange for the promotion. And at this point, partly due to Aiden's size, there wasn't much in terms of conversation around it, as his main form of content was still 2K20, or now 2K21, as seen on the screenshot providing an early showcase of it on Twitch. Here it shows he has 40,000 concurrent viewers. It was also around this time that he wasn't going under his most recent name change, which was Aiden 2 Puncho. Instead, he was now just going under Aiden Ross, a Twitch streamer that was starting to grow rapidly out of his community, where he got both much support and some pushback for his sus actions. It was not that, however, that got him trending worldwide on Twitter. It was the terrible state of NBA 2K21 on next-generation consoles, specifically the PS5, where it looks like it got him banned as whatever system was in place to monitor bug abuses inaccurately flagged his console and was banned as a consequence. Though the ban was remedied, it only highlighted the problem with the game's broken state. That is when Aiden promoted the hashtag #MakeTwoKFun again. Aiden, a mega fan of the 2K series and promoter of the new game, was no longer seen as such, especially on a corporate level, where he lost any chance of obtaining a streaming contract with them or continue to pay promotion of the product. And this was a very, very good thing. Not at the moment, of course, but as Aiden had to abandon his mainstay series, it forced him to experiment in other avenues like continued sessions of GTA roleplay, which his audience loved. By the end of the month, they showed a tremendous amount of support as Aiden hit 10,000 subscribers on Twitch. Aiden continued experimenting with more socially focused rather than game-focused streams. He even started doing e-date streams. The premise was to have several guys in a single Discord chat and allow them to compete for a girl. Every round, she would ask a question, and depending on the answers, certain contestants would be eliminated.
Shut the fuck up, bloody fuck you!
He's laughing, bro. With my stuff in the law, bro.
Shut the fuck up, stupid bastard, bitch. I will slap the... Shut the fuck up. I will suck your dick, you stupid bastard. Fuck you.
So, what's your question?
Alright,
sorry.
It goes without saying that this was not done to find companionship, but as Aiden's audience veered towards younger viewers, that aspect was likely not picked up on. And that is not at all a terrible thing. Actually, it is quite important when it comes to growth, because as quick as a younger developing audience may lose interest in a creator, they also have more freedom to watch creators and dedicate a fair portion of their time to consuming their content, to the point that it may become a topic of discussion at something like school. That is one of the reasons that Aiden was growing to such an insane degree, and now the abnormal amount of views he was getting prior was now what was to be expected. The 40,000 concurrent viewers when he had early access to 2K21 was the standard amount of viewership for his E-Date streams.
Yeah, bro, buddy.
We have 37K with no hosts, no features, 37 fucking thousand.
Leaving only the most smooth or entertaining contestants. One note was Rescum that helped Aiden out by appearing as a competitor in the E-Date streams and also behind the scenes where he connected him to other large creators. Even though it seemed at this point, with Aiden's growth, that was unnecessary, as large creators were flocking to him and the absurd things that took place on his streams, evident through the gambling sponsorships and the high Twitch subscriber count. Aiden, now back in Florida, was in a very different place he was the year before, and not just in terms of location. Aiden grew his channel from averaging about 100 viewers a stream to 400 times as many viewers. To repeat that growth in 2021 for a live streamer would quite literally be impossible, as such a number would trump the total current Twitch viewership. And though he couldn't do the impossible, he could do the unthinkable, or at least unexpected, by getting rappers one after another on his streams, where he'd both troll them and have conversations with them on a live streaming platform known primarily for gaming. But how exactly did an e-dating streamer get from here to here? Some specifics are up in the air, but it started when the e-date streams became stale, and he was on the prowl for a new entertaining
Hermit.
content. And
Welcome
he
to
didn't
my
have go
channel.
Far,
Oh.
because what he ended up streaming was more GTA
Well-
roleplay, with the added twist that now, due to being a notable figure with a large
I'm caught red-handed. Yeah. Hello, Hermit. Sorry for the for not like putting title. I guess it couldn't hurt to like put it as like a last epoch. It's like a Path of Exile light version. I kind of hate changing like every time I swap the game. And going off the radar is kind of nice. When people just like drop in and they say, "Oh, what you're playing?" and I say, "It's a last epoch," and they say, "Oh, it's that game." Yeah. Anyway, it kind of bugs me. Is Hermit actually streaming today? Interesting. The fuck? Oh. Oh, yeah. You aren't. Oh, oh well. Anyway. Sorry, you want it to be like a sneaky? Oh, yes. That's fine. Oh, my lord. Can I move? Okay. So here is me talking to myself, like if anybody remembers old game like Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger, and you had like a world map and like locations, and you could like time travel like between certain areas and certain locations, and you would meet different people at different like time, or some forests would regrow after like I don't know, 1,000 years or something, or some places would decay, or you would have like a end of time location. Yeah, this game is basically like some of that and something like a light Diablo mix. If Diablo 4 would have this system of like upgrading skills like this game and picking your subclass, like any of this, it would be probably a good game. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyway. And maybe oh, you didn't announce stream for Hunt. I see. Maybe later. Who knows?
Large platform had access to role-playing servers containing other content creators, including rappers, and their own servers like almost all GTA roleplay servers modded to this game. T Grizzly's theme, like others, seemed to revolve around GTA Gang Wars. Aiden, as he did, approached T Grizzly and did his typical routine.
Yo, T. Yo, T, I really gotta tell you something, bro. I wanted to say I appreciate you, bro, for having us on the server.
Hey, no, for sure, man. I appreciate y'all for being
And also,
here.
I love your dick inside of me.
Oh my God. Yo.
With Aiden being an entertaining figure, the two built up a lasting friendship. And though T was initially uncomfortable with Aiden's advances, he soon embraced them, as well as Aiden's persona and group, established as SSB, short for Stacy's Step Bros, became regulars on T's server.
And if you ever step foot on the SSB headquarters, I will blow your head off. And I'm not talking about your head, I'm talking about your dick.
I'm on the way. We about to...
Nah.
As for the origin of the name SSB, it comes from Aiden's at the time girlfriend, Stacy, a woman who Aiden met on Monkey at a very early point in his career, and through Twitter and other online interactions, showed great appreciation for. While it is hard to pinpoint the exact reason that name was chosen, clips and skits allude to her jokingly taking on the role of an adult actress, and Aiden's friends are her step bros in that scenario.
Guys.
Everybody's saying SSB on top.
Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. Talk to them. Actually talk to them. Okay?
Oh my god, you guys, don't tell Aiden this, but like, I literally have a big load of laundry to get out. It's so, like, I don't know, I'm gonna need help, so I was wondering if like any volunteers, my stepbrothers would like want to come help me.
That's how Aiden and his crew got the name, and why Aiden chose it as the name for his own GTA roleplay server that was to be known as SSB World. While it had similar characteristics to other role-playing servers, the big pull was its unique maps that were meant to represent New York and LA. This was to be a big move, because Aiden being in control of his own server could lead to more control over the content he'd want to make, and more money as these servers are often laden in microtransactions. This was all happening while Aiden was continually battling his IBS that was very prominent even in 2020 and only made worse by the stress of his continued growth on Twitch. Where normally, creators' slow rise make it easier to transition into the spotlight, Aiden was thrust upon it. The benefit of such a thing was the money. It is around January that Aiden claimed he got a massive check from Twitch and SSB World. Something else Aiden was doing in his GTA roleplay server was flirting with women. He even had an in-game girlfriend. This is partly the reason why, in February of 2021, Aiden announced that Stacy and him were no longer together. It is here that Aiden speaks on how he is worried about changing, and declares he won't change for the views. Even though this continued growth, even since May of last year, has been taking a toll on his health.
I'm just not excited anymore. I feel inhumane and I feel soulless in a way. I didn't sell my soul or anything like that, but lately I've just been fucking drained, bro. And it affected my relationship with my girlfriend, and it made me become a bad boyfriend to my girlfriend.
Isadora's
I lost my
revenge,
ways,
okay.
bro. Like I'm telling you guys, like, I'm not the same Aiden. You know what I mean? When it comes to like maturity, though, I believe that I'm still here as a person. You guys know that I haven't changed for the Twitch views and all that shit. But I start to question and doubt myself because of what's happening, how things can go. Chat, have I changed the way I act on stream? Be honest. Have I went on? Like, be honest with me. No, motherfucker, I'm Aiden, and I won't change. When I'm 40 years old, I will still fry you, motherfuckers.
Breakups, stress, and general low points in life invite change. Whether it is wanted or not, drastic decisions are made when people feel they are at their lowest points. And for Aiden, this change happened to be in the form of moving back to California from Florida. Aiden, now newly single, took advantage of his freedom and monetized it with the help of his GTA girlfriend, Corinna Kampf. Because it is no surprise that children and overall younger audience members gravitate towards more salacious content. Aiden very much knew this, and used it in his favor going as far back as the Monkey streams. Now he's using it with his pseudo relationship chock full of crafted dramas to keep young audience members entertained. Because Aiden's always seeking out a larger audience, he needs to extract this. He needs to amplify this however he can to get that even larger audience he seeks. His record of around 50,000 viewers for the launch of SSB World was to be crushed when he streamed himself with Corinna Kampf in person. And after hitting a subscriber goal, they kissed to an audience that was hovering a little below 100,000 views. FaZe Banks even called in afterwards, demanding another kiss, knowing full well how well this was doing for Aiden. That's why the following day, they repeated this in a hot tub where they surpassed 100,000 concurrent viewers and peaked at 148,000. It may have been higher if it wasn't for the constant streaming issues. Then Aiden posted this image of FaZe Banks and Ricegum. Not included in this picture was 3 others. The others that would all move into a new creator house meant to stir collaboration and growth amongst their channels by living together. The house members are notable for their respective achievements.
Death One Piece.
Still, one stands out
Welcome
above the
to my
rest in
channel.
Aiden's story. A TikToker by the name of Pammy Baby for the exact reason one might think. On that topic, prior to moving into the creator house, Aiden Ross stated that public relationships don't work, and privately he also said he saw Pammy as a sister.
Chat, relationships online don't work out. They just don't. Public relationships just don't work.
Still, in March of 2020, he asked her out live on stream to where he was rejected, so certainly this wouldn't go anywhere.
Would you ever want to consider ever being my girlfriend?
Aiden, I'm gonna fight you.
What?
Gee, no.
Why?
I'm gonna stay home.
Okay. Yeah, I feel that. Nah, I'm straight. I'm good.
What was going somewhere was this new idea. A new series of collaborations that could be sourced from his naturally formed connections with T. Grizzly and his very own SSB world that was growing in popularity. Aiden himself was the talk of the town. He was the hardest working member of his content house. He even bought himself a new nice car. It was no secret that he could pull in views. He very much knew what position he was in and how as he grew it could be easier to collaborate with established rappers.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, rappers are making a mistake if they don't collab with me. I'm telling you right now. If you're a rapper and you don't collaborate with Aiden on his project, you're a fucking fool.
Aiden was already proving himself to be quite useful with marketing. Take, for example, Travis Scott's new shoes that was revealed on SSB World out of all places. The thing is, with Aiden's story is there's always something happening. A mistake, a controversy, there's always disdain around. For March, it was probably the most serious in terms of what it meant for future brand deals. To explain that, we have to talk about Myers Leonard, a professional basketball player that while raging on a video game said an anti-Semitic slur live. That's when Aiden Ross responded on Instagram, "The world is so soft." He immediately walked this back as he explained he didn't view the video of Myers Leonard saying that word, and relied on the top comment that gave the wrong information about Myers Leonard saying the N-word and it should be okay because he's half black. What Aiden didn't know is that Myers Leonard didn't say the N-word and isn't half black. That's when viewers informed Aiden of this, and he discussed it once more. After this, everything seemed swell. He continued to get connections with rappers, and even decided he was going to make his own face-style clan under the umbrella of SSB that was being rebranded to Some Sus Boys. The contrast between a business organization can be interesting, at least when put next to what is normally taken as a criminal one. As Aiden Ross associating more and more with rappers, some, not all, tend to affiliate themselves with different organizations or are known for being somehow connected to violent crimes. These actions tend to bleed into their music, such as in the song Who I Smoke. This song is aimed at disrespecting specific people who are deceased. One of the deceased was brother of rapper Julio. The reason this is being explained is because Aiden didn't know the context of this song, but his friends did. And on April 1st, 2021, it looks like they decided to play a prank by having him sing that song.
Wait. Those are real people?
Yeah, he said, yeah, those are real people. Billy is a real nigga. Oh, phone them.
And they gonna make a video of smacking the shit out of you. And you gonna look just like how you looking. No, don't touch that. Nah,
hey, that 100 get finna go to your GoFundMe for your funeral because your ass finna die, DJ. Fuck you talking about?
Because this stream was live on Twitch, it is an unspoken rule to not speak about real harm to a person, and is why they are talking about him potentially getting hurt in GTA in place of real life. Aiden then goes on Twitter to immediately apologize, framing himself as an ignorant gamer, then continues to stream and listens to the song to apologize to the deceased as they are mentioned in it.
R.I.P. to Biggie, and my condolences and my prayers go out to you and Tiki, I'm from the bottom of my heart, man. I'm genuinely just really apologetic. Okay. I'm very sorry about, everything that happened with that shit too. No 9, again, bro, I'm sorry. Julio, again, bro, I want to apologize to you, bottom of my heart. I would never mean to come across so wrong, bro. If you really don't want me to come to Florida, I won't come anymore. I have family out there, I would like to go, but if you really prefer me not, it's not fun. Hey, guys, it's not funny. Excuse them. They're just, those people in the Discord don't know what they're talking about. I actually think they're got a fever now, bro. No cap. Hey, Folio. Sorry, I'm just staring at it, bro. I'm not even lying to you right now.
In what looks like an attempt to make amends, he tries to play one of Julio's songs, probably as a promotion. But Aiden is in such a daze, he continues to play Who I Smoked and walks away.
I'll be right back, guys. Here, Julio, I'm gonna play your song in the mic, bro.
What followed was an apology done through Instagram Live, where Julio understands the situation completely and forgives Aiden.
Yeah, you good, bro. It's just like, you gotta watch what you say. Like, everybody sending your notifications up. I didn't even know who you was. Everybody spamming me. Like, I'm like, what's going on?
3 days later, one of Aiden's friends goes live, but Aiden thinks he's just recording.
Oh, folks, they'll piss motherfucking yo boy on God.
Recording right now?
Yeah.
Just cut this out. Ooh, I smoke. Say it.
No!
Hell no. You ain't.
Look, Aiden, I'm not recording. I'm fucking lost.
Ain't no lie, bro.
Hey, Julio, come get this nigga before he playing with your top.
The response from Julio came swiftly on Twitter. And again, so did Aiden's apology, where he was forgiven once more. As bad as this was for Aiden at the moment, these interactions went viral. Aiden was no longer trying to get his foot in the door with this community of rappers. He was already in. And it was just that, a community. It wasn't all rappers, it was some other YouTubers and such who knew rappers and those surrounding them. More connections meant more connections and larger streams. The highlights for many were the low points for few, that still didn't like how Aiden was pretending to be a homosexual to get a reaction from rappers. Then again, the majority of viewers didn't care because they saw Aiden's intentions as harmless. And there can be endless debate about it. But the truth in this matter is that this was sort of Aiden's interviewing style. In the essence of Hot Ones, guests are taking part in an uncomfortable interview due to spicy chicken. This takes someone out of their element and makes the interviewee act in different ways than they normally would because of the new environment they have to endure, and it sets it apart from other interviews. S.W.Frost was doing the same, but different. His quote-unquote susness would tear apart barriers of professionalism and bring out enough disgust in his guests to where they couldn't resort to their normal public personas, where no one would dare make them leave butt of a joke. This is to say that the sudden jolt that was Aiden's forwardness could make for more genuine conversations in the streams. It wasn't a normal interview with a professional rapper. It was an inside look to a humanized and playful version of these people no one ever got to see. And it was frankly Aiden's monopoly. The more and more of these rappers that he got on, the more word started to spread. And the interesting part is even those that knew about Aiden and knew what they were in for still wanted to be on his streams that just kept getting more and more attention. Even the few times these rappers reacted negatively arguably got more attention. To provide context, Aiden became friends with Zias, who was well established and liked within the rap community. Side note, Zias got Aiden banned on Twitch for saying the F slur in reference to Aiden's actions towards him, but was quickly unbanned. As terrible as an introduction as this was, it was remedied rather fast, as Zias could prove he could provide content and introduced Aiden to Polo G, who was a famous rapper. But it wasn't exactly that scenario, because he introduced Aiden as a rapper with talent, which is where this video came from.
Yo, I'm in this stew with the deuce. Popping up with two and juice. Yeah, I just got done sucking on a gun. I mean, wait, fucking on a gun. I'm about to put a blunt in my mouth. I'm about to go out and take this place. Yeah? Fuck you.
As Aiden does, he continued to prod, this time on Instagram where he said Polo is so fine bro, where Polo reacted negatively to where Aiden later apologized. These weren't isolated incidents either. Some even got physical, like in this clip where he was manhandled by Ski Mask security guards after touching Ski Mask one too many times.
Why you gotta caress it like that?
Sorry.
Sorry. You don't gotta caress it, man.
Oh, shit.
Moments like these made certain Aiden's streams and community continue to grow. His streams were performing amazingly, to the point that they were surpassing 100,000 return viewers regularly. But where was Aiden at this point? That answer is difficult to ascertain, because he was succeeding and was continually proud of that fact. But this growth, this introduction to new communities and new intense situations were taking its toll. First, it was his audience. Aiden being a troll is an exchange of sorts. He welcomes toxicity to only the limits that Twitch itself sets. He allows and even embraces some of his worst viewers for the sake of entertainment and growth. These viewers, not really caring about his well-being and really more the entertainment, will try to develop as many enemies as he can for Aiden by contacting rappers or creators alike he has spoken offhandedly of and sell them a message that this Twitch influencer is out to get them, though that couldn't be further from the truth. And these viewers know this, they just want more drama.
You guys are toxic as fuck! But I love it!
As much as he shrugs it off, it does take its toll when he transitions from a supportive audience to one that harasses him non-stop for missing a single day of streaming, as does his distance from his family.
Like I said, I trusted him. So when he said he was going to do that, and he told me he'd be able to pay the bills and do well, everything's come true that he said, that he said would come true.
You guys gotta understand, bro. This motherfucker really, like, believed in me, bro, from the jump. Like, that's crazy. He really, like, believed in me, bro. Like, nobody believed in me. All of them, I don't even know if I could talk right now to him, bro. Just break down and shit. You know? I don't even know if I can fucking, follow him right now. Miss him a lot, bro. I miss my family a lot. I even offered, like, I'm making good money now on Twitch, and thank you guys so much for putting me an opportunity to do it. And I don't have to be out here for a little bit. It's kind of like I'm on a business trip. I got to really grind hard on YouTube and make music and collaborate with a bunch of people and start up my orgs and stuff. And doing this shit only for one reason. That's just to make sure my family just get everything they want.
His situation, where he was surrounded by people yet lonely, was something he openly talked about, as it became harder and harder for him to find people that he could trust. Through it all was his biggest fear that he would change for the worst, but was dedicated to fight against it every step of the way.
You guys still treat me the same too, which I appreciate. A lot of people don't even treat me the same, guys. Family members. Shit is so weird. I hate LA, guys. I hate it here. I really don't like it here. I don't want to be in LA for much longer, bro. People are fake. People just try to mooch and use people. People treat people differently with more followers. It's disgusting.
On the brighter side of things, in April, he asked Pammy if she liked him more than a friend.
You like me?
Of course.
Like, as a what? Like more than a friend? Alright, fire. I'm gonna wrap this up and hit you back.
Or just come to my room.
Okay, I'm gonna see you in a little bit.
This didn't take long to evolve into a relationship that just a month prior had no possibility to be such a thing. And that was what made Aiden special. He could change situations. He was young, talented, motivational, but not invincible.
It's just right now, I'm with Pammy, it's different. She keeps me grounded. She does it too. She doesn't get insecure about anything because she realizes that everything I do is content entertainment wise, right? So it's a lot different with Pammy. I'm grounded. I'm very grounded right now. So
yeah, you seem like pretty determined to keep a cool head on your shoulders. Like, is this something that you're thinking about?
Dude, Adam, that's the one thing that gets to me when people say, "Yo, Aiden, you changed." I hate it. I don't know why it just gets to me so much. It's like, I get it. Like the numbers have changed, my growth has changed, my content has changed. But one thing about me that I can say is I've never changed as a person, my morals. So it's like, I try to keep myself as grounded as much as possible because, like, it's just like that shit gets to me. That is the one thing that just gets to me. Aiden, you changed. I hate it.
Here is where and why things got worse. With his sudden rise to fame, it may have been jealousy or the accepted narrative that Aiden has a primarily child audience that had other streamers like Ludwig and some of his associates disparaging him and his viewers.
All I know, they literally only know 2 letters of the alphabet.
Okay, his viewers,
W and L.
his viewers are like the kids in high school who want YouTube. You know, like, oh, like, I like rap, I like, you know, like this sort of stuff. I kind of like hype YouTube.
Aiden responded to this offended that someone would attack his audience, as that can be a low blow, only for Aiden to do the exact same thing right after.
Pimple-faced, four-eyed people with social problems watch you guys, bro. And on top of all that, hold on. Here's what I'm trying to say though. Like, it's like, bro, I'm not even trying to be mean. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's like you're disrespecting my viewers, bro.
This situation is small but massive. It is a small, pointless spat, but massive in the sense that it highlights possibly Aiden's biggest weakness. He excels in being entertaining and winning the favor of those you wouldn't expect him to. This works in scenarios where entertainment is the prime focus. When it comes to debate, or matters where critical thinking is important, Aiden falls short in every aspect. He can't think or form a proper argument, and the more he tries to speak in his defense, the more it is clear how much he lacks and is easier to take down. This is why it is here, the middle of 2021, that the cracks really start to show, and it is the beginning of Aiden's downfall. Not only in terms of viewership, as he will never maintain the average concurrent viewership he got during the beginning of 2021, but also in terms of how people began to view him, and the belief that he was changing, starting with his promotion of MILF Token, a run-of-the-mill shitty crypto token that Aiden was paid to promote, and promote he did, but not very well.
Let me go ahead and buy a MILF real quick. Bro, what does it mean insufficient funds? Can you view my stream real quick and tell me how to buy some milk? It says insufficient Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. What do I do now? Okay. Yeah. Wait, what do I do now?
Alright, now just click that real quick. No. Yeah, no.
Dude, I just want to get my blow-up doll, bro!
Yo, baby, so go ahead and click.
Okay. What do I do, bro? Okay. Yeah. Nope. Okay. My balls itch so bad, bro. Oh.
There you go.
Yay, now I have MILF, right? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Personally, I like dicks, so...
You can give Aiden the benefit of the doubt that somehow he really believed this token was going to take off, and any of the supporters that bought it will greatly benefit from it. But here is MILF Token the day Aiden promoted it. It peaked after a crash and never recovered, meaning that if you purchased this token the moment Aiden sponsored it, with the benefit of hindsight, it was an immediate loss in cash. For someone that at the beginning of the year tweeted out money doesn't buy happiness, he did love getting a lot of it. The argument can also be provided that he changed his mind on this perspective. That can be combated with these two tweets, the first one reading, quote, "Please remember, money does not make you happy. It helps a lot, and it is a blessing to have, but it doesn't solve all problems and doesn't make you feel happy and filled. I promise you, lots of the richest billionaires that, quote-unquote, run the world are miserable as fuck," unquote. The other one sent as a reply reads, quote, "More money, more problems. See how people treat you differently, especially family, having $1 million in your account," unquote. The irony is that if you look at the dates, they are posted on the same day. Not just the same day of each other, but also the same day Aiden promoted MILF Token. Things were not adding up, and it only got worse. Not just because he short banned in the end of May for sexual content while playing Grand Theft Auto, but also because of the contradictions of his character. Take for example this interview in July, where Aiden shows great love and support for his fans, and understands he is in a place for them to retreat to when things are dire in their own lives.
In a way, like, especially now, a lot of these kids is like escape and like fix, you know what I mean? So it's like a lot of people are entertained, and I'm sure you guys are, someone's fix, like someone watching this podcast is like, damn, like I'm really like getting my mind off of my crazy personal shit I have going on to watch the podcast.
Yeah.
Same thing, you know what I mean?
Then, as a contrast of sorts, this clip gained popularity where Aiden talks about MILF Token.
Yeah, by the way, that MILF Token shit I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. How many of you guys actually bought it?
The same month of that clip, this one also gained large attention.
Wait.
It is rather boring, as nothing looks to have happened in 10 seconds. It only gets interesting if you freeze here, showing that Aiden isn't taking an offer for a gambling site that he was previously sponsored with because the money wasn't enough, making it clear he was going with other gambling sites where these sponsorships were in the range of millions of dollars a month. Again, this made things worse for Aiden.
It's so cool to know about you guys are watching me, like, literally don't have jobs and shit, and like... No, listen, because they're kids. No, they're kids. No. You guys are kids. Like, you guys are in high school and shit. I didn't have a lot of jobs in high school.
All this happening in such a short time stirred the pot. and in an attempt to come out in front of it, he says he wasn't part of the crypto scam, and he may not have benefited from buying the tokens and selling them as they rose, but he did promote and got paid for it like other dislike content creators did. So likely to defend himself, he went on the H3 podcast, where after much pressure and unable to sway H3 or the other hosts, Aiden veers heavily towards not accepting any future gambling sponsorships or the like, as the discussion progresses into the dangers of addiction.
So are we going to continue? So now that we've kind of talked about the gambling thing, is this something you want to continue, or is this something you're planning on winding down?
You make me rethink about it now, bro. Honestly, like I'm not even just saying that. Like, it's just something that just doesn't click right for me. You know, it's gray for sure. You know, I've just never seen this life-changing money in front of me in front of a table like that. You know what I mean?
I get it.
But
It's money. I get it.
It's just definitely something, bro. Like, now I'm gonna think about. It's like, so again, I have a current deal, right? Obviously, and the deal is pretty much almost up. You know, I plan on probably not taking that again.
Then later, Aiden takes on more and more of these sponsors, but not before CoffeeZilla, a highly influential creator known for exposing scams, mainly relating to cryptocurrency, covers Aiden Ross and his promotion of No Token, providing a graph showing just how much of an effect Aiden possibly had on the token, and potentially his audience.
Sometimes more. So, what do you think it's worth to have Aiden Ross promote your coin? We know they paid him about $200,000 to promote the coin. Let's take a look at the next day. And I did you the favor of putting it into a bar chart. We're getting fancy around here. Yeah, turns out it was pretty good, guys. The day of Aiden Ross's promo, the bad promo, bro. Hey, it was a bad promo. They got $19 million in 24-hour volume. $19 million. Probably half of that's buy, half of that's sell, roughly, since the price stayed roughly the same. So let's say we've got $9 million in sell orders taking place that day. Somebody offloaded $9 million onto who's the new buyer? Aiden Ross's fans.
People taking note of Aiden's relationship with gambling and crypto was still in its early stages. What took the attention from it was the rest of the chaos that was his streams, and even lack thereof, with the ban applied early July 2021 because when at a red light, while streaming, he looked at his phone. With every applied ban, he fears the one that will be permanent. Lucky for him, this one wasn't. Unlucky for him, during a fan meetup, he was swatted. It was even made into a GTA-style edit. Lucky for him, though, they laughed after they realized the call was a farce. Unlucky for him, 2 cops showed up and still arrested him. Again, lucky for him, those 2 new sets of cops were fake, made obvious by their uniforms. And then unlucky for him, there was massive backlash. And finally, lucky for him, a friend called the fake set of cops without his knowledge, and absolved him of faking what is normally a very dangerous thing. And this chaos persisted. Through this tweet, he reveals his new number was leaked and he somehow lost $200,000 and later claims that this month was the worst month of his life. One of the reasons could be that he was nearly forced to move out of the creator house he was in because of DDoSing that was still an issue, and that, among Aiden, was affecting the other creators. That was just the creator house that he was part of. His own personal creator group, SSB, was having infighting in situations revolving around creator harassing women that took zero interest in said creator. Aiden, seeing the chaos and lack of maturity with some of the creators within the group, made the announcement to refute that as well. This led to elevated levels of stress, which made it more respectable that he continued to stream throughout it all. Until he didn't by the end of 2021. His average hours were about half of what they were for the beginning of the year. His growth, at least follower-wise, had plateaued, and will never reach that growth nor consistently average 100,000 viewers a stream like he did in April and May of 2021. The novelty had worn out, and he could not find anything that could top interviewing rappers. There was no next step. Then again, there didn't have to be. He carved out his own audience and a unique niche. And like every single established streamer, continued rapid growth is impossible, as everyone eventually plateaus and coasts comfortably. That for Aiden meant averaging 40,000 concurrent viewers while gambling or playing GTA. And as Aiden was stating, he'd rather now live comfortably than continue striving for higher numbers that induce higher levels of stress that nearly got him to quit streaming entirely. Additionally, a fair bit of the drop in views was due to him taking breaks around this time. Through his controversies, or really just different ways of trolling rappers, he made it clear that he could drum up more attention to his streams whenever he wanted. He was even doing well on his YouTube, where Lil Uzi's freestyle on his livestream was now his most viewed video. As for other rappers that took less favorably to him, he could still benefit from them whether he wanted to or not. Take this tier list for example. Around the 7-minute mark, Aiden puts rapper Kodak Black in the very talented section right below the highest tier. Aiden's fans then took to social media and informed Kodak of the situation, but not really. Aiden's fans tend to lie and inform his opposition that Aiden is doing something much more malicious just to get something rolling. And it worked. As a reaction, Kodak threatened Aiden Ross, and Aiden now being subject to various threats from rappers and viewers alike, he saw little danger in another threat. For that reason, he started to call them on their bluff, and it was working because Kodak later took back that threat. But more important was without the fear of repercussion, and Aiden's successful call of the bluff meant that he could continue to troll any that opposed him, like Youngboy a month later that dissed Aiden in one of his tracks. This was all just the Aiden Ross cycle, from e-dates to beef and friendships with other rising content creators and rappers. Aiden had developed and was cycling through this for the starting months of 2022. He was now even promising to reimburse anyone that lost money due to the perfect promotion he did last year. He may have stagnated, yes, but more importantly, he was doing decently for himself. Until he was banned mid-April indefinitely. Unlike his previous bans, this one remains a bit of a mystery because there is no glaring answer. But there are theories. This comes from this clip where Aiden says the F slur. But he wasn't even on his own stream. He was on a phone call with another streamer that was live, and this call happened more than a week before his ban was actually applied. This was his longest ban yet, and not knowing how long it would last, like his many previous bans, built up more tension. He of course was unbanned a little more than 2 weeks later. So we know that this ban didn't stick. Interestingly, however, the situation around the ban itself highlighted almost everything that Aiden was disliked for. We can start with more general aspects, like the moment he was unbanned, he did a higher end promotion for stake, likely to make up for his absence. And going back to the clip where Aiden said the F slur, he was talking to your rage about getting hit offline and how that was affecting their contracts with stake, as it made it more difficult to fulfill those required hours.
Don't care, bro. I do
I
that.
know, I gotta get my steak hours in.
Oh yeah, you do, bro. You
Like,
do.
bro, why? Is there like a new exploit? How is this kid doing my shit, bro?
Yeah. I don't know. He did you again? He got you again?
Yes, bro. Like this kid.
Oh my lord.
This didn't help Aiden's already shaky relationship with the LGBTQ+ community. To briefly go over the history of why that is, it is largely because of his sus actions that, and in July of 2021, writing off the controversy of MILF Token, Aiden, to prove he is not homophobic, promised to make a donation.
Real recognize real. I'm not a bad person. If anyone's saying I'm homophobic, I literally am donating percentages of my stream revenue to you know, the LG community. I'm donating to a bunch of other communities.
Only naming off 2 letters on accident made it look like he was ignoring the others on purpose. And it didn't help that LG is a well-known corporation. Fast forward a month later, after he was unbanned, he was now talking to Andrew Tate, which is disliked in many circles, including LGBTQ+ communities. Tate is known for his motivational speeches as much as he is known for being a master manipulator, who through his webcam business and his new ventures, he has kept the same target audience of young males, which is primarily Aiden's audience. But this hardly matters if your goal is to walk a balance of just enough controversy to keep your stream interesting enough to not be banned. A balance that Aiden is familiar with, even if things don't always go how they're planned. That is why his most viewed stream was his first one with Andrew Tate that peaked at 266,000 concurrent viewers. Also, the ban the month prior only increased interest in Aiden Ross. Maybe Aiden just really needed 2 weeks off, or his viewers really missed him. Whatever it was, his streams were doing well, nearing even the average viewership that his early 2021 streams got. It is also important to note that Tate is quite the controversial figure that was making waves through social media mid-2022. Tate is a provocateur that people look down on and up to for many reasons. It wrote a perfect line of controversy, enough to boost his numbers and enough for him to have continued live streams with him. The stream itself starts off relatively tame, with Aiden prodding Tate about his least controversial aspects. Throughout it all, Tate disparages Aiden and Aiden plays along. After all, it is not wise to scare away someone that is giving you so much content.
No, if you were 35, you wouldn't be fat. 21, yes, you are fat. You're out of shape for a 21-year-old. You're out, young man. You're 21 years old. You have all the time in the world. How do I fix you when you're so fundamentally broken?
I don't shower every day. Okay, so a person like me, my shower routine is damn, it's your third cigar. Holy fuck. Okay, so a person like me, I will get in the shower.
Wait. You think 3 cigars are gonna damage the top?
No, I never said that. I was like, damn, that's a lot.
You think that's a lot?
I'm just saying, bro, like, damn, you can take a lot.
Yeah, just saying, but be careful what you fucking say.
Sorry, Patrick.
Then it goes further than that, with Aiden continuously praising Tate throughout the stream, talking about how they have good chemistry.
Bro, I feel like me and you, when we flow, do you get this vibe? Like, I don't know, we have chemistry.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk forever.
Aiden then remarks how Tate throughout this very tame conversation would mean no harm through his actions, and he believes this may be his best stream of all time, and not just because of his total viewers.
I think that the way you sometimes you address shit, I could see how people are like, whoa, you know, like pointing fingers and shit. But I think if they have an actual intellectual deep conversation with you, you mean no harm, I feel like. And I feel like you're just very direct. And you don't really have any filter. Alright, peace. I love that guy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This might be my best stream I've ever had in my entire life.
Other streamers in the Twitch community, and particularly those that dislike Tate and his statements, such as XQC, wanted to get access to him, especially after how much Aiden liked him.
Bro, I'm trolling, bro. Like, do I really think the Matrix is stopping this shit? No. Bro, I'm trolling, bro. Come on.
Nah, I think even last time in the fucking dating show, what the fuck. See, a lot of times, you are kind of dick-writing it. When you nod your head and you say yes, it's kind of like soft. But it's still there.
I feel like Aiden is
there's
just
bad
easily.
takes.
I feel like Aiden's just easily persuaded.
Yes, he is.
I think the motherfucker talking just has to sound like he knows what he's talking about. And Aiden be like, oh.
As a man, your life is not important. That's life. That's how it goes for men.
She has always listened to me.
So when you talk about movements as a whole,
but
men had too much honor and they understood that it's women and children first.
Wow.
Because they understood if someone has to die, it should be the man. Are taking all their tractors into the city and walking the whole city. They put tax to the point where Google it. All the farms are going out of business. Every farm is going out of business, and they're all going to be bought by an international conglomerate, and he's going to own all of it.
While there are some philosophical and more opinionated questions, there was no change in views anywhere throughout. So the end result of this pseudo debate was really nothing. If both XQC and Aiden get viewers out of this, what does Tate get? That answer comes easy. It's what any guest gets. A promotion that again ties to the opposition of Tate and how he is labeled the drifter in his online training course. Aiden Ross, may be more ignorant of the fact, hosts the exact audience of young men Tate wants. And Tate masks this masterfully. He disparages Aiden and treats him like he can avoid his calls at any point in time, making it seem like he is an asset to Aiden as he continues to provide innovation, but arguably, Aiden is more of an asset to Tate as he continues to promote his service.
It's called the War Room. But inside of the War Room, so that's another reason the War Room exists. My organization, listen, you need to get inside the War Room. Hostels.com, Hostels University, or the War Room. The War Room, Hostels University, War Room. Hostels University, I have the War Room, Hostels University, that kind of thing.
If I go to the bathroom real quick, and eat, can you hold a conversation with my viewers?
Sure. All right, guys, so Hostels University, 18 modern wealth creation methods. All right. A lot of people are...
No! Stop! No!
I'll be right back.
There's some lies on the internet saying it's a pyramid scheme.
If Aiden was able to influence the trade volume of a shifty scam coin in such a way, it is telling of how much promotion Aiden was giving Tate comparative to the boost in views Aiden was getting from it. This could be why their relationship developed so fast, as just 10 days after their initial meet, Aiden calls Tate his life coach, and is contemplating paying a visit to Tate.
I know, yo, I'm actually coming on, I actually am gonna come over here.
I don't believe you, you're a liar.
No, I'm gonna invest, and I'm gonna pay you my life coach.
doesn't require me, can I sleep at your house?
Sure.
And at this point, these collaborations, working more so in Tate's favor, still worked to Aiden's benefit. Aiden played the role of the oblivious entertainer that made people laugh. Tate continued to be a motivational provocateur, and those that opposed him continued to oppose him. From the month of August onward, for Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross, things only went downhill. This wasn't so much about views, but more so events that surrounded them. To start, Aiden bought a new car and just moved into a penthouse in Miami with his girlfriend Tammy, and Aiden actually streamed from this location with Tate. Even though Aiden just moved into this new location, he already experienced his first swatting. It is never a good feeling to not feel safe in your own home, and it is soul-crushing when a boon of moving, like safety, is destroyed right out the gate. As for Tate, by the end of the month, he was banned on multiple social media platforms. A prime time for Aiden to have him on the stream, and this was done through a loophole, because along with these bans, Tate's Twitch was also removed. The difference is that Tate himself deleted his Twitch channel, and therefore a ban cannot technically be issued, because if it was issued, then accordance to Twitch's rules, anyone that had him on a stream would also receive a ban. So by doing this, he could appear on Aiden's stream without anything happening to Aiden's Twitch. A similar thing happened next month, as Twitch would no longer welcome something on its platform that was even more lucrative for Aiden than having Andrew Tate on his streams. This was certain types of gambling on certain websites. After a situation with a streamer losing thousands, other streamers threatened to boycott Twitch if rules were not made to ban certain types of gambling on the site, and certain websites, including Aiden's favorite, Stake.com, a website that through the course of Aiden's career has been promoted on both his Twitch and YouTube more and more aggressively. Evident through the intrusive inclusions of him playing Stake at the end of his YouTube videos that quite literally have nothing to do with the subjects of the video. There are exceptions, like where Aiden reacts to other creators denouncing gambling sponsorships, where at the end of it, Aiden throws in a random clip of him gambling.
Why the fuck am I always talked about in this shit? I don't know. It's like whenever there's gambling, it's just me. It's always gotta be me. It's always me, man. What's backtracking me? What does that mean? What the fuck is backtracking? Someone just caught it. Yeah, my bad, bro. I was honestly trying to make this shit stretch out for 8 minutes, so I'm sorry. Upload that's the truth, bro. Make sure you guys subscribe. Or we could do a buy somewhere, bro. Like a slots. You're saying 2 hands, alright, bet.
Wow.
Unhappy with these new roles, and being known as one of the biggest sponsors of Stake, Aiden addressed this and announces he will comply by the rules. But that is the least interesting part of the clip. Aiden also has a second announcement, and by the tone of his voice and what other creators in the chat are alluding to, it is not a good announcement.
And then I have an announcement that's not so good coming this week sometime. And I gotta figure out how I'm gonna say that on stream without people being weird. Bro, like Los Pol-
Oh. So I go to past. It's a corrupted future, actually. Oh! Oh. The fuck? What's the H? Social. Oh, who cares? Who cares?
future cannot be denied. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. Die. Sapphire waters. Escape is impossible. Escape is impossible. The future cannot be denied. Escape is impossible. 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 Sapphire waters.
Oh Lord.
No room.
No room indeed.
No room.
Pain in S. Kinda took time to figure mechanics. I was good. Thanks.
I've finally done it. The epoch is fated to enter my sanctum in this approximate timeline. I must only wait for it to fall into my grasp. Then I can't seem to recall. No matter. I've finally done it. The epoch is fated to enter my sanctum in this approximate timeline. I must only wait for it to fall into my grasp. Then I can't seem to recall.
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
So freaking annoying. Yeah, bite. D3. Some dungeon stuff. Whatever. Oh, sure. Cancel this thing. Meh. Sell. Oh, this one is actually good. What's the lower? Nice. Physical damage, endurance, health, strength. Uh-huh. Okay. Tattoo. Tier 3. 3, tier 3, tier 1. Yep. This can help. How does it works? Last epoch and threshold.
Kada nakon bolesti imaš kratak dah, loše spavaš, osjećaš bolove u grudima, zglobovima, možda je krivac tvoj
What does it do? Excellent question. All right, so your question is, what does endurance do in Last Epoch? You've asked for like a generic overview of what endurance is, and it's kind of a unique mechanic here, especially if you're coming from Path of Exile. First things first, if you hover your mouse over your health globe, you'll see that there's like a big yellow line on it, and then there's also some yellow text. So I'm just going to read it first, and then we'll talk about like what it does, and we'll look up some other information. So my endurance, it says 27% next to it, because I have a pair of gloves on. Let's take those off. It has a 20%, which is the default endurance threshold. Oh, sorry, it's the default endurance percent. And then under that, it says 285. So your endurance threshold is active below this health value. What that means is like if my health is below this yellow line, I get damage reduction. Once your health goes under that, you have 20% damage reduction. If you take a hit that would take you under the endurance threshold, the damage reduction is active for the portion of the hit that would take your health under the endurance threshold. So it has like one shot protection built into it. On the right, on the like this text here, let's read this too. It says endurance reduces damage dealt to your health below your endurance threshold. It does not reduce damage dealt to ward. So if you have like a ward-based defense, if you're playing like Spellblade or something, endurance does nothing for your build. However, maybe you're playing like an Acolyte, maybe you're playing a Lich, and maybe you're doing something with like Death Seal. If you've ever used Death Seal, then you know that endurance has a ton of potential. So what does this mean for you, right? Like, what does this mean for your defenses? Like, you know what it does. I can read to you, but like, what does it do? What does it mean for like the kinds of decisions that you make? Well, you can get percent endurance, and you can get endurance threshold on your gear. You can also get it on various blessings, like when you're killing bosses in monoliths and empowered monoliths. As you build life, your endurance threshold will go up. I can show this to you real quick. Actually, I can show this to you with this ring right here. Yep, okay. So my endurance threshold, it says 20%, it says 285. Your endurance threshold by default is a function of how much life you have. So if I take off this ring This ring has 4 vitality, and it also has 51 life, so this ring is giving me 91 flat life, and then I've got a couple pieces of percent life too, but if I take off the ring, you're going to see the 285 number go down. Now it's 264. So it's a function of how much life you have. What kinds of decisions might this mean for you? Endurance threshold could be something that you get on a ring suffix or a boot suffix. You can get percent endurance as a suffix on your gear as well. Generally speaking, those are not particularly good things to get as suffixes because you can get them in other places instead. Because stacking up life gives you more endurance threshold, it's not so good to go out of your way to get endurance threshold on your gear. Unless you're playing something like a Death Seal Lich. Why is it not so good to get percent endurance on your gear? Because if you want percent endurance, there's a better way to do it. You can get it on your gear. You know, you can get like 1 or 2 like exalted modifiers, and it'll cap you because there's a cap at 60% damage reduction. So if you go above 60, it's just going to cap at 60. The places that you can get endurance threshold, if you want it, are your glove. This is a unique item here, but you'll see that it's on the right base. It's called a engraved gauntlet. And engraved gauntlets roll between 5% and 15% endurance. So mine has a 7 on it. You can see it's this text right there. So mine's got a 7, could be 15. If it were 15, that would bring my endurance threshold up to 35 instead of 27 right here. And then you could go kill the empowered version of these boys right here. This is your level 90 monolith, and in the empowered version, they have a blessing that they can give to you that gives you percent endurance. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Shield your eyes, okay? We're gonna go look at this website right here. This is tunklab.com/timelines. And Tunk has tons of good information. He's a nice old member of the community here. He's been playing some Last Epoch for quite a while now, as far as I understand. So this is his website. On this website, you can see the name of all the monoliths. These correspond to all 10 monoliths that are listed right here, these little islands. And this one is Spirits of Fire. So these are the 3 bosses, the 3 fire boys. Let's click on this. Let's scroll down. On the normal difficulty, they give these. And then on the empowered difficulty, which is the level 100 stuff, they give these. So let's look at this one, right? This is plus 27% endurance. So you have 20 by default, which is what my character has in the background. We have 20 by default right here. You can put on gloves, which bring you to 35. And then you're missing 25 from there. So 35 plus 25 caps you at 60. All you need is like a pretty good roll, maybe 24, maybe 25, maybe 26% endurance from this roll, and all of a sudden you're capped at 60% damage reduction when your health is below that threshold. So that's kind of the rationale for why you don't need to go out of your way in order to get suffixes on your gear that say percent endurance. If you're interested in endurance threshold, you're probably more interested in life. Again, if you're playing a Death Seal Lich, then you just want to make sure that your yellow line goes up to 33% of your life at that point. You could, I guess there is one more thing to talk about real quick. Endurance, we talked about endurance not applying to ward, because like if you're ward, if like you have a high ward, you're on low ward, doesn't really matter, but yeah, endurance does nothing if you're a ward character. But there's another style of character. It's popular on mages, and it's popular specifically on sorcerers, on sorc builds. And it is damage dealt to mana before life. If you play Path of Exile, you probably call this Mind Over Matter, because it's basically Mind Over Matter. If you take damage below your endurance threshold, and it's mitigated by your mana pool, it is affected by endurance. So like, you want to have endurance, you want to have a little bit of endurance threshold as well, in order to complement your, Mind Over Matter build, if that's the kind of defense that you're playing. I think that about covers it. If you have any extra questions, you can always drop by on like Discord, stream, YouTube, or anything like that. But it's always fun talking about little mechanics like this that pop up.
That was fairly good.
Oh, you're the weirdest kid, bro. This kid said
Aiden, you lost blank and steak in the same week. Like, bro, you're weird as fuck.
The reveal of this maybe even unavoidable announcement came the following month when an anxiety-ridden Aiden talks about him and Penny breaking up.
As of right now, guys, I am no longer in a relationship. I am single. And I have nothing but love and respect towards that person. And I've been going through it like a lot, bro, like a lot. Going to sleep alone and not having anyone to just, you know, cuddle and...
Thank you for the
Oh,
assistance.
that really fucking
I
hurts.
could have got. You happen to perhaps.
I don't know what I want right now. I don't.
I can't
And
complain about that offer.
I just don't want to hurt. I don't want to wake up and feel pain anymore. I really don't. That shit just fucking sucks.
Scale bend was never meant to be
Aiden was already going through a lot. The swatting, the loss of his extra income, the breakup, and one of his family members was in critical condition. And now him moving back to LA to focus more on collaborations, regardless of how much he disliked the place. Swiftly, Aiden's content changed. Like his last breakup, he did monetize it by having a pretend girlfriend that he kissed on stream. The difference now was it was not one girl, nor did it seem purely done for views. Because one stream after another, he had different girls over. Regardless, when getting out of a relationship, including the one Aiden was in for over a year, it can be painful to be with another partner with shallow or rather mean ties. These moments may remind you of the depth you had with your most recent partner and can elicit more pain. And with Aiden's announcement, it is clear that even with this being a mutual breakup, there was still visible pain there.
Yeah, okay.
He was even playing with the idea of getting back together.
Shouldn't have broke up that girl. Yeah, go back home to your girl, bro. For real. She paying me out here with a big ass football player. Ain't no coming back after that.
For real? Oh man. I'm not gonna lie, you making me think about some shit, bro.
No, go get your girl back, bro, for real.
By the end of the month, that was no longer an option, when new information about his ex came to light.
Story. Wow, that's crazy.
Nope.
And I don't even know what to say right now, bro. She's not following you either. Yes, she is. Good for her. She moved on. That's good. Nah, I mean, that's good, bro. I'm happy for her, bro. Real shit. I'm happy for her. It's good shit, bro. People gotta move on and shit. I mean, it's all good, bro.
He, of course, responded by having more girls on his stream, and asked chat if it was time.
Call them in schedule. It's perfect time now. Is it actually perfect time now, chat?
Raiden61. Welcome to my channel.
Let me text him right now.
The following day, November 3rd, 2022, they had yet another live stream where Tate prods Aiden about his recent breakup, and as it progresses, Aiden says this.
That's what all of this is. That's what all of my things are. And before anyone says I'm here selling or something, go to Cover Take and come to a free email. It's fucking free. But we must free the minds, Aiden. I want you to spend, I don't know what time it is in Miami, but I want you to go to bed tonight,
you posadine Sam Pustio
take 5
stream.
minutes as you go to sleep and think, is what I'm doing for the world, yes, it's improving my life, yes, I'm getting subs, yes, I'm paying, etc. Is what I'm telling the world making the world better? Think about it.
Okay.
See how you can curate your messaging. Perhaps you can inject a little bit of programming that's genuinely going to be good for Earth. God will smile upon you. As will I. I love you very much, Aiden. I think you're a fantastic individual with huge potential.
Thank you, bro. I mean, I love when you tell me I love you because I can feel how strong and powerful that is. No weird shit. Like I really feel it, like in my heart. I love you too, bro. I love you. You're my, you know, you're my boy. Thank you, bro. I really, really want to let you know, like you do mean a lot to me. When I'm ready to open my heart up to you, I got you. I promise. Like I will give you.
AJ Unity Cod many NA server AKO Hoxter Precamo.
I got you. Like I want you to literally know that love is the only answer. Marshall, I will see you bye soon, okay?
Mogu Yugrabiti Jedno 40 minutes.
Možda malo tak, nije problem. Da vidimo, ne znam koji je tvoj server. Imaš ti sim server za Discord? Ne. A. To je to, a?
Samo što nisi na zvučnik, ali stavio sam na slušalice SS.
Sve okej. Sad malo smanjim. Ne dira ništa, ja ću te smanjiti koliko mislim da treba. A to je ovaj beli veštac, a njega si stavio tu. Okej.
Yes. Samo da promijenim output da bude na zvučnike. Moram to samo da vidim. A to mi se svaki put promijeni i svaki put iznova namješta.
A default ti se promijeni.
Aha. Voice i video, input, output, speak, yes. Aj sad nešto kaži.
Nešto.
Ej, lutko moja, vidiš kako ja to brzo. Nešo, jesi mi reka Nešo?
Nešto sam.
A viđe Kesića, brate, prošao je sa frezom.
Da.
Ja ručam i vidim neka buka napravi se čovječe, ono Kesio ide da frezira. Ima neki kao, nije traktorno, kao buggy. Tako izgleda.
Buggy?
Pa mislim po obliku. Kao traktorčić mali, ali nije ono tradicionalni onaj traktor veliki, no mali onaj kao onaj džip za djecu, ako se gleda. Tih dimenzija.
Pošteno. Ovo.
Oskar nisam ulazio na ovaj Steam moje, brate.
Na Steam? Na Discord misliš?
Pa na Steam, mislim, hoću duđe da vidim što imam instalirano od igara. Ali radi kompjuter mnogo brže. Pogotovo ovaj procesor što se kupio, to ovo nema. Učitao odmah. Evo već učitao.
Ne znam, ja to više doživljavam za normalno.
Ti si navikao, odavno imaš te procesor. Pa i ja sam se navikao što je nejače, mada ga ne koristim za igrice, nego uglavnom za programiranje. 5+.
Nema to veze s igricama, nema veze sa...
Ima i tekako, veruj mi, bolje radi.
Da ti nešto uradi, da to bude odmah, ne pola sata kasnije, kao Sunderball.
Ali griješiš, ima iz igrice boljitka, i tekako. Ove, bar što ja igram, osjeti se pomak. Znam kako mi je prije išlo, znam sad.
Ne znam šta igraš.
Pa dobro, ne igram nešto zahtjevno, mnogo igram onaj Far Cry 4. A on je open world i onda imaš što da tu rešavaš i gustiram, što se ono kaže, malo po malo. Svaki dan po možda pola sata i ne trčim niđe. Tako da ono, prija mi baš tako.
Ja sam uzeo, kako se zove, Days Gone i to ti igra koja je bila ekskluzivna za konzole. Nešto nije se dobro provelo na PC-u i onda su je pala je dosta cena bila. Ja sam ju uzeo ispod 10 €, tako 8-9 € sam platio na Evropu. Ja mislim na Turskoj da košta jeftinije, mogu da ti je preporučim. Isto je open world, Isto možeš da istražuješ mapu i da skupljaš stvari, da čitaš dnevnike. Otključavaš bolje upgrade-ove za motor. Kupuješ bolje oružje od trgovaca.
Upravo gledam koliko košta 329 lira. Turski. Sad koliko je to u eure, da si to provedi. Turki.
Impossible.
BH, 15 eura.
To je zato što nema nikakvog popusta.
Pa i nema.
A šta
Znači,
si gledao?
to je puna cena.
Ovu igru što igra mene?
Pa piše Days Gone. To je valjda to.
Da, Days Gone. A to je bez popusta. Ja sam je uzeo na... Sad ću ti reći. Na... Eneba Days Gone.
Pa imam računar za nju. Kaže preporučljivo Ryzen 5 1500X, moje 5600X, 16 GB RAM to imam i grafika moja i hard SSD i to imam, tako da ono pičio bi što bi se rekao.
Možeš da otvaraš linkove u brauzeru dok to radiš.
Evo
ti vidiš. Ja sam uzeo na tom sajtu za... Ja sam uzeo za 8-9 evra. A vidim da ima sad za 10 evra 90.
A šta je to? To je neka postapokaliptična igra ili nešto drugo? Ili ono regularni open world?
Pa open world gdje su kao, nemam pojme, ljudi, imaš jedan deo populacije ti je inficiran od strane toga kao nekog patogenog virusa koji prave ljude kanibale. Nisu zombi, više su kao kanibali.
Znači ti praktično ubijaš te zombi i hanibalite?
Nisu zombi. Zombi se vuku, ovi su jako, jako brzi. I kad krene horda na tebe, ili sjediš na motor i bježiš, ili, ne znam, bježiš im iza drva, kroz zgrade im pobjegneš.
Gledao sam kad si ti igrao, to je ono s motorom kad bežiš. Gledao sam. Evo gledam sad gameplay.
50 do 100
to si igrao možda preno...
Pa završio sam. Koliko je moglo da
kao Mad Max, brate.
Pa možda kao Mad Max. Samo što u Mad Maxu nema pucanja, to znaš.
Da. A vidi for, ovaj nagazio zombija i vozi, a ovaj mu po točkove. Fizika baš nije nerealnija, da budem iskren. Ali grafika je dobra, izgleda baš fino.
Ha dobro, to je igra sad, ako hoćeš da očekuješ hiperrealnost, onda ne igraš igru više. Ne bi igrao pola igara da hoćeš hiperrealno.
A vidim po vegetaciji da je igra starijeg datuma, onako grane su, nisu detaljne, no onako kao, kako bi ti rekao, imaju starije te teksture, ajde tako da kažem.
Dobro se.
Vidi kolika horda zombija. I to se prate u grupu.
Da.
I ti im baciš kao neko meso i onda se otimaju za njega, u stvari to je bomba.
Kao mamac im baciš, oni kao blentavi krenu za tim.
Au, vidi što napravi čovjek. 50 njih su jednom bombom razdao.
Dobiješ experience za svakog kog ubiješ, znaš?
Ima kao snajper.
Elit.
A.
A imaš, za snajper imaš najmanje municije, znaš. To ti je onako...
Pa to je logično.
Imaš možda 10-15 metaka, to ti je to. Imaš automatsku pušku ili automatski shotgun, i imaš ili pištolj, ili SMG, ili kao kratež. I sve ostalo ti je varijacija. Bolji pištolji, bolji SMG, automatske puške sa više ili manje municije. Dobio sam automatsku pušku sa integrisanim prigušivačem pred kraj igre, ali nisam vidio pointu. Naprimjer, imaš nešto kao štajer, znaš. Ima, recimo, za njega imaš 150 metaka i ono stvarno puca fino, malo trzda, ali puca fino. I imaš kao M4 karabin s prigušenom, ima C kao, a umjesto cevi ima kao onaj prigušivač kao na zadnjem delu. I ono integralni, ne može se raspadne. Samo tipa radi 20-30% manje štete zato što je municija malo slabija. Nije prigušivač u pitanju, nego municija. Municija je malo slabija i onda kao radi malo manje šteta, ali kao prigušeno. A kad dođeš do toga...
Ima dosta modifikovanih oružja.
Ima, kažu dosta modova za igru, ja nisam nijedan instalirao.
Pa ima kao neki prigušivač, u stvari je neku kao konzervu da je stavio.
Jeste, filter za ulje.
Zato kažem modifikovana su oružja, nekako nisu tradicionalno modelirana, no nekako baš kao da se neko našao u sred pustinje i koristi sve što mu pod ruku padne, ne bi li sklopio nešto, znaš. Ja imam takav osjećaj. A joj, kakvih bugova ima, brate, tek sad vidim.
To ti je već, misliš kad ga udariš pa on poleti kilometar i te gluposti.
Krenuo da ga davi, a ruka mu se providi, znaš, ili prolazi vuk kroz njega i tako, znaš, ono.
To ti je već zadužbina konzola, kako bi ti objasnio.
Što vukovi su jaki, čovječe, imaju helta koliko ćeš. I to mu puca u glavu, non stop. Mora da je bosanac neki.
Imaš regularne vukove i imaš one mutirane vukove.
Kako snajperiše?
Taj mutirani vuk može da trči oko 60 milja na sat. Sad koliko je to kilometar, ne znam. Znam da te stiže, ti voziš motor, a ako ne pucaš u njega da ga usporiš, bilo šta da ga ne zaustaviš, stiže te. I s motora to bave.
Bilo bi fora se popne pa da ga voziš.
Sjedi, Jackie.
Ili da navuče one rošule i da uvati se zubima za pak treger i da ti voziš onako, znaš, kao prikolicu.
Da skate.
U kolicu. Kako se šelim, pa ovo je show. Znaš ko me zva prije neki dan, čovječe, Bek?
Neka je bravo. Bravo mu ga bravo.
Beka je bravo.
Bravo ti ga bravo. Čuo sam da Željo počeo, jesi mi ti rekao da je počeo da radi tamo opet u TS ili gdje?
Ko?
Za Željan.
A Željko, on radi, kupio je kamion, brate, to niko nije ni znao. I valjda radi u Big Chick i plus radi privatno. I malo mu i to ne još radi u LTS, kaže da im pomogne, kao, znaš. Nije njemu kao do zaradeno da kao učini njima, znaš, mislim, priča šuplja.
Pa dođi pa učini meni.
Ma, laže sve, češ. Buljevi. No dobro, ima pravo da radi svako što hoće, nema ljudi. I ta Mikavica, kad je rekla, zamisli to, da je jedina ona došla u firmu da radi kad ste ono štrajkovali, bojkotovali, znaš. I da su je ovi zamerili. Ona meni kaže, šta mene briga što drugi misle, kaže.
Ko će ti zameriti? Radiš šta hoćeš, ne radiš za mene, radiš za par.
A dobro, ali isto nije u redu. Ako ste se dogovorili svi, ona jedina da dođe, ona je baš...
Ne, jedna stvar.
Dobro, jeste to, ali nije u redu.
Druga stvar, niko ništa nije rekao, ja nisam. Samo sam rekao, čini mi se da sam s njom pričao, bi rekao sam, pazi da te ne zavrnu za par. Radiš par.
Ona je meni rekla kao zamerili su mi neki, nije mi htjela reći koji nisam ja ni pitao, stvarno niti me interesuje, to je njena stvar.
Što ti je zamerili?
Senka, rekla mi za Senku, bravo, Senkić. Ovaj lik što igra, brat, ima obsesiju da headuje nekoga. Znači, svako ubistvo je bilo u glavu.
Pa najviše damage radi u glavu, znaš.
Pa normalno. Ali, brate, on ima utisak i bombom da napadne neprijatelja da bi ga ciljao u glavu da mu eksplodira. Toliko je opsednu glava.
Ne kreće se baš ti što kažeš zombi, mutanti. Oni zovu freaks kao nakaze. Ne kreće se oni baš kao zombi, ono usporeno, nego, kako bi ti rekao, teturaju, znaš, i posrću.
A imaš i usporeno vreme?
Imaš, zove se fokus kao taj. Na početku kad iskoristiš imaš tipa pola sekunde, a kada vredeš 2-3 puta imaš oko 4-5 sekundi, to ti je mnogo. To ti je baš mnogo.
A pola sekunde je stvarno ništa. Ajde 2 sekunde, okej. Što se pale. Isto kao u Far Cry. Ima neki NPC-evi zapale se i onda te napadnu. Sa onim bakljama. Eto, mogao sam ja instalirati onaj 7 Days to Die da to pičemo, što misliš?
Instaliraj ga slobodno, a ja čekam, trebalo bi večeras da bude stream jedan od developera, njihov, pa jedan ćelavi.
Ćelavi izbugiran ga crni.
Ozbiljno, kucaš na Twitchu, Fullbar Prime, kako se zove, ćelav neki tip, onako malo puniji. On im je kao, ne znam tačno šta radi u timu, znam da je on jedan od njih koji onako, kad imaju nešto novo da prikažu u vezi igre, on uzme pa kao streamuje ili pokaže. Trebalo bi večeras u sredu, sad ne znam tačno po njihovom vremenu, u američkom kad će to biti, ali trebalo bi da bude stream, da pokažu kao, pošto je prošlo 16 mjeseci od zadnjeg update-a igre. Mislim, bilo nekih pečeva i gluposti, ali baš da su update-ovali nešto u igri, prošlo 16 mjeseca.
Imam Dead by Daylight.
Samo napred. To ti je single player igra. Ako misliš da je multiplayer igra, nije.
Ima Dying Light.
Dead by Daylight? Dead by Daylight, aha, moja greška.
Da, to ima.
Dead by Daylight sam probao. A Dead by Daylight... Znaš kad vredi da si igra Dead by Daylight? Kad imaš 3-4 čovjeka da igraju zajedno. To ti je timska igra da igraju 4 survivora protiv jednog ubice, znaš.
A pa onda ništa to otpada.
Jer, na primjer, možemo ja i ti da se dogovaramo, ali ja i ti smo samo 2 od 4 čovjeka. A trebaju ti sva 4 čovjeka da se da rade ono zajedno, protiv toga je mnogo.
Pa jedino da upravljamo s još jednim imaginarnim likom. Telekinezom ili kako već. A mi te moći, koliko ja znam, nemamo, tako da teško da ćemo to uspjeti.
Teško.
Sad 7 Days to Die, ne vidim ga ovdje. Pem li ga? Kako ono počinje, sedmicom ili rečju?
7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die.
To Die, da. Ja onda je u Steam.
Whoop.
Može da nema, majku mu je. Da vidim. Killing Floor 2. Borderlands 3.
Imaš Borderlands 3, ozbiljno?
Imam.
Samo ti treba vremena za to.
Star Wars Squadron. Shadow Tactics. Saints Row 4.
Saints Row 4 je dosta solidan single player.
Pathfinder, Kingmaker.
To je sinu probao da igra.
Znači nije mu se dopalo, čim kažeš probao. To mi izgleda loši.
Pa ne znam, moraš ima da pitaš o utisima, ne meni.
Pa da. Pa ne znam, imam tu Fallout, da pitam Fallout, mislim. To je bilo na 76 da igramo u online.
Sad ću ti objasniti. Fallout 76 ima jednu ključnu grešku, znaš? Znaš koja je ključna greška? Ovaj karakter može da vuče 400-500, aj reću kilograma, ali znaš da u Falloutu nemaš kilogram, imaš weight.
Ali dobro, onda mu buđeš ono osobinu da može...
Ne može više. 400-500 kg možeš da nosiš, posle toga ne možeš da se pomeraš više. Kapiraš?
Imaš za to one sanduke tamo u...
Ne može. 1100 kg je limit. Ili 1100 je weighta. Ne postoji način da se to povećava.
Ali da se skine neki peč?
Ne, ništa. Ne možeš da pečuješ igru koja je... Ona se igra samo online, ne postoji single player mod. Kapiraš?
Ali sa nekim ograničenjima.
Ljudi su mi rekli koji su je igrali, pa kao možeš da prodaješ stvari za pare, a pare nemaju težinu. Ok, rekao dobro, ali šta sad? Recimo, hoću da skupim, ne znam, 20 plastike ili 100 čelika ili šta sad, ja to moram da kupujem kad mi treba, ne mogu da imam recimo u magazinu kad meni, hoću da mi raspolaga.
Ja sam možda hajdova taj 7 Days to Die u Steam, samo moram da nađem opciju kako da opet prikažem igrice.
Nisi hajdova, možda imaš na drugom profilu, to je moja pretpostavka. Moja pretpostavka je da je možda nemaš na turskom Steamu.
Imam. Znam da sam sinkronizovao ta dva akaunta. 100%. Da, neće mi reći. Sve je bađe toga. Imam Hunt isto, vidite, meni to možda uše vidjeti.
To pitaj momki iz kanala tamo, ko će da igra, ja Hunt ne igram.
A odustao si?
Nisam odustao, nego ne igram, zato što mi se ne sviđa ideja da me pogađa čovjek koga sam ja video i pomerio sam se s te lokacije, na primjer, izašao sam iza kutije ili iza zida, vidio sam recimo trojicu ljudi, pomerio sam se u zaklon, posle 2 sekunde dobijam metak, metak pokazuje da me čovjek pogodio kroz zid, betonski, zato što igra ima kao taj neki lag. Ima, kako da ti objasnim, ti se malo, zebaš programiranje, pazi sad, igra ima server, client based hit tag. To znači da ako ja i ti igramo, na primjer Counter Strike, nema veze da li ako sam ja na mom ekranu te upucao, ti padaš mrtav. Bez obzira koliko ja lagujem, kapiraš? Ja mogu da igram iz Japana. Recimo ti si na svom ekranu, recimo pomerio se, ne znam, iza zaklona ili otišao iza ćoška na mom ekranu zbog laga serverskog, to što moja igra laguje, zato što sam ja predaleko od tebe.
Zato što je jako spor response zbog servera prenatrpan i onda ne može da uzvrati response brzo. Ima taj timeout ograničavanja da te ne daje. Imaš u tim milisekundama kao.
Jest, ali Hunt Showdown ti je jedina igra koja nema veze sa serverima. Kao što sam rekao, ne gleda se šta server vidi kao server, već šta vidiš ti kao igrač. Ako tvoj protivnik te naciljao i opalio, a on ima lag recimo 2 sekunde, do 2 sekunde možda ima lag, na primjer, ili sekundu i po. A ti si se te sekunde, recimo, pomerio neđe i ti si siguran, jer na tvom ekranu ti si u zaklonu. On je opalio i zato što, ne znam, metak u hand showdownu ne stiže odmah, nego treba, recimo, pola sekunde zbog brzine metka, trebamo, recimo, da stigne metak do tebe da te udari, ti misliš da si živ, a ti si umro zato što na njegovom ekranu on je dobio pogodak i ti si dobio headshot i ti na svom ekranu dobijaš
Poslije 2 sekunde.
Poslije 2 sekunde informaciju od servera da si mrtav.
A to ti je taj lag. Ili ping, kako bi rekao. Nekom je brža konekcija, neko malo sporija i imaš taj
ali možemo čak ja i ti da imamo dobru konekciju. Nekad je u pitanju sam server. Zato što na 12 igrača na serveru, to je limit, ja mislim, ako se dobro sećam, na 12 igrača na serveru imaš 100 do 200 zombija. Znači AI, veštačke inteligencije, koje također server mora da gleda gde se kreću, pošto u Huntu imaš jako ti je bitan zvuk. Ti ako opališ metak, 20 zombija iz okoline kreće prema tom zvuku. E sad imaš spore zombije, a imaš i kerove, na primjer. Kerovi su jako brzi. I ako te 3-4 kera nanjuše, oni trče svuda po tom, recimo po tom, ne znam, kroz šumu trče da te nađu, zato što čuju odakle pucaš.
A čekaj, imaš u sred Hunta, mislim kad igraš tako tu neku sesiju, da uzmeš recimo onaj pištolj što ispaljuje one signalne rakete. Da li postoji to tamo?
Imaš da ispališ u vazduh ili da ispališ, da zapališ nekoga. Nemaš ti puno municije, imaš 3-4 rakete signalne, ako to pitaš.
A mislim, kad doćeš nekome da kažeš gde si pa ispališ ono i onda otprilike on zna gde se kreće ti to, znaš. Ili da ispališ na neku drugu lokaciju, ne bi li te zombije tamo poveo.
Imaš ti mamce da ispališ. Ima fora da baciš mamac i da taj mamac napravi zvuk na drugom delu mape gdje ti nisi i da ih povuče tamo, to postoji.
Jes, kao lažni trak da napraviš.
Da.
Pa mi sad radimo ovo programiranje sa tim bazama podataka. I baš znam o čemu pričaš. Desi se nekada je toliko pretrpan server da ti kada ćeš da ubaciš da persistiraš neki objekat u toj bazi podataka, da sad može se desiti da ima toliko puno podataka u toj bazi da treba vremena da on to persistira, znaš. Tako da ima tu istinu. Pogotovo kad je nakačeno 1000 ljudi na taj server, to je 1000 klijenata na isti host. I znači server im isporučuje response svima nazad i desi se da neko od tih klijenata ne diskonektuje se, nego stavi i dalje da bude konektovan i onda imaš taj leaking, kako bi te rekao, curenje konekcije i to, znaš. I onda to utiče na ove druge klijente. A plus još je odstupanje u tim konekcijama, neko ima bržu, neko sporiju. Znaš.
Kapiram.
Mislim, ja to učim sad baš u detalje. Ali komplikovano je mnogo, znaš. Nisam znao da je to baš tako, ali uči se čovjek dok je živ. Programiranje je pogotovo. Nam ovi mentori što nam objašnjavaju čovječe, pa ne znam, ni oni polo toga. Ali prenositi šta znaju i malo internet, malo to, malo ovo, znaš, i upornost i dođe to sve na svoje za par godina.
Malo vamo, malo namo.
Pa, koliko znaš otprilike. To ti je neka vrsta umetnosti programiranja. Oni ti daju neke smjernice, ali ti kad počneš da radiš taj posao, ti imaš kreativnost, imaš logiku, sve ono što ti je Bogom dano. I imaš uvek neke nove probleme i onda rešavaš tako malo po internetu, kopaš malo vamo, malo namo i eto. Tako to funkcioniš. Nije to da ti sad završiš kurs i kao, super, sad ću ja da radim programiranje. Ne ide to tako. Ali početak je, ja mislim, najteži. Kad budem počeo da radim neku firmu, isprva, jedno prve, možda 2-3 godine, onda posle kad se naviknem i kad već usvojim dosta znanja, onda ću moći kući da radim kao freelancer.
A imaš li ti neke kontakte u toj firmi? Ne to firma, to je kao online ta agencija koja radi kao edukaciju, to?
Oni rade zapravo i za online polaznike i za ove tradicionalne. Znači imaju tamo u okviru te akademije učionice i onda imaju vezano za svaki taj predmet programski jezik i imaju seminare, ima tamo svašta nešto. A mi koji smo online polaznici imamo tu Dell platformu i isto pratimo ta video predavanja u okviru tih assignmenta, zadataka, testova, komunikacija, tehnička podrška, ima tu svašta nešto. I da bi dobio sertifikat moraš sve testove da odradiš, sve ove zadatke što ti oni zadaju, assignmente, i da odslušaš sve lekcije i sve video lekcije da pregledaš. Jer ti recimo kad pregledaš video lekciju, njima se čekira tamo da si ti to gledao, znaš.
Da.
Automatski. Tako da tu ne možeš da varaš, da ti dođe neko i da ti uradi to sve. A i na kraju krajeva šta bi s time postigao?
Možeš da je pustiš i dodeš, da ne slušaš.
A nisam to nikad radio.
Ali što bi to radio? Sedno plaćaš da naučiš nešto.
Znaš, oni to, znaš kako, oni su to vrlo mudro uradili. Oni će ti dati taj sertifikat, ti jako ne učiš, ali šta si ti dobio s tim? Ništa.
Onda ništa nisi naučio.
Ništa nisi naučio i onda oni indirektno su i ogradili se tako, na taj način. Znači, daći ti sertifikat, pa je tvoje, hoćeš li ti to shvatiti kako treba ili ćeš ići, da kažem, lakšim putem. U stvari, taj je lakši teži.
Da. Moment. Šta je sad? Da? Čega kesa? Kesa čega? Moment, ručak. I tako to.
se stvari duše. Nadratno strla, do juča vetrova, moje ruča vetrova, moje česti da kapira. Otvara vrata svoja si da kapira, a ti si opet moja. Svaki dan je tako silno, do tvoje silne oči. Popih noćas nek se na moj račun kad dođe. Svako jutro samo malo drugo buđenje i sna, i sna. Otvara vrata svoja si da kapira, a ti si opet moja. Svaki dan je tako silno, od tvoje silne oči. Popih noćas nek se na moj račun kad dođe. Svako jutro kao malo drugo buđenje i sna, i sna. Gde ona stoji sad, 600 godina je grad, a ovdje se gradovi često usere. Sada mnogo strula, to je ruča vetrova, to je ruča vetrova, moje ruče da kapira. Otvara vrata svoja si da kapira, a ti si opet moja si da kapira. Otvara vrata svoja si da kapira.
A što nas je pojaka, a što jaka je, brate, jest, tako je, jaka. Zašto su ti nješ? Da ih ja dovodio? Ja mu ne mogu pričati trećati put, nikad ih doveo nije sam. No ovi što su dovodili su se dobro naplatili, a sad će da preskaču, sad će da pođu, sad ću ja da ga vratim. Kod ovoga, Spajića će sad ću ja da ga vratim. Auto su dobili Jakove, 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 Turčine, Jakove, Turčine, Jakove, Turčine. A ti da su pokojnome, no eto ne valja to uzima tuta. I pristalice su pokojnome Amfilohiju i Karli Amfilohiju. Pristalice Srpske pravoslavne crkve. A Srpska pravoslavna crkva je tek on, to je organizacija. To je tek organizacija o kojoj treba da se dobro, da će ovi građanski aktivisti se malo angažati oko toga pitanja. Nek vidi onoga, kako se zove, Femić, nekakvi pop priča. Pušti jedan. A ima ona što je radio, i onaj što je zvona smrtarska za Milo, znači Ološ. Neka, Gorane, što ti je? Voliš popis? Dobit ćeš kaznu. A kako ti ne tvrdi? Kaži, ne tvrdi. Ne može. Ne tvrdi, znači. Tako je, znači. To je neka... Dobit ćeš kaznu, Goran. Vidiš da ti uplata. Hajmi, halo. Neka, Gorane. Dobit ćeš kaznu, Goran. Onda nećeš možda da primi. Neka, Gorane. Idi po pivu. Sad brani mi. Idi po pivu. Pobrani mi. Čekaj, sad brani. Ja sad branim mi. Moraš imati objektivan stav prema svemu. Tačno, upravo. Je li normalno da pop radi? A nije. Ne treba raskinuti. Neka priđe. I ovaj što je prepriča za Crnogorce, to je ukrajinski scenarij. Jakove, Joannikije. Jakov je već dao neke izjave koje su okej. A onda ga je Milan Snežević napada odmah, onda računa. Stvarno mi se su, pa da ljudi jesu plesali. To je sve kopaj zbog para i zbog se igraju. On je kao prihvatio, a kao sad su ovi ljuti da bi onda ovi rekli vidi nije on tako. Kad prestanete da slušate, a ti ne možeš da čijeđaš, smirite. Obraćam se ovim građanima, tako zvani građanski par. Dok god popove slušate, pošto vam već jednom rekao. Ne možete biti građanski. Sami od sebe. Neće, popovi su jači uvijek, popovi su jači, jedan. Samo dosta, vidite. To su moja braća, ja ću popo, rekao je neki pop. Popovi. Rekao je neki pop da su učitelji smrti tu. Znači, nema normalno. Ali će svat, pobavit će se učitelji su slični na lični. Ima što se smrti budu. Smrti budu i sve ne, jedan da su to budale. Pričaju gluposti. Ne, popovi, jedan to... No, popovi se ti se drogiraju, ja znaš da činete, ja vidim. Nekako, rade. Reći da je... Popovi! Najdelje što možda ide... Ideš do name da dobiješ kaznu. Kazno ćeš dobiti. Ali ti ljud. Ne znamo ćeš... Ljud sam na fukaru. Svako, niko ti ne valja. Niko ti ne valja. Valjali ti bere za kjetovi. Valjali ti koji su rušili kuću. Pa je zapalili smo kuću. Valjali ti Pamela Anderson. Pamela Anderson. Valjali ti ujak Gorana Bregovića. Ono možda je mrtav. Ne Goran, nego ujak. Valjali ti... Valjali ti telo. Valjali ti telo. Hajde, jedan. Ne...
Da. Bio si neći?
Bio sam da ručam. Hvala.
Ti to obavi ekspres?
Šta znam?
Ti ne presuđe kao ja. Ja obično kad jedem iza sebe pokupim mrve i operem tanjir i kako se zove...
01 Ella. Welcome to my channel.
I onda napustim prostor. Pribor za Elo, da. To što da kažem. Skinuo sam ugovor sa ovima iz Tipneta. Pošto je jako spor internet, 10 megabita je nepun download i plaćam 1600 dinara. I sad se uveo ovaj internet u selo, imam 200 megabita protok, znači 20 puta brži za 850 dinara. Prve 2 godine i onda poslije 2 godine plaćam 1700, koliko sad plaćam za ovaj od 10 megabita. I ja odmah raskinu ugovor sa ovima, znači do kraja mjeseca i onda u sljedeći prelazim na ovaj brži internet. Tako da Maja, njihov menadžer, prodaje, da kažem. Ona je zadužena za ovaj naš kvart i ona mi je rekla da će nastojati da to reše do kraja mjeseca, jer je brdo njih podnilo zahtjev, a monitari su skoro počeli sa montažom, tako da je lista čekanja poveća, ali kao da bi trebalo, jer sam im naglasio da mi treba radi kursa. Pa kao gledat ćemo da to uradimo i te priče, ne. Mislim da od toga neće biti ništa, da ću malo se načekati, ali nema veze. Sam materijal sam skinuo na ovaj hard disk i onda i ne treba mi konekciju.
A šta imaš? Telefonski internet, šta?
A imam telefonski, a i to što sam treba da skinuo sam sve. I to mi stoji na hard disk i onda ukoliko kad mi nešto treba uđem u određen taj folder i učim odatle. Tako da sam nezavistan od konekcije. Jedino što ne bi imao da gledam neki film, anime, ne znam, za gaming, za bilo šta, znaš. Pa ne volim se bez interneta, kako bi ti rekao. Taj mobilni mi nekako nije alternativa odgovarajući.
Ja volim pogledat dobar porno film.
Pa,
Ne, Popaj.
A, boga mi i ja volim. Mada ih u zadnje vrijeme, kako sam stariji pa slabije gledam, sjećam se, boga mi prije 10 godina mnogo sve više gledano sad.
Ma šalim se, čovječe. To je Popaj kad kaže ne zbuksac.
Da.
Kad si zadnji put gleda njih? Ili sluša?
Kad se gledam ih svaki dan, te slušam kad god stigne. Imaš u petkom na radio Anteni M, uživo. Poslaću ti link, možda baš sad, čekaj sad ću ti poslati, to stavio bookmark i onda imaš petkom u ponoć prenos, uživo. I to je opet nekako veći doživljaj. Kad znaš da oni u tom momentu to izgovaraju.
Do not dwell on regrets.
Dobro, evo ti. I bit ću mi zahvalan. To stavi u bookmark i petkom u ponoć kreće roštiljanje. Prošla je bila predobra. Goran nešto napučen bio i počeo da pljuva popove, znaš.
Popove, ja.
Su to govna, i Popa ih kao brani popove, možeš misliti, kaže, neka Gorane, šta radiš to, kao, znaš. A sarkazam na maksimum. A prvi dio im je politički, drugi dio gost i treći freestyle, lupetanje.
Miško Ekulej.
Pa dobro, Miško nije lupetanje, on je kao neki zamišljeni lik, znaš, oni kad nemaju gosta, onda oni njihovu priču zavrte.
Onda oni pozovu Miška u emisiji.
Na Miška pozovu kad im se nazove taj ciljani gost. I bolje 100 puta kad priča Miško ili tako oni kad se zajebavaju, no, bude dosadni gostiju. Mislim, Popa je tu glavni urednik i on osmišljava tu priču, da nije njega ne bi tako bilo uopšte smiješno.
Scenarija.
Pa on koordinira pričom. On nešto počne i onda ovi se nadovežu. Ali on je inicijator svake zajebancije, skoro. Pa da su svi dobri na svoj način, ne mogu reći, ali Popa je najbolji, to sigurno.
On inicira priču.
Ja. Ostala je da ti radi tašta, nesuđena. U LTS.
Koja?
A Jovanka.
A šta radi?
Pa ostala je tamo da radi. Ona, Ceca, Mikavica, Bojana. To je to. I god se napuštila, čuješ. Nisam to znao.
Znaš kako, ovo ti je linija manjeg otpora. To što one radi. Ajde da radim to, makar kao tu je u selu, kao pa šta ima veze, kao valjda će platiti. Seljačka politika. Nek rade šta će.
Majko sveta, s 40 radnika firma pala na 10 njih. I neće imati platu ni veću ni ništa. Još onaj ludi Pušin. Kako je to pokvareno, da viš ti to mutavo. Došao kod nas tu, ja ga zvao da se pogodim, ono, znaš, da nam kreći kuću. Sad ono, ja rekao, reće neku razumnu cenu, druža, kad mi je lupio cenu, neću ni da kažem koju. A rekao, ne znam, ja vidjet ću ovo, ono. Još on kaže, doćemo mi sutra da premerimo. Znaš, međutim, nije se ni javljao, znaš. A sve ne bi mi ni pristali. Kako im rekao, će toliko Bog te vidim. Dvije plate da ti uzme za 3 dana posla, eto, toliko je bilo. I to je pristupačno, nije da kažeš da se pentra na one skele, da visi neđeno, sve sa zemlje može da radi. Zidovi ravni, kao nešto malo da se izlijepi, ali veruj mi da ni to nije bilo potrebno, no on kao složio priču neku. Najbolje ti je to kao da izmožiš ljepilom i onda prekrećuješ i onda ti je zaštićen zid.
Welcome to my
da se
channel.
ne potkoruži ono, znaš. Onda smo mi direkt na zemljenu površinu U-pol mazali. I onda ono kad te zaspaljaš upotrebu, a nismo stavljali podlogu ispod, onda se digne poslije 2-3 godine, znaš, onda se ono potkoruži. I on to kao izračunao, to imaš ovdje toliko, a kaže to bi ti spalo jedno za 30-40 i tvoj još materijal. A rekao, druže, izđenađen cifru, bog te. Ja i tata ćemo to radit za 30.000 sve. I takva je bila zamislena. Ja ga zvao čisto da vidim ono, znaš...
Informativno si ga pitao.
Pa ako nije skupo, šta bi se sad prljali, imao to drugog posla. Međutim, ne bi dao te pare nikad, čovječ. I šta sam počeo ti pričam, on meni kaže, ja radim u LTS, vratio sam se i ne radim, kaže, na ugovor, nego na dnevnicu. Imam, kaže, 4,5-5 hiljada za dan imam. Za 8 sati. A meni Mikavica kaže da ostaje 12-13 sati.
Ne znam. To sve može donekle. A moraš da razumeš njega, on je uzeo kredit da kuću sredi, znaš.
A ti njemu veruješ što on priča?
Kažem šta je.
Laže to, laže sve. Da je priča samo da bi mu platili. Danas ti je najbolje kukati i tako je najbolje prolaziti. Čim se pališ da imaš para, eto ti na lager njih 50 da pozajmi tebe pati.
Ne znam.
Imaš ti takvih, ja mislim.
Nemam više. Tih dužebrižnika što dolaze da mi predlažu kako da investiram, novac nemam.
A popušim ti ja kulicu.
Bilo ih je, dolazili su na kafu neko vrijeme.
Misliš u množini?
Jedan, jedini.
A, znači, persirati?
Dušebrižnik. Šta bi ja mogao s mojim novcem i bilo bi dobro da... Ne problem.
Pa to ti dođe kao financijski savjetnik.
Dušebrižnik.
Dušebrižnik, a to je neki novi termin.
Zapamti.
Važi, važi.
Zapamti za buduće. Znaćeš kad ne ideš na takvu osobu.
Nekad me pretuka neko onoga pjevača lepoga što pjeva pusti me neka. Iz oblaka. U Staru Pazovu ili ne znam gdje je bio, Ne, Novi Pazar, pardon. Je bilo prije 15 dana i čitam vest na neki portal kao lep je pretučen kao. I ima čak i videoklip. Iz auta je neki lik snimao i na trotoaru se to izdešavalo, znaš. Ali nisu prikazali ono u krupnom kadru. Ovaj ga druže pesniču iznapada ga. Znaš šta je bilo, jebate ljudi. Nije više lep, ja mislim. Nađe lepo da bije čovječe, baš lepo mo.
Lepi mi.
Izlepio mu je nekoliko šamara. Kakav se ja lije kralj.
Kakav se ja meni kralj.
Na svijet nema. Ali čudno me vidiš u topiku kako nisi mogao, ipak Ivan bio rekao da će ti srediti.
Što mi nije sredio prvi dan?
Jebem ti. A on ima tamo veze, znaš.
Nebitno.
Ima ti tamo, boga mi, ženskog svijeta.
Pa se otišao tamo da radim zbog ženskog svijeta ili radi sebe?
A što da ne? Ako možeš nešto uvatiti...
Ajde, ne želim da vatam ništa tamo. Slušaj ovu stvar. Tu igru... Bleak Fate, tako zove. Bleak Fate.
A šta je Bleak? Ne znam. Bleak je to kad curi nešto, a Bleak...
Slate... Bleak... A pusto.
Ovo su gusle jebote.
Jeste, to je sumorno. Turobno. Eto ti. To ti je radio crnogorski tim programera iz Crne Gore. Njih 3, ja mislim. A neki DJ Martel im je radio remix. I ta stvar mi se zove Serdars. A imaš čitav album, znaš kako je dobar. Dosta dobar remix one tradicionalne te muzike, znaš, instrumenta tih crnogorskih i ono moderni zvuk, ono, znaš.
Eto, ja i Simo smo bili prije dana, smo bili u Suboticu, u Max. I ulazi u Max i neki čovjek će di sluša gusle. Ja ga pitam kao, jesu li to gusle? Kaže da, pa ja rekao svaka čast. Druže, vraćamo se već iz kupovine, izlazim opet kroz ulaz, to jest izlaz, i puštio nešto tako ti je mala moja kad ljubim bosanac. Pa ja rekao jebote, dočeka si nas sa guslama, a pratiš nas ovim bosanskim himnama jebote. A kaže imam ja od svega po nešto, znaš. Vjerovatno on ima neku playlistu od svakog naroda po jednu pjesmu i ide tako u krug.
I to mu je to.
I to mu je to. I to mu je to, jes.
I tako.
I to mu je to, znači, čuveni Tom.
Yes. Take care. Yes.
Ovdje je muzika za neki game dobra, brate.
Jeste muzika iz igre, znaš.
Kao da se znao, vidiš.
Pa tako se zove igra, piše ti tu na tom coveru. Bleak Fate.
Take care.
A Bleak Fate igra, ja rekao naziv grupe te što.
Ne. Martel ili DJ Martel, kako se zove, to ti je izvođač. A igra ti je Bleak Fate.
Rekao bi po ovom screenshotu da je nešto nalik onom...
Dark Souls.
Bravo. To će opiš.
Nešto nalik tome, nije tako, ali na to liči.
Pa sad ću ja tebi nešto da kažem. Ja inače koristim neke, da kažem, programe manje poznate, koji nisu brendirani kao recimo Photoshop ili tako nešto, razumiješ. A besplatni su i rade posao. Tako i ove igre manje poznate, možda nisu našminkani, nemaju tu estetiku kao ove skupe, ali verovatno po gameplayu nisu mnogo lošije. Da bolje uzeti nešto jeftinije i zabaviti se. A što je neče izgleda dobro je.
Nije ispolirana. Početak igre je jako...
Ovo ti nije ispolirano?
Nije ispolirano. Gledao sam, igrali su, par ljudi su streamovali to. Kad kažem nije ispolirana, znači znam šta mislim.
A dobro, meni to ne smeta. Nikad nisam bio detaljista tog tipa da sad mi je svaki piksel presudan. Izgleda dosta fino.
A koristi Unreal Engine, ja mislim 3 ili 4, zaboravio sam koju verziju.
I dosta teško. Zašto moraju ove igre, brate, oko da budu teške? Kako bih nazvao?
Pa nije izazov ako nije teško.
Yes.
Samo se NPC-evi malo zaglupljuju s tebe. Sudaraju se i zatrokiraju.
Kao što rekoh, moraš da imaš umu da se to radila 3 čoveka.
Igru cijelu?
Da. Čitav tim, ti 3 čoveka.
Jo, brate, pa to su neki programeri, znači, ne seniori, no neki, ne znam kako bih nazvao.
Pa možeš da nađeš informacije o tom timu koji je to radio, možda možeš da ih nađeš na Facebooku ili na Instagramu, ako te baš zanima.
Pa možda ću pogledati.
Evo ti, možda otvoriš Google šlajfnu i kucaš Bleak Fate.
Aj sad ću njim.
Forsaken, da, ta igra ima Bleak Fate Forsaken. Mišo Vukčević.
Mišo Vukčević?
Da. On je napravio stranicu na Kickstarteru. Vjerojatno je jedan od njih.
Ajoj, dobio nisku ocenu, ali nema veze.
To im je prva igra i njih 3 su radili na tome. Neko stavi to, a da, to sad morate na silu da radite, ali... Ma boli me uvo, rekao sam ti da ćeš sutra ujutro, neće da obilaziš oko kuće i da pričaš sa mnom, pa ne interesuješ me. Jebate! Ti ja otvaram tako vrata kad ti sjediš. Evo ti vazduh. Uživaj. Uživaj u vazduhu.
A ko to?
Nebitno. Kad se setiš da zatvoriš vrata, vrati ih nazad. Još jednom otvori vrata tako i ostavi ih i kreni da pričaš gluposti, znači na ulicu idu. Vrata ne trebaju. Ne znaš da ih zatvoriš, nek stoje napolju. Kad se setiš da zatvoriš vrata, onda se javi.
Pa samo da ti reče da majka radi.
Ne moraš da mi... Ne interesuješ me, jesi čuo? Jesi rekao da treba da se izvadi to? Izvadi će, rekao si ti jutro. Šta sad hoćeš od mene?
Ne to ne. Ono je na dno bašti. A ovo zamijeni majku. Ona je radila...
Da je zamenim.
Da.
Da je zamenim da okopavam cvijeće.
Ne, da...
Jel ti pereš sude?
Da pričaš ti. Vidiš šta radi, dikela tamo.
Dikela?
Pa da. Obuj čizme i...
Ne želim da to radim. Sad ne želim, ne tako. Ti ako želiš svađu da širiš, samo na varu. Ne želim da ih vrće, nek stoje tu. Ako ne zna da zatvori vrata, nek stoje vrata tu. Ne želim da ih vratim. Jesi razumela? Znači na ulicu će završiti. Ma nemoj da ih ti vraćaš. Na to liči. Na šta to liči? Ne banju zdrav mozak. Ma nek čuje. Ne interesuje me. 100 puta ovo radi. Zašto? Ma ne interesuje me, bre. Neću da ćutim. Neću.
Se ne sviđa, imaš izvoliti.
Ovo je strahovlada, razumiješ li? Zašto stoje vrata? Zašto služe vrata? Zašta? Zašta? Se ovdje čamac? Jesam li čamac? Nisam li čamac ovdje? Vrata služe za otvaranje i zatvaranje. Ako imaš nešto da kažeš, onda dođi da popričam. Da ja se ostavim dođe popričam. Ostaviš šato otvorene i ovako krećeš sam na ulici. Ovo nije ulica. Ovo je stambeni prostor. Ovo je napolje dvorište. Kod mene je sve isto. Sve je ulica kod mene. Sve. Ovo je ulica, razumeš? Ovo je stambeni prostor. Vidiš? Ovo je stambeni prostor. Isto kao što... Ne. Ne, nego si nekulturan. Nekulturan. Sve ću ja da ti dam. Neću da batalim. Neću. Moram, zato što se kao svinja ponašam.
Zero One Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Neću da čutim, ja opet.
Može ovdje. Stavljaš mi malo šećera.
Malo, na kašiku.
Držu ove čarape, majke.
U svakom slučaju. Meni je neprijatno da sam ovdje ponekad. Vidim kod vas je veselo. Wait. No. Ha! And the Spartans. That's insulting.
Hunting_solo_snake said tenor.com.
Ok, vidimo ovdje pustinja. Anyway.
Through the course of the past 2 years, Aiden Ross has talked multiple times on how much he dislikes LA culture and how different people viewed him and tried to use his fame to promote themselves. Even when he got banned a few months back and was crushed at the prospect of not being able to stream on Twitch, he talked about how few of his streamer friends reached out.
Why the fuck were y'all not hitting me up when I was banned, bro? And there's only a handful of you real streamers out there. A lot of you guys are fake as fuck, bro. The whole industry is so fucking fake, for the most part.
There is a lack of offline connections in Aiden's life. He's given his closest friends opportunities and like on his stream. He introduced his family to the online realm, where one sister even started an OnlyFans. Aiden has got himself in a position where he questions his connections, all except for one that he maybe sees detached from that life. But there are some grand differences between Aiden and Andrew Tate. Not so much lifestyle differences, though those are different, but more so differences with their obtained popularity and personality. When it comes to that, Aiden Ross is nothing like Andrew Tate. He doesn't have or understand his tactics, and if he did, he likely wouldn't be under his wing. Aiden is also someone that is profoundly ignorant and uneducated at even a high school level.
So, what happened?
The Big Bang? Motherfucker?
No, I know the Big Bang Theory.
What is it?
It's where, I really don't know. Hold on, isn't it where, like, there are meteors and they fucking kill dinosaurs and shit?
That's it. That's
the Big Bang comes before
bro,
that.
how the fuck am I supposed to know that, bro? So
And
who's-
the poor.
Right, but who's the better president if you had to choose one?
I think communism is really the way to go.
What is that?
We need communism.
I have no
Well,
idea.
it's basically about the fact that
So the average salary is what, like $100,000? What? What's
Did you just hear this motherfucker?
What's the average salary?
Bro, probably like what, 20, 30K, bro?
No way.
Bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you fucking crazy?
What's the average salary of a human being?
Bro, 30, 40K, bro. Are this nigga crazy?
Wait, it's really 40K?
Same thing with Andrew Tate. I'm sure that Andrew Tate has said some good things. He has. A listener who says some good things. But overall, he's like a scam artist. I don't think he's a good guy.
Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust. Please show me where he said that.
It was in the second version of Mein Kampf, but I think that ISIS burned that down when they invaded Germany last.
What the fuck? There's a second Mein Kampf?
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it when he was in that fucking bunker before he killed himself.
Yeah. Damn. That's crazy. Wait. So wait, why did Hitler do the Holocaust? Do you believe in socialism?
Socialism?
He is not equipped to be like Tate. He is though vulnerable enough to be one of his followers because of where he is, or rather was, in a very multiple state. Lonely with the breakup, paranoid with the surroundings not helped by the persistent swannings, and possibly oppressed and lacking any fulfillment from things that do go right. He has experienced these things in combination in the past, but the difference this time is he doesn't have a goal. He has become one of the largest known live streamers and almost nothing excites him. Even talking to the rappers he once looked up to is just another daily occurrence. Adin Ross has settled into success, and that for him is unsettling. As of December 2022, he has made major steps to become more like Tate, at least in motivational aspects. This came after flying to Dubai to meet the man himself.
You changed my life, bro.
Have I?
Yes.
Tell me why.
And I see you a little bit getting a little smiley here.
Well, I've changed.
And listen,
I've changed a lot of people's lives.
you have. Here's my thing, right? The thing is this, right? You have changed my life in a better way. I've realized a lot of things, of the things you've spoken into, okay? Yeah. And I'm really starting to take my life seriously this time. I think you could tell that I'm serious. I came out here literally to be under your wing in a way. I have a lot of eyes on me for a reason, right?
Correct.
It's not just because.
Correct.
There's a reason. Yeah. I have to provide significance in some type of way. And it starts with making myself better.
Absolutely. That's how you build a
I
legacy.
figured it out, bro.
That's how you build a legacy.
I killed my body. I actually figured this out, bro.
Congratulations. I look forward to your journey.
Oh my god, I actually figured it out. I'm not even just trolling. Watch, bro. Watch what I do now.
As long as he doesn't dabble too much in controversial subjects, he can possibly ride the thin line between these opposing areas. And he showed some promise. Unfortunately for him, his mentor wasn't accessible, because Andrew Tate, before the end of 2022, was arrested and held under serious accusations. Adin immediately took to YouTube to react to the news. He also posted this on Twitter, which reads, quote, "Nah, I ain't gonna lie though. Joe Biden, please go ahead and pardon Andrew Tate. Donald Trump would have been on it already. Unfortunately, Trump clears you, Sleepy Joe." Unquote. This is clearly a troll by Adin, as Tate was arrested in Romania where the US president has no authority, but fits well into the narrative of a fledgling provocateur. He even clears up that he's doing that exact same thing in a podcast episode released January 5th, 2023.
A lot of the shit you do is like trolling too, right?
I
Like your
do.
last caption too, I saw like, or the Joe Biden tweet.
Yeah, bro.
Like,
People
is
really
that-
took that seriously.
That's a full-on troll, right?
Of course, bro.
But
really-
people are so dumb, they actually like think
Believe
that's
it.
serious.
It's crazy.
And
Like,
it gets so many different people
so
talking,
many. That's why I do
tweeting
it.
back to you.
Yes, bro. You know how it is, Kyle. Like, it's just like they eat up like those controversial like tweets and stuff. I'm obviously joking.
So when you're typing that shit, you're just laughing.
I'm
like,
laughing
oh, I'm
my
just gonna
ass
piss
off.
so many people off.
Yes, it's hilarious because they fall into it every time. The trap.
Yeah.
Like, hey, like you guys are really quote tweeting me, sending me death threats, saying crazy stuff. I go to their Twitter profile and I just see. I'm not gonna say it on there. I don't wanna. You know what I mean? But I think you know what I'm talking about. Whenever you go to Twitter, the people that really, say crazy stuff about you, they'll have some specific stuff in their bio, and they're the weirdo. They are the weirdos of this Twitter shit. The Twitter weirdos, I call them.
Adin was reluctant to release exactly who those Twitter weirdos were, but that would come to light soon enough. But sooner than that came a Twitch ban in the month of January for an undisclosed reason. Normally Adin panics when he gets banned on Twitch, but not this time because he says God has him.
I'm not as mad and devastated as I would be, a year or two ago, because I think I'm at a point in my mind where I realize I trust God, and everything happens for a reason. I'm not even gonna bring Twitch down or anything like that. I'm not. There's nothing to even talk about. It's all love, bro. I'm not putting hate anymore. I don't want to put hate. There's no point. Don't bash Twitch. Don't hate anyone. Don't spread hate to anyone. It's all love. You know, it's all about love. Like literally, that's it.
This situation is stressful because he could get kicked off of Twitch, and as it was being revealed, onto Kick, a new streaming website that promises lucrative deals for streamers as opposed to Twitch's 50-50 split when it comes to subscribers. Kick is offering a 95-5 split, with the majority going to the streamer. An excellent deal, so why wouldn't anyone want to jump onto this new platform that was now offering contracts in the millions to have Twitch streamers split over full time or whatever period they were being contracted for? Well, it all comes down to stability. There have been streaming deals in the past for other well-funded streaming websites, but those websites are now defunct, leaving those streamers that Twitch will accept back to have to regain an audience on Twitch as viewers are less reluctant to jump platforms over and over. In the long run, this, with a good contract, can be a great deal. These situations change when you discuss Kick.com, because you want to look at who is invested in it and why. Why is Kick offering so much money? To that, there is no information on the website. Things get a bit weird when this type of thing isn't made obvious, because typically you'd want to have your business plan laid out to attract investors and even streamers who can feel confident that this new platform may survive. And this is where things get a bit shady, and that's because of the screenshot that shows the creator for the Kick subreddit is named Caleb Stake. But that's a bit of a stretch to say that Stake is attached to Kick.com. And then you get this guy, Ed Craven. He comes out as one of the few known investors of Kick. That's quite boring until you find out that he is a co-founder of Stake.com. So while Stake isn't connected to Kick.com, its co-founder very much is. And then you find this, a job application. Where Kick.com fails to admit or have a reason for its existence, this job application helps fill in the blanks. Quote, Kick.com is a new venture created by the founders of EasyGo with new studios in Australia and Europe. Kick Gaming's division is to be the leading content provider in the gambling industry thanks to its fresh approach to building top-notch slots and table games available to online casinos worldwide through a single API to its remote game server. Unquote. As for streamers, who are the first ones to switch over? The biggest was Trainwreck, a Twitch streamer known for his gambling streams on none other than Stake.com. We also know that Aiden Ross was contracted to gamble on Stake, and for some reason, Kick has taken quite an interest in him, to where he announces this.
You know, Twitch has never
Raiden61.
They've never DM'd me.
Welcome to my channel.
You know, they didn't fuck with me. They never supported me. So I'd be stupid to not be in talks with other platforms. Stupid. Where they could offer me long Jeopardy, tens of millions of dollars, and they could offer me fucking equity, ownership in a platform. But what I will say is this: I'm going to Kick this week. I'm going to be doing Omegle, watching live sports, watching movies, prank phone calls, doing unlimited. We can literally watch porn together. I can jerk off with you. No, I'm still celibate. But if I wanted to, we can do whatever the fuck we want. There's no terms of service over there. And they're giving me tens of M's if I go full time. If you guys, you know, if I go full time. And equity. We're watching the Super Bowl today on live stream. I'm allowed to pull up the Super Bowl and watch it with you guys.
Somehow Aiden, perfectly in almost everything shown in that clip, is a massive problem that he somehow cannot see. To start, Twitch doesn't reach out to him because he is a liability that has been banned 7 times on the platform. Aiden also flaunts what he calls Kick's lack of terms of service as if it doesn't have rules, which it does as community guidelines, which goes exactly against what Aiden said he could do on Kick. And the most dangerous was that he says he's going to stream not just movies and TV shows, but the Super Bowl. The reason you cannot restream it on Twitch or YouTube or any other site that doesn't have an explicit deal is because of copyright infringement, not just because the rules say you cannot. And also Aiden Ross did stream the Super Bowl to 100,000 or so viewers, maybe less so because of Kick's massive viewer bonding issue, and that all could result in a very costly lawsuit. He also, besides streaming himself predictably on Stake, streamed a page of an adult website just because he could.
What do y'all want to watch, bro? I don't support porn. Like, I don't support this shit. What the fuck do y'all want to watch on here, bro? I don't support this shit.
I don't condone it. I don't support it. Wait, how old are you guys in the chat, bro? Jesus. Okay.
Afterwards, he got a massive backlash and apologized. And alongside that, he talks about his annoyance with the hate and being canceled.
And you can say whatever you want about me, but I love everyone, bro. And I don't ever discriminate. Sorry, excuse me, discriminate is not a word. I'm learning, okay?
Not even a week later, he was banned permanently on Twitch, which was nearing the end of February for showing his unmoderated kick chat on Twitch. His response to this was this.
I'm not even gonna bash Twitch completely. The one thing I'll say is this. If I have blue hair and did my makeup, would you have banned me, Twitch? Why is that Twitch is a full liberal platform? If they're just super liberal, why? I'm not saying conservative liberal, I'm not saying it's all right, but why are you biased? It doesn't make fucking sense. I'm putting my foot down, bro. There are two genders, bro.
Aiden goes after the amount of genders of all things because he doesn't do it to prove a point. He doesn't really have a reason to argue the amount of genders. Such an argument is something that goes nowhere anywhere. Except this for Aiden is personal. He's not attacking people that identify themselves as they, them because he thinks it's an absurd way to identify themselves as. He goes after them because he believes that this is the type of people that are canceling him. With that statement, it no doubt became a self-fulfilling prophecy. And to what benefit? Sure, it disregards people who identify in that way, and he gets some revenge. But also, he loses sponsorships over it and disassociates himself even more with his own self-identified persona that supposedly accepts anyone. This statement also made Aiden a target for debates. Again, a part he does not perform well in. Possibly the best known at the time of making this video is his debate with Destiny, a creator known for his proficiency in debating. While they do agree on there only being two genders, this entire conversation reveals the depths of Aiden's ignorance reflected by the comments on both sides. It also brings to light another thing that Aiden is doing that goes against his character.
What do you think about what I've been doing on stream lately? People have been questioning me. I've been paying people tens of thousands of dollars to basically like squirt pepper spray in their eyes, bash TVs, make these like special like kitchen drinks and throw it on their sleeping siblings, and you know, just basically torturing. What is your thoughts on that?
Probably not content that elevates the human spirit very much, but you think it's funny, I guess.
You need to come get high with me. What I do is you know, I will literally have people do dares for thousands of dollars and like of them like torturing, you know, and hurting themselves, and it just feels so good, like you get high from it.
Okay. What Aiden is talking about is how on Kick, he gets viewers on a stream and pays them money if they do as he requests. One of these requests got a person fired from their job.
Where are you?
Bro, I'm at work, bro.
Wait, what do you work? This is gonna be a good one, chat. What do you work?
Yeah, I work for the Blazers, bro. Look.
Yo! Oh my god!
Look, okay, don't get fucking fired, bro. Don't be scared. The tunnel's right there.
This chat's already gonna get you fired. You might as well just turn the fuck off. Bro, you like showed your like name tag and shit, bro. You're fucked. You might as well just run.
I don't give a fuck, bro. Honestly.
Pre-live.
I'm not around like 2 BMs. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, it's not bad. I'll put it up here easily. Chat, should we run the court?
No, look.
Oh my god.
Yo, Neon.
Oh, he's gonna hit.
Yo!
I don't give a fuck.
Yo!
Go to center court. Go to center court. Bro, they just fuck it. I want this way. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it.
Nah, bro, this kid's absolutely fire.
I'm getting out of debt though. You don't get it.
Yo!
Yes.
Yo!
I need 2 bands. Alright, give me 2. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Of his requests, a fair amount fall under having viewers pour various types of liquids on their sleeping family members or partners. Some fall under the class of
Take
self-punishment, including pepper spraying themselves, cutting their hair, and dousing themselves in diabolically designed liquids. Aiden pays varying amounts of money to viewers that complete their dare, but that amount largely depends on how Aiden feels about the dare. This specific dare viewer that cut off their hair and pepper sprayed themselves amongst other things got $25,000 when they completed their side of the bargain.
No matter what, I'll give somewhere between 10 and 15, depending on the execution. My brother, since you went fucking crazy with me and you absolutely fucking executed crazy, I'm gonna give you $25,000.
Bro.
Aiden tacked on $5,000 more because of the dedication. But how about this dare?
Okay, let's not have you do the MacBook. Let's just have you do the phone and the TV. Chat, that's good, yeah? So look, if you execute a 10 out of 10, like you got us high as fuck, I'm gonna give you 7 racks.
Alright, bet.
Hey, swear I ate my 5.
Alright, shh.
What are you doing?
Say I want your phone.
Huh? What are you doing?
What are you?
Saw what you did.
Yo.
What?
Yo.
What? What? What's funny? How's that funny?
What the fuck? This bitch is like laughing and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Alright.
She about to kill his ass.
Nothing.
Why did you do that?
Cuz. Nothing.
What?
Alright. This is a joke.
Yo.
Bro.
She crying?
Yeah.
Spit in her face. I was just playing. Damn. Yo.
I got paid $200 to do it.
Yo.
Did I sell?
It was ass, but it's okay. I'm still gonna pay you. I'm gonna still give you 5, and just all you have to do is just get her a new phone out of that and get her a new TV, and then you get to keep the rest.
Unsatisfied visibly that the viewer apologized too soon or the lack of destruction, Aiden only pays out $5,000 instead of $7,000. Other creators have covered this both on Twitter and YouTube, and Aiden has responded and decided to keep doing these dares on Kick.com, a website that is in beta as shown in the top left, and that's likely why there are users restreaming movies, and likely why S.W.Frost can do almost anything on there. But what's happening isn't what Aiden thinks. His newfound freedom doesn't bring out pride in abandoning his former website. It shows his lack of restraint. What was once a semi-motivational streamer with a goal of never changing has done so. It is sad in the way he is ignorant of it all. As for how this will reflect on Kick, only time will tell. To conclude, Kick is a website that mirrors Twitch, but reflects the worst types of streams. Andrew Tate mirrors a motivational speaker and makes sure with smoke, little light reaches his manipulative tactics. The largest irony of this entire thing is S.W.Frost believes he stands proudly on these pillars, but doesn't realize he isn't standing, he is being held. He is instead strung by Andrew Tate and Kick.com. They endure his self-destructive decisions so long as they benefit and make him think he has control. But if this continues and his weight becomes unbearable, it will be a rude awakening, as these tethers are going to be cut one by one.
Today on the Snack Covenant.
So basically, Marika has all of these kids, and the only one she really seems to care about is Godwin. Godwin was born, and she's like, okay, I have a successor. I don't need the other kids. Then Glowmite Queen is born, and then Marika's like, okay, so as the second born, your entire purpose is stop your brother from dying.
Oh, it's like those stories you hear when somebody has a kid, and the kid is sick, so they have a second kid to kind of take care of the first kid.
Kind of, yeah.
Please note that today's podcast gets a little heavy when we talk about the god skins. For this reason, we have Jersey Miyazaki provide some comic relief toward the end of the episode.
Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Sin.
Hi, everyone. And welcome to the Snack Covenant, episode 317.
Laugh earlier every single time that number gets bigger.
And today we're talking about the Glowmite Queen.
This was a very heavily requested topic, because she's someone that the game sort of like talks about a bit. She's a little bit like Velka, but not really, in that she's mentioned a lot. It sort of points toward who she might be, but the question of who she is I think, like, if you go with the answer the game is pointing toward, it raises more questions than it answers. So what we're going to do in this episode is just go over, like, not necessarily like who she is in an identity sense, but like where she came from, what she's done, what might have happened to her, and if she is that thing, then
welcome
how
to my
is she
channel.
that thing?
So this is more of an episode to facilitate everybody's brains toward the Glowmite Queen.
Facilitate the brain. It's like a Bloodborne mistranslation that Loki would complain about.
Who is the game pointing her toward being?
The game is heavily implying she either is or is very closely connected to Melina.
So tell us a little bit about the Glowmite Queen.
So Glowmite Queen's a character that we never explicitly meet. She's mentioned a few times. I think she's only mentioned like 3 times in the whole script, and one of them calls her the Dusk-Eyed Queen instead of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Gloam is just another name for dusk. So despite that, who she is treated as someone very, very significant in that she is the leader of the Godskin Apostles / Godskin Nobles, who are a recurring mini-boss that we encounter. Sometimes they're a complete boss in the Godskin Duo fight. The reason they're significant is that they are wielders of the Black Flame. That is the thing that the gods are really frightened of. It's derived from the Rune of Death. It can slay the gods, and the Godskins' whole deal is, we're going to go kill the gods.
And wear their skins.
And wear their skins, yeah. So there's this cult of people, question mark, we don't really know what they are, who are going around using the Black Flame to slay the gods, skin them, and then wear the skins.
Sophie?
Yes?
They wear the skins. Do they eat the insides?
It does specify that, like, the Godskin Noble robe, they deliberately keep all the fat in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got quite good defense. It's like it's like you're wearing like a really, really thick coat.
So it's good isolation, so they must be from Canada.
Well, I think they are from the mountaintops.
Sophie, I just had a vision. So the Godskins kill a god, skin them, and then they're like, what are we gonna do with all these insides? And they're like, Alexander, do you want these?
I mean, yeah, kinda. Like, I think this is all connected. Not maybe on like a... It's one of those things in Elden Ring where there's all these motifs that repeat. Like the fusion of bodies and people being like fused together and broken apart again. And it's like, they don't necessarily all need to be connected on a literal narrative level. Like, we talked about this before where, like, you know, Godric is grafting stuff onto himself. Godfrey is grafting a lion onto himself. Alexander is filling himself with guts and all this other stuff like that. Marika and Radagon are fused. They're not all the same. They're not part of the same story. Like, it's just like, this is a thing that recurs in the world, but it's not necessarily like narratively all one process.
You know, what you're saying here is giving me a very Hellraiser vibe. Do you know what that means?
Oh no.
It means that Elden Ring is not a Dark Souls-like. Therefore, it's not a fantasy because it's a Hellraiser-like. Therefore, it's cosmic horror with gore. Therefore, it just became a game I like a lot more.
That's one way of looking at it.
You know, like, I have a game relativity scale on my head, so it just,
and is the scale objective or subjective?
It's very objective.
Good, good. That's the only kind of scale I'm interested in.
So it just went up a spot. On to number 123.
That's number 123, just above the original Dark Souls. Numbers 1 to 122 are just Fallout.
What's the Glowmite Queen's history?
So historical kind of situation is very interesting when you look at like the sequence of events. Elden Ring is very vague about a lot of its timeline, but there's also like a clear cause and effect thing going on that you can sort of follow. So big questions about like when did they build Lindell? When did the Three Fingers show up? Things like that. It's a little hazy, but you can also look at like, okay, this happened because this happened because this happened, and sort of put an order together like that when you're talking about characters. What's super interesting about the Glow-Eyed Queen is actually how early on she shows up. Now, when we talked about Marika and Death in our episode entitled Marika and Death, odd, good for us. You know, it's easy to find.
Yeah.
We mentioned that, like, okay, so what Marika did was she's got the Shard of Death from the Elden Ring, the Rune of Death, and she's trying to make basically all the gods and herself, like, never die and kind of control how death functions by putting the rune inside of Malekith. Like, that's the one thing that can hurt her. She's taken it out of the Elden Ring, she's put it in Malekith. There's actually a phase in between those two things. So if you look at, like, when Malekith got the Rune of Death, he actually gets it from the Glow-Eyed Queen. So the way it's described is that Malekith is sent by Marika to get the Rune of Death from the Glow-Eyed Queen, which means that the Glow-Eyed Queen had it before Malekith did. And we know that, at least according to, like, the little hints we get, the birth of the Golden Order is kind of heralded by Marika removing the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. Like, that's when she creates, like, here's my order, here's how the world's gonna function, and my sort of creation moment, the, like, let there be light moment, that sort of puts everything in, so, like, locks the way the world will work into a certain sort of system, is she takes death out of the Elden Ring. That's what makes the Golden Order, it's what makes it different to, like, other iterations of, like, how the ring is made. So, when she removes it, there's a period of time when Malekith doesn't...
I stavljaš, onda ih razvališ.
Sada me podjebavaš ili šta?
Eno ti kažem,
Došao si me podjebavaš. Ako si završio...
Nije sam, bre,
Ako si završio...
Mogu da zaribaju ove...
Nemaš problema, rekao sam ti sljedeći put kad budeš mi rekao da otvorim vrata, samo sve postaje otvorim.
Mogu da zaribaju.
Ja nemam pred soblje, ovo nije ulica, samo da to reći.
have it, and the Glow-Eyed Queen does have it.
Okay.
We also don't hear about any other squabbling over who gets the Rune of Death. Like, pretty much the only two things that have ever had the Rune of Death, or three things, I guess. Historically, two, and then there's like a third one. Historically, it just goes directly from the Elden Ring to Glow-Eyed Queen, Malekith gets it from the Glow-Eyed Queen, and then Ranni gets it from Malekith. So we don't hear about anyone else. So it looks like what actually happened was, when Marika first removed that rune from the ring, she gave it to the Glow-Eyed Queen. So the Glow-Eyed Queen was around at that point, and she got the rune. What's really interesting there is that the Glow-Eyed Queen, in one of the very, very few references there are to her in the script, they say that she was an Empyrean that was chosen by the Fingers. The simplest way to explain what Empyrean means in the game, and I'm sure there's some other long explanation in one of George's notebooks, but based solely on what we actually see and hear in the game, Empyrean just means someone who is next in line to the throne. So Marika's kids are Empyreans. It's like, Miquella's an Empyrean, Malenia's an Empyrean, Ranni's an Empyrean. Glow-Eyed Queen is also an Empyrean. Godwyn we can kind of like assume was also an Empyrean. I think they never call him that, but he's definitely described like, okay, he's literally and figuratively the Golden Boy. So if Glow-Eyed Queen was an Empyrean, that kind of implies she may have been one of Marika's kids. And it's also interesting that it says she was chosen by the Fingers. So it's like, after Marika set everything up, the two Fingers pick, like, the Glow-Eyed Queen as like, okay, you're a potential successor. So she's someone who's very important. She's not like some weird, like, mountain priestess of the Deathbirds or something like that. She's not like one of the Nox. She's not an astrologer. She's not one of the giants. She's someone who's, like, approved to kind of take over. And this kind of ties back to the Melina thing, because, like, Melina specifically talks about having a mother, and she says, like, her mother gave her her purpose within the Erd Tree. And there's only one mother that we know of that's in the Erd tree, which is Marika. So basically, this all sort of implies that the Glowmite Queen's one of Marika's kids. And because she's very, very early on in the timeline, she looks like she's one of the first. What I'm kind of getting is, like, she would have been born around the same time as Godwin. Like, again, the game doesn't say this, but it's sort of like, it's implicit in the way everything functions. Godwin's the firstborn, or at least the heir. Marika's putting everything into Godwin rather than her other children. So when Godwin dies, like, it doesn't just that it messes up the way that death works, because he has the weird half-death and get buried in the tree. It also breaks Marika, because Marika herself has put everything of her into Godwin, so she doesn't have, like, a plan B. The other interesting thing about Queenie is that she's only ever called the Gloam-Eyed Queen. She's never given a name. We know, like, there is another character in another From game that happens with.
That's right, George.
Tell us about George, Sim.
Well...
Interesting that the character with no name is called George.
You see, he went against his father's wishes and sided with dragons, and then his name was erased from all records.
Yeah, his name, George, was erased from all records. Yeah, so Sin is of course talking about the nameless King George.
Take care.
Hello everybody. Today's episode is quite long, so remember to hydrate yourself and stretch when necessary. We're sorry there were no videos uploaded last month. We're busy editing episodes now though, and they'll be up on the channel as soon as possible. If you'd like to hear early edits of episodes, bonus episodes, or just support the channel in general, you can do so at patreon.com/SinclairLore. Now, back to the podcast.
So Nameless King is a similar kind of character in that it's like a member of the royal family who was erased from history. They're still remembered, but they're only remembered as the Nameless King. They're not remembered as like a specific person. The difference is that for Nameless King, it's happened after he's kind of established himself. Like, there were statues of the Nameless King in Anor Londo. There were altars to him throughout Lordran. He had, like, a relationship with characters in the game. He had, like, a cult that worshipped him of these, like, warriors who still survive to the day. Like, all this stuff happened before he was expelled. Whereas with Gloam-Eyed Queen, it looks like she's cut off right at the beginning. The only thing of the Gloam-Eyed Queen that survives is the Godskin cult. And it's also, like, there is a sword called the Godslayer Greatsword, and it mentions that is the sword of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, but it's not clear if that means it's, like, the sword that she wielded, or if it's just, like, a sword that's associated with her. So basically, there's, like, two things left over of the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Yeah. The other thing about talking about Gloam-Eyed Queen as someone that was relevant a very, very long time ago is that you mentioned that she may have come from Canada, aka the mountaintops of the Giants.
Yes.
Now, that is like kind of ground zero for the Golden Order in a lot of ways. Like, the Golden Order kind of begins flourishing after Marika and Godfrey defeat the Giants together.
Okay.
And at that point, like, it specifies they had the Elden Ring at that point. So it's not like they conquered everything, then Marika got the ring, then she creates the Golden Order. It's like, she wants to create the Golden Order, she has the ring. They just need to make sure that the giant forge is sealed so the Erd Tree can't burn.
Okay.
Okay, so that all happens in the mountaintops. And I mentioned before, like, there are recurring Godskin Apostle and Godskin Noble bosses in the game. There's also a boss in the mountaintops that is calling forth the spirits of those things.
Okay.
So it's calling forth, like, the spirits of, presumably they died a long time ago. Like, the ghosts of a Godskin Noble and a Godskin Apostle. It's actually a snail that's doing it. These things called the Spirit Caller snails. And it's summoning up their ghosts, and that's the only time you encounter, like, the ghosts of them. And you'll remember that, like, the mountaintops, it's full of ghost things. It's got, like, ghost trees and ghost animals. It's got a lot of, like, the death birds and, like, the carrion-eating crows and things, because so many things died there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the mountaintops was basically, like, it was, like, scoured by this flame. like combination of the flame and like the battle that was going on, you find these remnants of like the flame and these like sort of blossom, these flame blossoms. Basically, like the place was like destroyed, and the things that died there seem to live on as these ghosts, these like ghost deer and ghost trees and things. The Godskin nobles seem to be part of that. And when you defeat them, or you defeat the snail anyway, you get a thing called the Godskin swaddling cloth that's like a holy sort of relic for the Godskins. So it's possible that actually like the defeat that happened at the hands of Malika, that happened in the snowfields, and that's why all that stuff's left behind. So it's something that happened like quite a long time ago. That's probably why like there's not much evidence of the Gloam-Eyed Queen like doing anything in the world other than founding the Godskins, because it would have happened in the mountaintops and then the whole thing would have just been like basically nuked. So there's nothing left behind. Yeah. And the other thing about her, again, like tying into like, well, what happened to her? Is she Melina? Is she someone else? It never, as far as I can tell, specifies she died. It says she was defeated. And remember, like, the whole deal with Marika and the Rune of Death is having removed the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. The gods can't die, that's like the whole point of it. So you couldn't, technically, I guess, kill the Gloam-Eyed Queen if you'd removed the rune like that. Unless you actually used the rune against her, which is possible, it gets kind of confusing. But basically, in removing the rune, you've kind of made the Gloam-Eyed Queen someone who can't die. Which might explain, like, why Melina's like, hey, I'm here and I'm burned up and I don't know why and I don't know who I am, but I'm still alive and I'm not sure why. That sort of fits with like, is she someone, did she die but not die and come back?
So tell me about the Melina and Gloam-Eyed Queen relationship.
Okay, so this is the part where it's like, is she or is she not Melina? Is like, yes. So there's a lot of information that links Melina and the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I'm saying links because, like, they're not necessarily one and the same, and I don't think they are one and the same person. Elden Ring really likes the idea of characters not necessarily being a stable, self-contained person. So you have characters who, like, you have Radagon and Marika, who are individuals but also one person. You've got, like, the D-Twins, who actually do appear to be two separate people, but they're joined at the soul. And you have, like, you know, Mikola, who is also Centrina, and Centrina's identity themselves is, like, it's not clear who they are, because they're perceived differently by different people. I mean, like, Godric sticking different body parts on himself, and Godfrey fusing with Serish, like, it just happens all the time. So, I think the idea of there actually being just, like, a stable, like, Melina becomes the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the Gloam-Eyed Queen becomes Melina, is unlikely to be, like, what they're actually getting at, because they're more interested in those sort of very weird, like, fractured, broken, the recombined relationships between people. So, the example that, like, everyone kind of points to as like, oh, there it is the Frenzied Flame ending. If Melina leaves you at the Frenzied Flame prescription, and then you proceed through the game, what will happen is she will reappear at the ending, and she looks different, like it's the same model, but her hair has gone black. It's usually like a strawberry blonde. Her hair has gone black. And the eye that has been closed throughout the game has opened, and it's glowing this sort of unnaturally like violet blue, which itself is kind of associated with those who live in death. And the eye that's usually gold has gone dull. She essentially turns to camera and says, like, I'm gonna get you for that, and I'm gonna use Destined Death, which is the Gloam-Eyed Queen's whole thing about, like, the Rune of Death and being the death of the gods and everything.
Yeah.
So that on its own sort of points toward, like, Melina and the Gloam-Eyed Queen being connected. The issue is that outside of that, Melina and the Gloam-Eyed Queen don't really sound like one another.
Okay.
Like, the Gloam-Eyed Queen's whole deal is she is leading a murderous cult that skin people and wants to, like, you know, their goal is we will be the death of the gods.
Right.
Melina herself, like, she never reacts to or mentions, like, the Godskins. She doesn't show any sort of evil intent. She just sort of seems a little confused sometimes. But it's important to remember that when you first meet her, she's got amnesia. But she does specify that, like, I'm looking for my purpose. And she says her purpose was lost a long time ago, but it was given to her by her mother inside of the Erdtree. So, it's, again, they don't say it, but they do say it, the mother is Marika. Marika gave Melina a purpose, big question mark over what happened next, but Melina burned up, like her body burned up. She's essentially a ghost at this point. Her hands are quite badly burned if you ever look at those, and her eye is sealed shut. So she spends the game basically saying, hey, take me to Lanedale, because when I get to Lanedale, I'll understand like what's going on, I'll understand my purpose. When you do arrive at Lanedale, she honors that, and she actually disappears. So essentially the entire time between the Avenue balcony in Lanedale and the fight with Morgoth, she's not there. She's somewhere else. So when you finally get to Morgoth, Melina becomes available as a summon. She's quite savage when she fights. Like, she's flailing around, she actually does the same moves that the Black Knife Assassins do, which is probably significant because they're the ones who have the Rune of Death. She's firing these, like, projectiles from her dagger, and she can wreck Morgoth pretty badly. And then after that, it's like, oh hi, I'm back.
Yeah.
And she mentions to you that basically she's got her memory back now. Like, off screen, when you were running around Lanedale, Melina was like, we don't know what she did. Did she go to the Erd Tree? Did she commune with someone? But she basically, it all came back to her at some point. So that's the point at which, like, her memory is restored, her purpose is restored. It's not like there's a massive change in her personality, but she does pivot quite quickly toward, let's unseal the Rune of Death and burn the Erd Tree down. Which is not something she's really shown any interest in having, like, been part of before. So that's sort of like, oh, okay. It's come back to her and she's suddenly talking about burning things. She's suddenly talking about the Rune of Death. This is something that they do have to do. Like, the burning of the Erd Tree via unsealing the Forge, like, we'll talk about this in another episode we're going to do later on, but it looks like they have tried this before. So this is not just only the Glow-Eyed Queen would know of this. It's like something that they would have done before. But she pivots to it very quickly.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the other thing is that when you are sacrificing her in the Forge, she says two interesting things. She says, like, I have long observed the lands between, thus implying she has been around for a very long time. She's gone from, I don't know who I am, I've lost my purpose, to, let's burn the Erd Tree down and I've seen, like, all of history. And when she finally, like, burns herself, she says that what the world needs is indiscriminate death. She's tying back into, like, Marika screwed everything up by removing death from the Elden Ring, which created this whole situation, right? So we're starting to get to this point where, like, Melina is... She's not going full on, I will be the death of the gods, for I am the Glow-Eyed Queen. But she's going, like, you know, we need to bring death back, the Erd Tree needs to burn. That's what came back to her when she got to Lanedale. The other thing of note is the eye. This character is known as the Gloam-Eyed Queen. Just kind of a giveaway, the eye is probably important. Melina's eye is sealed shut throughout the game up until the Frenzied Flame ending. And it glows with the same sort of light that the Beast Eye glows with, that Gurunk gives you. And that's like an eye that sort of seeks out death. The other thing is that there's like a tattoo across Melina's eye. Now, the Beast Eye itself and the Beast, the Claw Mark Seal, they both have this like 3-fingered diagonal scratch across them. The beasts are described as having 5 fingers that was granted them by the gods, but all their designs are based around there being a 3-fingered scratch. It's entirely possible that was done with a hand with 5 digits, just only the middle 3 are long enough to make the scratch. That sort of makes sense. So that's sort of tying back to, when Gurunk sealed the Glow-Eyed Queen's power, did he do it by, like, scratching her eyes shut? And, like, that, I think that's what they're getting at, like, symbolically. That the issue is that what's on Melina's eye is a tattoo of a claw. It's not a claw mark. Like, it looks like someone drew a claw over her eye.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
What if he really did claw her, but she went to a tattoo artist and she was like, can you cover this up and make it into a tattoo so it looks
I mean, that is possible. But that can still be, like, we don't know how Malekith seals her power. We don't know how Malekith defeats her. It is possible that it's like a symbolic thing where, like, in doing that, like, the sign of the claw was placed above her eye or something. But the point is, it's not a design we see anywhere else. People have likened it to the foul foot items that you get. That's like the claw of a bird. It could be the claw of the death birds. The death birds themselves confuse things massively because you could very easily say it was the death birds, except the death birds are associated with death sorcery, not the black flame. Like, it gets very confused. There's different kinds of death that are moving around the world. Other thing, I guess, is the hair. Because Melina's, when you meet her, she's like a strawberry blonde. And in that ending, her hair goes black. We actually see something similar to that with Marika and Radagon. where Marika's initially got the blonde hair, and then as she changes to Radagon, her hair goes red.
That's right.
Yeah, and there's this whole thing in the game about linking hair to, like, your innate essence, as weird as that sounds.
Yes.
So, like, I think the idea is the giants having the red hair, that all goes back to, like, there's this, like, god of flame that dwells within the giants, and it's manifesting through giving them this red hair.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, Marika being, like, Marika of, like, the golden power of, like, the greater will and the Elden Ring, the gold manifests in this shining golden hair that, like, all of her offspring have. Melina getting the black hair, like, we don't see any demigods that have that black hair, but black is obviously, like, it's a death thing. It's, like, associated with, like the black, sort of, like, the black flame and, like, the black rune of death. So it's almost like there is something of the Glowmide Queen in Melina that resurfaces if she doesn't burn herself up.
So do you think Melina is the Glowmide Queen?
I don't think the Melina character that we meet is like, I'm secretly the Glowmide Queen, I'm just not telling you. But they're clearly connected on some level. It's not clear, like, what went on exactly. Glowmide Queen might have been, like, reincarnated as Melina. You know, Melina might be, like, a fragment of the Glowmide Queen. There's a whole thing about, like, people are sort of reborn out of the Erd Tree.
Reborn.
Reborn.
So Sophie,
Yes, Sin.
what's happening with the Glowmide Queen?
Okay, so we've sort of gone over what we know about her.
Mm-hmm.
And then now it's like, well, why is this happening? Like, what does she actually want? Like, why is she doing this? Why did she do this? How is Melina involved? Why are the Godskins skinning people? Things like that. So, we're going to assume she probably wanted something more than just skinning people. So we know that Marika uses the Glowmide Queen as this, like, initial vessel for destined death. And then Malekith has to come and get it from her. So, again, it doesn't say this outright, but it only makes sense if that means, like, at some point, like, the Glowmide Queen turned against the gods. Like, obviously she is against the gods, that's the whole thing, they're going to be the death of the gods. Little interesting detail is that, like, there's 7 thrones at the base of the Erd Tree, and the Godskins have 7 faces sewn on their aprons, which is probably a little ominous if you're one of the people on the thrones. But, like...
It's like psychological intimidation. Well...
Yeah. Well, it is. You're wearing someone's skin. Like,
but
yeah.
also, well, not only am I wearing your skin, the number is gonna mess you up, because it's the number of the thrones in your room. It's like double intimidation.
Yeah, yeah. If that was always happening, Marika would not have given the Rune of Death to these people. Like, it's a very bad idea. It's like the worst people who could possibly have it. So we have to assume here that, like, the Glowmide Queen was initially on the side of Marika, or at least under Marika's control, and then at some point, that's when her and the Godskins turn against Marika, and that's when she has to send Malekith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do have evidence also of, like, just the Black Flame of Death can, it just says it enthralls people. There's a character called Black Flame Monk Amon, and it's like he was someone who was like, he was a flame monk, and then basically, it's not clear exactly what happened, but like he saw the Black Flame, and he became like, oh, Black Flame, I will now serve the Black Flame instead of the Red Flame. So like, it is sort of in there, like, yeah, okay, sometimes people just go a little crazy with the Black Flame, and they start like serving it. But that is, I think, like, not that good a story for her. It's just like, yeah, she just went a little power mad with this Black Flame, because it doesn't sound like something that would really happen.
Yeah.
Because Elden Ring is obviously, a lot of the characters in it are someone who, like, went mad with power. Like, that's, they say that literally in the intro, like, the mad taint of the strength triggers the shattering. But they're not just like, I'm going to be powerful. There's always, like, a reason behind it, and the power is used to articulate that.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to look at, like, the Glowmide Queen being driven by her relationship with Marika, because that's, like, I think the main recurring theme of, like, Elden Ring and how the demigods function is that Marika is trying to shape her children into, like, ideal vessels for the next, like, to be the next king or the next queen or the next lord. She's trying to make them into that. In doing so, she makes them into absolute self-destructive monsters, to the point where the only one who's actually doing what he's told is a literal, like, goat monster who Marika doesn't like. Basically, the reason the demigods are as fucked up as they are is that they're encouraged to be that way.
Yeah.
So what we're going to talk about now is, like, this implied relationship between the Glowmine Queen and Godwyn. Godwyn being, like, we brought this up before, Godwyn is, like, the most important demigod up until the point where he dies. Marika has Godwyn, and then she also has, like, Morgoth. She has Moog. Godric's not her direct child. He's actually, like, he's like the grandson or something of Godwyn. Marika, and there's all, like, the demigods, like the soulless ones that are left in the crypts that are walking around. So basically, Marika has all of these kids, and the only one she really seems to care about is Godwyn. And she seems to care about him, like, way more than is healthy. So, like, Godwyn's got all these statues erected in his honor. He's, like, we don't meet him, like, as he was then. We find his corpse, but we don't really interact with him. But, like, all indications are, like, yeah, he was, like, this great warrior. He was beloved by everyone. You know, he sort of fought the dragons, and he actually made friends with them because he was just so great. There's all these statues in him, like, he's incredibly beloved, and you look at that and you compare it to, like, Morgoth. Morgoth is, like, kicked out and made to live in a sewer.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem to care, but she's pouring all of herself into Godwyn, to the point where, like, her wanting to protect her children from death, it seems more like she just wanted to protect Godwyn from death. Because, like, she's decided my success is going to be Godwyn. So I have to pour everything I have into him, and I have to keep him alive. And if I have to sacrifice my other children to do it, that's what I'll do. This is why I'm always saying, like, again, the game doesn't actually outright say this, but I think it's fairly clear that Godwin's the firstborn. Like, her and Godfrey have a kid. He's going to be the next in line because he's the firstborn son, presumably. So that becomes like, okay, this is the kid, and it's like William and Harry. Like, we have an heir, and then we'll have a spare.
Who's William and Harry?
The princes. Prince William and Prince Harry.
Oh.
The reason I'm bringing this up is that, like, we know Glowmite Queen happened a long time ago. Like, at the very beginning of everything. So I am wondering if what actually happened here was that Godwin was born. And she's like, okay, I have a successor. I don't need the other kids. Then Glowmite Queen is born either, like, it's possible they were twins.
Okay.
It's also possible she was born after him. And then Marika's like, okay, so as the second born, right, I have my heir, now I've got my spare. And your goal, literally, your entire purpose is stop your brother from dying.
Oh, it's like those stories you hear when somebody has a kid and the kid is sick, so they have a second kid to kind of take care of the first kid.
Kind of, yeah. And it basically, like, she's gone to, okay, this is the one thing that can harm your brother. Just look after this thing. Make sure nothing hurts your brother. So when we talked about Marika and I brought up, like, Crochet the Death. What's the Yeah, the story of, like, you know, people who don't know it, it's like there's this ogre, he can't die because his heart is, like, kept inside of, like, it's like a Matryoshka doll, it's, like, inside all these things, and if you can't get to the middle of it, you can't die. Well, my game is essentially, like, I'll take the thing that can harm Goblin and put it in my other child. And I think, like, that's entirely in keeping with how Marika acts throughout this game. So she's appalling to her children. She basically does her children up until Godwin dies, and then she snaps. And then she's like, okay, everyone just kill each other. And whoever is the best at the end is going to take over. So it entirely fits with, like, something that Marika would do. Also, it happening, like, that early on would also completely explain why, like, no one knows anything. Because the very, very founding of everything is, like, this other kid, we cut them out then, and that's why, like, you know, there's no statues of her, she doesn't have, like, her own region or anything like that, or you can argue maybe the Snowfields is kind of her region. But she's not really given anything. All we know about her is, like, she was just this sort of figurehead that led a cult of people that wanted to kill her. Yeah. And also, like, it happened that long ago, also explains why, like, the whole, I want my kids to fight until they get strong enough to, like, succeed, and doesn't apply to her, because she would have been so she just doesn't apply to her, because they can't. So this kind of, like, raises the question of revenge. Because taking into account everything I just said, you might think, okay, does she just want revenge?
Kind of sounds like it. Sounds like...
I mean, that it's feasible, but, like, literally, like, she was treated badly, she got kicked out, and then she turned against them because she wanted revenge on the way she was treated. It's actually kind of like Moog. Moog is not specifically driven by revenge, but the idea that, like, Moog is technically one of the demigods, he's technically could succeed the throne if everyone else died and they only had the horrible monster left. But at the same time, like, he's not so much driven by revenge, he just wants to found his own dynasty. Like, even though he is, like, even though he's kicked out and thrown in a sewer, like, shortly after he's born, something about him is, like, he's got that sort of ambition that the other children have. Like, he feels like he should be a lord of something. He feels like he should have a dynasty. He clearly knows who the other children are because he kidnaps Mikola. Like, he's clearly tuned into things. So Glowmite Queen could be something like that. She's someone who, like, has a birthright that she's being denied, so she's constructing something to get that back. Like, she's going to kill the gods and take over. Like, that's possible. But, getting back to what we were saying, like, way earlier, saying the Glowmite Queen wants to skin the gods is, like, that's not necessarily her goal per se. Like, it could be a means to an end. It's like Godric and arms. Like, yes, Godric wants to stick arms on himself, but he's not doing it for the sake of sticking arms on himself. He's doing it because he wants them.
Yeah.
So, what is really interesting about the way the godskins are described is that it says that they're assimilating non-human physiology into themselves.
Okay.
That's why they have tails. So it's not just that intimidation thing like you were suggesting. It obviously is intimidating to be confronted with someone who is wearing your skin and is wielding the one thing that can kill you.
It's a little intimidating.
Yeah, like there's reference like they're quite cruel people, like they enjoy like the cutting and the stitching and everything and the peeling. You also see it like in Dominula, like there's this whole cult of people who are, they're trying to like skin people. It becomes a big ritual thing. But again, like they specify that they're assimilating this physiology into themselves, and on the swaddling cloth of the Godskins, it also it explicitly likens it to the Crucible, and the Crucible is the thing that like all life began in. Like it specifies there's this thing called the Crucible. All life was sort of blended together into this like primordial goo, and then that sort of held within it all the potential for life. And then what we're dealing with now is like a specific route it could have taken, but it didn't need to. Like Marika sort of laid down rules about how it was going to work, and that's why you end up with like humans, but there's also like misbegotten, and there's also omens, and there's also like whatever the Crucible Knights look like under the armor. There's all this implication that like Marika exposure to that did something to the way that life functioned and took complete control of that. So likening that to the Crucible is, I think, really interesting because it does say that like, okay, there's more to it than just skinning people. Like you're specifically getting like the bodies of the gods and you're taking parts of them into you, and that itself is viewed as similar to this Crucible thing where like all these bodies were blended together. Not literally, the idea of like human bodies and animal bodies and like plants and things. There was no dividing line. Things are kind of breaking that. So, sort of wrapping up, okay, what is she doing? The swaddling cloth is particularly interesting to me because it's not clear, like, is the infant well, is that a Godskin infant in that the Godskins just have Godskin children, like they somehow reproduce between each other? Is it the Glow-Eyed Queen's child? Or is it just that, like, infants are sort of indoctrinated into being a Godskin when they're an infant by swaddling them? Like, it's not clear. It could be any of those three things. It is weirdly talked about the Godskins are almost like their own race of people rather than, like, a cult, which is possible. The Dominula, like, skinning thing, again, possible, like, they may just be a cult and sort of people are brought into it. But like the idea of her creating these children out of death is really interesting because it's similar to what Thea and Dung Eater are doing. Thea and Dung Eater, like they're their own story, but Thea and Dung Eater, like they're interesting in that they're sort of counterpoints because they both produce, like they conceive, they very explicitly conceive, and they do it by lying with corpses, just in different ways. So what Glow-Eyed Queen is kind of doing is like she's doing something like that where she's getting that sort of binary between life and death and sex she's able to create like out of it, maybe not necessarily like literally birth person out of their skins, but the idea that you become a god, like the Godskins reproduce as a group through the use of the death. So in a sense, like she is founding her own dynasty. It's almost like she's getting bits and pieces like of the demigods and sort of like bringing that sort of god violence like back into her children. And it's like this is like maybe like the children she would have had she not been kicked out. But also like going back to what Melina says, like if we assume they're at least connected and maybe some of Melina's thoughts are the thoughts of the Glow-Eyed Queen, like what she was thinking, that notion of like the land needs indiscriminate death. Like if she was the one who had to spend, like hypothetically, like your job is to spend eternity watching over destined death to make sure your brother doesn't die. That line Melina has about like I've long observed these lands and they need indiscriminate death. That's like probably closer to like the Glow-Eyed Queen's motivation. Like she's trying to create like a new dynasty of people who are tied to the notion of like death can be indiscriminate. People don't have to live forever. And that is articulating in a very sort of like gory, cruel sense through the Godskins and through the Dominal celebrants that they are like cutting up and skinning people and wearing that. But at the same time, like it seems to serve this purpose, which is that it's changing them. It's making them more godlike. The things Marika sort of cut off, it's bringing them back together. It's almost like recreating like the Crucible. It's fusing these things back together again. So it's kind of like it's another way of approaching this like this life and death binary that Elden Ring is really interested in looking at. Elden Ring is like it's just very interested in the idea that like you're never really like alive or dead. Like you're kind of always dying. And Marika is kind of about the denial of that. It's about wanting everything to be end. He's like
分かった。大丈夫。次は成功する。
アシュリー、タイミングを合わせろ。
分かった。今度こそ今よ。今よ。大丈夫。次は成功する。今よ。やった。
ここにいろ。
分かった。
どうなってる？さあ、どこまでしぶといんだ。まったく、なんてやつだ。
レオン、怪我はない？
大丈夫だ。
もう一回。
アシュリ
オッケー。大丈夫。次は成功する。今よ。オッケー。
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Almost.
通電してない。 条件は何だ。不敬。けなこったな。ウェルカム。ウェルカム。他にはない一品な素敵な旅。ウェルカム。お宝ガラクタ何でもござれか。また来いよ。ウェルカム。何から始める？実践で試してみな。あんたならすぐ違いがわかるはずだ。見とれちまったか？俺たちの職人技は芸術さ。さあできた。あいにく普通の改造はこれがメイン。よし、もうこれ以上俺たちがいじれるところはね。見とれちまったか？俺たちの職人技は芸術さ。今はこれ以上改造最大最強最高カスト幸運をストレンジャー。他へまして死ぬなよ。ウェルカム。ただまた来いよ。
Very neat living dead boxes, and she just doesn't want anything there. So like, the Glowmite Queen seems to be another like aspect of that. Like she's just very, very like explicitly blurring that line.
Hey, it's From Software President Hidetaka Miyazaki. Busy working on my robot game, but these bitches got me on speed dial, so I've been dragged away from that to apparently provide some comic relief. Luckily, I've spent the last decade being forced to do things at short notice, so where did Ocelot go after Oceros dropped him? everywhere.
Yeah, oh boy. Here we go again.
Armageddon. Thanks for following.
To Steam arkadaş. Wow.
ありがとうよ。
レオン、見て。
そんなに叩きのめされたいのか。なら相手してやるよ。プレゼントだ。
Imagine coupons. C'est sous stand-by le jeu.
見てた？すごかったでしょ私。
そんな特技があるとはね。
ねえ、思ったんだけど私たちって結構いいコンビじゃない？
かもな。
そうだ、私もエージェントを目指そうかな。どう思う？合衆国を守る最強のコンビよ。
なるほど。だがその前に生きてここを出ないとな。
もうノリ悪い。
これがルイスの言ってたやつか。サドラ、ふざけやがって。
Julian,
Hello?
evo, majstor Milan izgleda Peđu naveo da pregoji kompjuter.
S čim? Overclock neki, a?
Nije. Kulo je kad je namešao Peđu.
Kako ne mogu da pregori?
Ja sam lepo rekao da upali stream.
Kako ne mogu da ga pregori? Objasni. Šta je, ne možda upali kompjuter? Ne verujem da je pregoreo. Nemoguće.
Jo, opet šapci ga i pakali.
A ovo šta je napravio čovjek, jebate?
Šta je?
Pa sjeba čovjek u kompjuter.
Opet šapci ga i pakali. Ima boys get on. A sad će čujem.
A da, jeba je majko.
Čuo sam da spominje neki kabel od grafičke.
Jao, Beka je stručnjak za kompjutere, on će mu srediti ovo.
見事な仕事の成果にはふさわしい返礼を他にはない一品がいろいろ揃ってるぜ。
Ma onaj hladnjak Vlado na procesori menja, znaš.
Dobro.
Pa nešto nije spojio, ko zna šta je zajeba tamo, pa ne može da upali kompjuter.
どんな価値ある品だっ
Mislim da je
て
i prišao
墓場
Beka sa
サンキュー
kompjuterom.
出まして
Šta spominješ Šapcigir onda neki?
To vidi kako se mutira.
Mutira se čovjek, zamisli.
A dobro je.
Da ne bude sad da nije on zajeba zbog toga.
Milan i šapci ga.
Po tomu nije prvi put da sjebe matičnu fotošku.
To.
要件は何だありがとうよそいつは間違いないぜハンドガンのステーキ
Nije problem da se
na tabi.
sjebava, ali da trebaš da naučiš nešto iz te greške.
Nisam naučio ništa.
Welcome だんだんあんたの好みが分かってきたぜまた来いよ
Ja računare sklapam zadnjih 20 godina i prvu stvar koju su me naučili je kako se sa Šapcigirom radi.
さあできたお望み通りだいい仕上がりだぜ
I mene ne ukidajte,俺はnisi učio napor.
俺たちの職人技は芸術さあいにく普通の改造はこれ最大最強最高カスタムだ素敵な旅
A što mu je Beka to tako daljinski? Bolje da je došao čovjek pa mu to zamenio nego šta je radio. Dao mu informacije preko telefonske linije, šta je činjao čovjek.
Sam ja shvatio, Mila ne zna da podigne Windows.
Ma kaki? Gdje zna?
Pa znamo, to su osnovne neke, pre nego što kreneš sa bilo čim.
A ne prešao je već na hardware, a ne zna sistem dići.
Pa to ti kažem.
Čekaj ga zanim što napravio čovjek.
Beka kaže, ponesi ga u servis i reci da nije ni radio.
Šta si napravio čovjek?
0x2. Welcome to my channel.
Mislim da ova moja doktorka plače za ljudima
kao... Što nije snimao na Discordu, jabim po ovo. Pa preko mobilnog. Pa šta mu ne baca šta?
Možda je memorija, nije u ležištu. Kako treba.
Pa je vadio ja memoriju.
Ne, može biti da se pomerila, Nenad. Znaš.
Ne.
Dovoljno ti je da ne leži kako treba RAM.
Neke dobro ubude RAM, neka pogledaj i
Neka izvu.
kliknu gdje je vraćao RAM.
A piti ga je radio nešto sa Šazigirom.
Moć.
Neka ti moću vidimo da nije htio neki kondenzator.
せいぜい急ぐこと。小娘を救いたくければな。ジャングルを思い出せ。生と死は紙一重だ。
直感を信じろ。あんたの口癖だった。ここは奴のフィールドだ。まともには戦えない。
Ali pre sklapanja ja se informišem o djelatnosti stvari koje se stvari su se imale vrlo malo. To je trebalo da se stavi i malo paste i šta znam taj način jako isti. Šta najviše mrzim da radim ja update BIOS.
Niko to ne voli samo.
Jer nema povratka.
俺の専門は野心ゲリラ戦だ。忘れたか。
A da, ove nove da.
Grafičke kartice i bez monitora plaćaju da njima se najčešće flašovao BIOS da mogu da pređu na verziju 5 procesora Ryzen.
World 悪い手本を見習わなかったおかげだ。
臆病と軽率は死神を呼び寄せる。そうだろう。
さあな、まだ誘われたことはない。
王様では長くは持たんぞ。
ここまで歓迎してくれるとはありがたいな。
お前専用のスペシャルメニューだ。
ここまでは合格だ。賞を受け取れ。覚悟しろ、ルーキー。
Onda se kupi za prisune, pa je mnogo
本当にやるのか。後悔するぞ。俺とお前は恋の裏と表だ。お互い見える。
za 50%, neki čak i jače.
生きることが違う。この後に及んだ。
Nevamo je spala isto. Možeš da ga kupiš.
これが生体の力だ。地に落ちたら食らうぜ。
To je super.
覚悟しろ。その腕が真の力。俺なら返品するね。お前の嘲笑はすぐに後悔に変わる。せいぜいもがいて楽しませてくれ。準備はいいか、ルーキー。ああ。蹴りをつけよう。おっ。お前ならここまで来ると分かっていた。諦めろ。いくらあがこうとこの力を呼ば。この力こそが全てだ。弱者には何一つ守れん。過ぎた力は守りたいものさえぶち壊す。あんたは分かってたはずだ。いや、この逆だ。俺は何も分かっていなかった。だがいい。あ、違う。守りを固めやがって。あれが奴らの本拠地か。アシュリー。 た闘争の匂い。がするね。ウェルカム。他にはない一品がいろいろそ。なるほど。こういうのもありか。こい。ウェルカム。ありがとうよ。神秘手まして死ぬなよ。
Got some bad news today. The CEO of Bandai Namco was hit by a bus, and I lost my job as a bus driver.
Yo, stranger.
How do you stop Yui from walking around in circles? Chain his other foot to the chair. Thank you, you've been a great audience. Back to whatever this was, the goth lady. It's George's idea.
There's the guy in Dominant, like skin my skin. So there's something about like the purity of the skin that's important. This is why I keep going back to like, yeah, what they're doing is like, it's like you said, it's just like control. It's just like very, very like sadistic, like horrible thing. But there does seem to be a point to it beyond the sadism. That's like we're trying to do something with this like divine body parts that we have. We're using those to create new life in a way that's like I'd say like most of the stuff in Elden Ring is like it's like a commentary on Marika's own obsessions. But like she's very much like the god of the world. Like she sort of sets this world up, and then everything that goes wrong essentially happens because of something.
Ja ne volim da ja sad... Ja volim da mi se kaže, ili ja ne čitam misli, ali volim da se ovo radi. Samo kao, bez komentara, znaš. Ja sjećam se kada sam na ulici. Isto tako, 1000 puta su mi ljudi došli na vrata i samo uđu unutra. Bez pucanja, bez pardona, samo, razumiješ, ja sam kao na kasni. Ja to ne volim. Nije on u pitanju su svi.
A dobro, ne možeš ti u isti kontekst da stavljaš Ćaleta i sve druge.
Kao što rekao?
Stvarno, to, šta ti misliš? Ajde te bidone kolega.
Nisam izdao cvijeći na terasu.
Nema veze. A šutra ima, to je dolje, ona jedna lijeska koja se raširila, znaš, ima rogove. Pravo dolje. Pa oni okolo da ih povadiš krampom i da ostane samo jedna ona centralna. Ništa drugo. A oko nje je žbun. Onih mladih strana.
Dobro.
Ja možemo sve na lijep način da riješimo.
Kao što rekao može.
Možemo. Bez dreke, vike i orlanja. Evo, hvala Bogu, sad počeš da radiš, pa i tebi će biti drugčije i uopšte. Nas će sigurno zatvoriti brzih dana, tako da ću i ja da tražim. Ali ja nemam izbora, ja mogu u Big Chick ili u onu Topiko ili u Klanicu. Ja nemam drugog rješenja.
Kako god.
A?
Kako god će.
Ali nemam gdje, u Tortilju ne primaju, oni traže mlađu ekipu.
Nisam ni ja puno mlađi.
A?
Nisam ni ja puno mlađi, kaže.
Nisi puno mlađi, ja sam te rodila 20 godina, ili me seri.
Ima i starih ljudi. Ne. Kad vidim te slike Spartanaca, odmah se setim onoga filma Meet the Spartans. On je gomila onih gej tipova se šeta okolo onim bermudicama.
That like Marika did, like Marika's insistence on doing something, Marika's obsession with secret, Marika's like failings create endless problems.
So the god skins aren't that bad after all. They're looking like
Okay, this is something we need to address, right? Because there's a lot of people are like, oh well, such and such is to begin with. It's like, oh, Ryan's overthrowing the Golden Order, she must be good. And it's like, look at who's supposed to be like Rykard. It also wants to overthrow the Golden Order. All the demigods on some level are like rebelling, like. So this is bringing up something about Elden Ring that I think is like worth talking about a little bit now, which is like just wanting to overthrow the Golden Order does not mean that you're a good person. Like they set this up with the Eternal Cities, where it's like, yes, the Golden Order is this like totalizing thing. It's like a colonizing force that's sort of taken over and trying to shape the world according to what it wants. But that doesn't mean that it's like the end of Return of the Jedi or something. Like you just blow it up and it goes away and everyone's happy again. Because once it's like integrated itself into the world, if you just rip it away, you end up with like there's like a vacuum into which like Astel shows up. And another example of like people who want to overthrow the Golden Order, like Rykard wants to overthrow the Golden Order. I don't think he should be in charge. I'm not going to side with him just because he wants to overthrow the Golden Order.
But he loves snacks, so let's agree to disagree.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree. I mean, I'll side with him because he's very, very funny. But like, and it's also the whole thing with the Rani. It's like I know a lot of people consider Rani the good one, because like she's like overcreating the order, like under the form of the light and the wisdom of the moon and everything. A lot of that just comes from the fact that she's a Rani and she's a cute little witch. Like if you imagine that ending, but it's Celadus. Yes, my age will be one of the stars. Suddenly it's somewhat creepier. So like the point is like you don't know. Like it doesn't actually have like a defined like these are the good people. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like it's not a case of saying like this person opposes Marika, therefore by definition they're all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know who is right in Elden Ring?
Blackguard Big Boggart, the prawn guy.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Is Marika the character about whom we've talked the most, despite her having literally no dialogue? You get Melina's little statements about it, but like Marika's on screen for like 10 seconds total in the game. It's like Lawrence again. If this one single force of personality and everything is descending from them, so the whole world is almost like everything there is an articulation of one person's issues, and that allows you to like fully flesh out like who Marika is without Marika actually being on screen, because everything that's happening there is something that Marika is either directly or indirectly responsible for happening. Which is why we can talk about like all the stuff about Godwin, even though Godwin literally has no lines in the game.
It's like, you know those people who analyze people's behavior based on like eye twitches and hand movements?
Yeah.
We're doing that for Elden Ring based on the world?
Unlike those people, no one in Elden Ring is real. So we're not going to release a video about like the detail Marika's ability because it's about just touching her mind.
ดูวันนั้นคุณคุยโค้ด
が効くな。
来たな、追加のお客さんが。広い場所に誘い出してくれ。俺が掃除してやる。おっと、まだ来るぞ。この先は俺に任せろ。休憩してな。お楽しみはその後だ。
やるな相棒。ご期待に応えるか。対空砲は黙らせたぞ。
さすがは相棒。さあ、こっからはマイク様の時間だ。
よし。
Stop!
Wow.
助かる。全部終わったら一杯やろうぜ。いい店があるんだ。サドラー、お前だけは許さない。
Oh, no, det är på tv, ja? Ja, kod neko meni.
Šta je bilo, da nema nekog bota?
Ma ne, nego je dogovor oko partije. Neki tim sad koliko je moguće od ovih koji su ostali na Company of Hero 2 da skupim da napravimo naše dobro. A ovo je nešto što si mu kupio Company of Hero 3, on uči da programira.
No, super.
完了だ。これはこいつか。
Plaćam ih mnogo manje.
Kako se to uradi?
Pa nešto mi spojeno.
Sam ti rekao da mogu da ti napravim nalog, bojim se. Da ti nabavim to jest.
Nešto si probljavao, mislim da nisam razumio.
Rekao sam da mogu da ti napravim nalog.
Kaže, rekao ti je da može da ti nabavi nalog.
Napravi nalog.
Da nabavimo, da napravimo, da nabavimo.
Koliko pare?
1 euro.
5 eura.
O, cene rastu. Ugradio si.
Ugradio sam se 5 eura. Zajebamo se prosto. Ajde ću da vidimo sad, čekaj im koji su cene. I ovo imaš uvijek.
Doći ti je napisao da si ja.
Šta za mene?
Pročite se da sam ti za ovog Ninoka napisao.
Jel ti znaš da je većina njih, ne kažem da on igra loše, on igra solidno dobro, da se oni dosta puta direnkuju. I onda tako, kad mu padne rank na 3-4 zvezdice, onda uđe u tako neki meč, razumeš, i vilama ide i ubija ljude. Da li se može desiti, recimo, da uđe, recimo, neko između tebe, mene i Nenada, da nas kao ubije lopatom ili jašom?
A vidi, gledam ga snimaš 2 sata, znači stream mu se zvao ovako, Naked Play.
Da, znam šta je to. Ima samo medkit, nekad ne to.
On, neka ženska Eat My Sus, ne Eat My Ass, nego Eat My Sus i ne znam ko je još treći, svi su 5 zvezdica, svo troje. I sve su petice i šestice upadale, znači pazi...
Ali on nema 5 zvezdica, to je greška. Jel to znaš?
Juče bi imao.
Pa direnkovo se.
Ovo je globalni account.
Ali uglavnom, ludaci, svo troje uđu samo sa heal packu, i ništa drugo. I šta nađu usput, šta ubiju, šta uzmu, znači, pazi, šašom je 2 puta.
Ovo je Argentina.
Šta ti ne uzmeš šašom?
Mada na Argentinu ti se ne isplati ideš.
Neki,
Zato što je gotova.
Ne pravi više kartice za Argentinu.
Nemaš šimera da puniš nalog.
Ne, pa ja ne šestim se ono što radi djecić. Onda se punim stvari da preveći stvari. Ovo je sve ovdje.
Neša prevara.
Boys, duguje gajba piva.
Nemoj, samo pričaj telefon, samo sekund, blokirati se.
Ja se duguje gajba piva. I sad nema Milana da dođe.
Begulja, a?
依頼を片付けてくれたのか。ありがとうよ。
Ne znam da me Boris dobro razume, ne omalovažavam ja čovjeka koji igra, nego postoji razlika. U jele ozbiljnije meču gdje su ljudi rank 5 i rank 6 i to ta gornja granica, ljudi odu u boss arenu, ubiju bossa, uzmu bounty, ako ne vide nikoga idu ka izlazu. Ti u tom meču nemaš šta da tažiš sa vilama, šovom i sa glupostima. Svi su izašli s mape. A u meču gdje su svi u proseku 4-5 zvezdica, tu već možda se zajebavaš ako s bokserom, što se toga tiče.
あと少しだ。アシュリー、待ってろよ。
sad ću dođem. Kaži ono. Da malo kupim te se čuo.
Za malo da kupiš tastaturu.
Da je kupim.
Ashley! 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 くそ。
この先が。
Već ste pokušali sve da biste se rešili uporne peruti. Mikoseb medicinski šampon leči uzrok peruti. Pre upotrebe detaljno proučiti uputstvo. O indikacijama, merama opreza i neželjenim reakcijama na lek posavitujte se sa lekarom ili farmaceutom.
Damn it. Ashley. 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 Damn it.
I šta je Disney Plus 18? Plus. Malo da znaš tamo posle 21. Ako ovaj ne plati Netflix, setujem ću da odlogujem sve naloge i meni će da daš.
Dobro. A što neće da plati, jer lud mislim?
Pojebe prošle.
Guys, I'm so proud to announce it's finally here.
Ili neko nešto ti trebaš da budeš zahvalan zbog toga.
Najgore prošle, bre. Prošle. Gauste. No sam ja ispokaj sam. Ovaj što ne koša, pa kao pa izvinimo se. Pa nisam kaj kaže, pa dama kao pa izvini, prvo se neću mu se izviniti.
Over the past 20 years, there have been...
I'm so proud to announce it's finally here. Check it out. That's right. We've got the Angry Army Ammunition AAA, get it, gaming, G Fuel flavor for the Angry Joe Show. We got a new tumbler, little shaker cup. Oh shit. Guys, thank you so much for supporting the show over all of these years and buying G Fuel, and this got us the G Fuel flavor. It is, many of you know I have tasted all the G Fuel flavors. Long ago we tried them all. This is the best flavor, top tier. We know you're going to enjoy it. It rose to the top amongst all of it. We had this special blend brought back. You were never gonna get it again. We wanted to make sure if we're gonna be drinking this G Fuel flavor a lot, and trust me, we are, it is our flavor, we wanted it to taste fucking delicious, so we chose the best tasting flavor out of, I don't know, fucking 100 flavors that we tried. So guys, trust us when we say this is the one. Please show your support. Grab yourself a tub or two. I got a % off code for you guys down there. It's on pre-order page is up, so join the wait list for the pre-orders. The pre-orders will launch and put in your orders. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show. Every tub sale, we get a percentage of that's going to go directly back into the show. I'm so excited to have my own G Fuel flavor. You see other Joes on there, and Alex Art. It's so cool. Guys, thank you so much. Please buy a tub if you enjoy our show and want to support it. And yeah, we hope you enjoyed the review.
We need help! Ashley, no, get away! Back up! Oh, Ashley, fall back! Let me help! I'll push you forward! Ashley, that's not helping! That's hurting! Ashley, get out of the way! Go, go! Ashley!
Oh my god. Ashley? Oh my god, she's dead.
I told her to move! You heard me! I told her to move! It's not my fault! She's dumb! Shoot, I thought I said that's not helping! She just comes where engines is and ruins the whole fucking thing! Now the fucking mission is over! I'm not gonna get the Medal of Honor now. Everybody's gonna hate me. The president probably gonna deport my ass. Fuck! I gotta call Ada. Certain number. God damn it.
Resident Evil 4.
こうして生きていられるのはレスのおかげね。
ああ見えていいやつだった。
Hang back, Ashley. You know, aside from a few levels of Resident Evil 4 on MetaQuest, me and Joe have never had the pleasure of going all the way through this game. And finally, now we do. Oh, bitch!
She
that
does.
fucking old ass lady!
She does.
Ah, she's killing me, Joe! This bitch is killing me!
So you're fucking Matrix. She's the craziest one. I missed him.
Yeah. She's like,
oh, bitch! I have always heard that it was one of the best Resident Evil games ever. And honestly, I was skeptical about that.
We conjure up some demons, Joe. The fuck was that?
the snake.
What? What?
It was a snake.
Oh shit, it is a snake. Fucking bullshit. How the hell was I supposed to expect that? Fuck this house.
A GameCube exclusive, and you escort a helpless NPC most of the way, with heavy emphasis on action, more so than a slower buildup of horde that I prefer. Well, after finally playing it, I can confidently say that Resident Evil 4 is a masterpiece, not only of survival horror, but how exactly to make a remake.
Svaka čast. Ne samo da je Kesića sredio, sve sredio Draku. Svaka ti ga čast.
And whether or not you've played the original, this version needs to be played and experienced. Capcom did it again.
Čekaj, on to je radio po napadu.
絶好調だ。
よかった。
Yes.
A gdje možeš mu kažem? Što nije stavio prvo jedan monitor? Što nije stavio prvo jedan monitor na prvo?
So much easier to take you out from far away. Okay. Absolutely nothing is gonna stand in my way.
What do you see, Leon?
助けてくれた女の人、大丈夫かな?
Ashley! No! What dumb bitch! God damn it, Ashley! 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 Speak to me! Are you okay? Ashley! Ashley, are you alive? Oh, come on! It didn't hurt that bad! Ashley, get up!
Znaš da određene tipove tih montaža imaju recimo svoj svoj plate.
This is more Resident Evil 2 remake than it is Resident Evil 3 remake. It's just that fucking good.
What the fuck? We've already been discovered. I'm gonna blame you, Ashley. Oh,
I can't look over her skirt. This is a 0 out of 10.
First off, it is freaking beautiful. The graphics have obviously been updated, and Resident Evil 4 has never looked this good. It really adds to the grossness of everything when you see it all rendered with high-quality animation and modern graphics.
Senor X. Grab that gun. I paid a lot of money for that gun.
I absolutely love the setting of Spain and all the Spanish-speaking enemies.
He needs chicken?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Necesito pollo.
That's what we heard last time too. Necesito ayuda? I don't know what he...
I don't know, because it sounds like pollo.
He did say pollo. A pollo means reinforcement?
Mislim da bi ti onoliko izbog proču, znači koliko mora da budeš, jebe ga mora te gore kažem, mora budeš glup jako jebo. Jako mora da budeš glup.
No sin boca, without mouth? We need to serve. Oh, no, invoca. Okay, that's called, yeah. It calls us. That's sin boca. You're gonna get, I'm a very bad translator. You're gonna get some hilarious results. The fuck symbol is that?
Next, you take the combat and survival elements of the original and improve and refine on the basic combat controls. You can actually move and shoot now. I have always complained about that in the older games.
I mean, you have to stop and stand still in exchange. Knife slash. I guess it would sort of be like this.
To bismo namestili za 15 minuta u servisu.
And sure, there's no actual dodge button, which can lead to some awkward boss fight moments, and it might feel like an oversight, but in my opinion, it's very much in the vein of Resident Evil dodging enemies by mere inches.
I said it. Once you open the map,
No.
Nije pojao. Nije pojao da preuzimate matove, mali sjebo sam proču.
Oh, you got lucky. You're lucky that's going straight to your chest.
Combine that with Leon's new parry system, and it's just ridiculously fun to play as, especially with those powerful roundhouse kicks to preserve your ammo.
That's what I get. That's what I get. For having Joe play the starting section. Zero ammo, zero health, and then I begin the game. Can you eat the egg? Oh no. Jesus! Karate! Karate!
And you use these new trusty knife mechanics, and you have got a combat system that is so damn fun and engaging the entire game. You immediately want to replay and master the system, and some people can get real fucking good at it.
Jedino što mogu je da je neki potpornik ili kondenzator. To je sad, to se htjelo sad javati, nije to popredi.
Za fizički stvar nećemo daju. Fizički daju ako sjebeš bio se nego za fizički stvar.
Milane, ti vodovi su sad jako tanki. Nije ko neki da je to urađeno sa kavajima.
So they made the combat even better, and then they heightened the threats with improved AI and the enemy behavior. What am I doing? See, that's what you. Oh! More than flashbangs, grenades! Oh, that worked.
Oh, koji je to Marko?
Jesi dobar? Što se radi?
A mi Marko, to je...
Nema njega. Ali znamo se čoče. Donosio si mi par puta kompjuter kao klinac, majno. Ako ništa, bar izviđenje. Hoćeš ti ili ja? Čaj.
Čaj? Stavio ti. Isto da posi.
Šta da si?
Aj, baš, u pitanju...
Kamenac, da bi se rekao keks.
B550, ja mislim da je 550.
Ajde, evo super.
Bukvalno toliko kamenca ima da dole 2 puta da pokuvaš vodu, samo 2 puta vidiš.
A nemam pojma.
O, dankišen.
Staznica po leku.
Čekaj, da vidim kako imam, ne vidim.
Evo, spasi lekar skoro. Polit vodi. Kako stvarnice naši?
Što su našli?
Ja sam siguran da Keksić kad je vraćao potku, on to nije upakao kako treba.
Šta igraš? Vezda?
Da, ali pošto sam otključao možda mi reći kad smo ti igrali, sjećaš se?
Da, onaj piton. Ovaka jedan zabuljati kroz voćnicu.
Odlično, aj dobro, ne bi daleko stigli. Znaš ono selo neđe u centralnoj Srbiji, gdje onaj...
Pobijani ljudi.
Tvrdi je da je na njega bačena bela maki. Uzeo je dvocevkonu lovačku.
To je znači kad ljudi polude i... On je 10 ljudi pobio.
Dok nisu ga ni zaustavili, nego ljudi se razbežali, njemu je stala vratno municije, on pobjega na groblje, pala noć, došla policija, vratno su skontali policajci da je sigurno, da mu se priđe. I uvatili su ga živog, što nema čak gore. Istrpali ga u duševnu bolnicu. Ne znam što mu sudili. Nije normalno, znaš. Imaš ono, mislim da imaš instituciju tipa kao duševna bolnica kao kod nas, priču se sigurno da ima. Imaš krilo za te kriminalno obolele, znaš, te teške slučaje, znaš. Šta da radiš, da ga držiš na lekovima, da ga poslije pustiš, ne daj Bože opet da nekog ubije. Držiš ga na lekovima do kraja života, šta?
Ćeš dvije ove, a? Stavim. Pa ne mora, ako je obična šolja. Aha, važno. Ja ne znam. Da li ovdje uopšte imam čaja s tim
Daj mi to.
prazni ovo?
Smok.
Radiš.
Da sipaj sve što
Nije prazni ste...
Pitaj mene.
Ovo meni smok.
Pitaj mene. Nije tu. Naš.
Mogli smo i ruski čaj.
Možeš čaj nane ako hoćeš. Čaj nane.
U infuziju, no?
Jes, u infuziji. Imaš taj.
Pa gdje da prespiš?
Jebi ga, uzmeš drugu čašu, to tako ide, da ja prespiš. Šta se tako ne gotova?
Kako mi ćeš druge 3 čaš.
Ne, treba ti samo jedno.
Aha.
Smokam brzi. Ne sipam šapu zemlje, evo ti još nije lišće. Ono ti samo cele. Skontao sam da je dosta gej onaj profesionalno. Bukvalno 2 neprijatelja kad te udare i to imaš Kevlar, 2 neprijatelja kad te udare, sav health te razvali. Evo. Držimo se.
Reci, druže. Ilija, reci molim te, ovaj udarni radijator, jesi zadovoljan s njim? Što se potrošnje tiče struje?
Šta ja znam, nije ladno. Potroši, nemam pojma.
Ima još neđe da idemo za Rumuniju, opet zaba. Hajde. I to da završimo. Ajde, Frado, maš. Ajde, maš, ja ćemo.
Nešto za tebe?
Biže ko nešto. Tiru.
Sad skuo sam jednu kafu, sad ćeš i ti. Da pitam ono.
Ne mogu hvala.
Zastavljati sam gdje pili kafu.
Nismo, samo šetamo. A ti slovo i piješ, brate, koliko što? Šta je kafu?
Slovo, on je sportist, on ne pije.
I jednom, tako baš neki slučajima, kad kao neko pije pa ajde kao. Znaš kad ja?
It's no good.
Ja popim možda čuje kako ujutro kad se probudim, ja generalno imam nizak pritisak, brate. I onda crnu i jako skuvam se, da se podignem. Znaš, to mi je rešao malo. I ako ne popijem falim, počne i glava da me podigne, to je recimo. Navukao sam se na kofeinu, brate.
Leo, mite! Orete!
Šta znam, ono, mislim, jedna kapa i ajde, dvije, nije ono, čak i dobro. Da bi ja možda opet... Ja ne mislim. Mada nemam sad kao što sam prignuo, prije sam baš imao nešto. Ozbiljno.
俺をおびき出す気か。そこにいろ。
なんとスペインがたき暴徒、なんと飯がたき廃墟。だが、罪人にこそ救済は必要なのだ。こちらへ来てひざまずいた責任はおかな子よ。この父が再び世界を授けよう。世界には絶望が多すぎる。その事実は否定できません。
Edu, kurac. Dosadni kao stenic. Nema fleške, ništa. Što radi, majke ti? Napadne sve bube.
Welcome. 何から始める?
I get solution.
Welcome. 先に進む前にできることは全部済ましときな。
Cudowne, no co możesz sobie tu robić?
そこにいろ。
Welcome to my channel. Gel in this painting project.
Nemam peđen broj. Znaš sam.
Kak Vaje E to Abala Sija. Prof_amazing. Welcome to my channel. Oh, you're well, dude. I have to keep lurking, but I just want to remind you that you are awesome. Skopala Brzo.
Još jedno.
Your hentai game is intriguing. That's a lot of tentacles.
Vreme do samouništenja. A, da. Neki je prosto bilo 160.000 za nubrzo. Imam još 240.000. Pred kraj igre. Pred kraj igre. Bacaj pare. Nema što više.
Arigato.
Jednu čašu, sve ostale samo procediš i...
Naruhodo, waruku nai na.
Go, 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 go.
Zenkyou machine wa?
Oh no! Whatever. Znaš kako uzmem? Obično uzmem pola kilograma menti.
やっと帰れるね。
気を抜くな。
てこないね。どうなってるの？
司令塔が死んだからな。こいつらも終わりだ。なるほど、悪くないな。絶叫マシンは平気か？
大丈夫。でもすごかった。
Mutiran SINA Discord.
Želiš da slušaš kako razgovaram sa bratom i sa prijateljem? Aha,
ne znam, mislim to vidim, to nisam vidim.
Uživaj.
任務は君を無事に返すまでだ。
Zajebava.
Tsunade.
Da li po strategiju ti bacaš i onu dotu u League of Legends? Ili na strategiju misliš ono sa tenkovima ili ono sa jedinicama građenja baze?
Pa može i tako neki red alert, nešto tako.
Ozbiljno, čovjek je igrao stvarno strategiju.
Pa da.
Obično kad kaže strategija ljudi misle, znaš, na ono RPG neki.
Zadnje što sam igrao vrte, ali dobro, više strategija, to je ono building, dva ili onaj ano, a stvarno puštajući.
さすがね。
Praviš grad. A neki vremenski period je 1804. Period industrializacije. Tehnologija, da ono, znaš, parne mašine, sve je ono. Ovo smo zadnje igrali, a ovo smo prešli... God of War.
Da, znam.
Čela je neka.
A čekaj, to je fazon, koliko sam razumio, prvi dio igrice se odnosi na grčku mitologiju. I onda sad ide na robijanje bogova.
Kratos je, on je, ja mislim, Titan. Titan, njemu je, ja mislim, Zeus otac, a smrtna mu je majka. Da. Ali nije to problem, mislim. Nego problem je kao fazon što je po priči, ako sam dobro skontao, neko od bogova mu je namestio i uglavnom žena i dete su mu, jest.
I onda je njihova krv prešla na njega, na njegovo telo. Odatle ima one crvene trake, se vi da kažeš. A pazi, a drugi deo je nordijska mitologija, brate.
Ne, ovo je već 4., 5., ne znam ja. Sigurno.
Ne, nisam ja bih igrao, ja sam igrao, ne bi znao.
Sad ću ti reći. reći tačno.
Što sam nešto vidio na YouTube klip, ne znam.
Tako sam ja ispred. Ja nešto sad.
To je, ja ne znam, tek sad nešto može za PC, bilo je za konzole sam.
Ma nikad nije ni bio za PC, nego je PlayStation prodao prava Epic Store-u, pa Epic Store napravio...
Pa Sony to portovalo.
Alfa, Beta, Omega, vjerojatno treći deo.
Treći, to posto.
Viš da ima grčko Omega. Boga mi nije. God of War 3. Ne. God of War 3 ti je 2010.
Pa koji je ono što stige? Koji je zadnji možda? Dobro što ti je rekao, viš sekund, drugi je nordska mitologija, dobro što ti je rekao. Nordijska. Prvi je grčka.
Ne, drugi deo ti je više baš nastavak.
Prvog, da?
Da, baš nastavak i dalje. Sve se tu uglavnom vrti. God of War, bla bla bla, player control, story, settings. Nemaš, ne znam da li ima numeraciju ikakvu, samo God of War 2018.
O, sa sinom, ovo što stigli, no?
Aha. Teška je, Sima je stavljen na ne znam koji nivo težine. Easy, normal, hard.
Mislim da nije najteži, ali...
I imaš još teži od toga. Da, to je već...
Skidaš nešto?
Update za ovo. Mogu ti pokloniti ako hoćeš da mu pokažeš ovaj God of War.
Dobro si ti prehladio, kažeš cijelu noć.
Dobro si prehladio, nema šta.
Ne znam, sam otekio.
Gdje si prehladio u kamion, nema ti grijanje.
A imamo grijanje, normalno. Tako da znam.
Šta ima sa PlayStation 4 što sam igrao, ima onaj Days Gone.
Samo ti pikaj. Hoću ja da vidim, brate.
Probaj šedni, ajde, pušti.
Pa ti si ga ubačio tamo, razbit će ga.
Ajde,
peglaj. Može normalan čovjek da igra.
Peglaj, brate.
Nebitno, brate, ono, kao da se upara igra.
Znaš ti kad sam na kompjuter, brate, igrao kompjuter, bilo šta, brate.
Mislim ti to preslogo. To sam promenio DPI.
Pa jes.
Sa 2000 sam stavio na 1000. Nije DPI, nego to ti kao...
Šta će to biti da si ti smanjio?
Pa smanjio sam brzinu odziva, znaš. A to što previše... Može do 8000 tih odziva ima. Šta neki na levoj ruci kao štit. Pa taj gum. Toma potrebi on se to rastvori u štit. Naš blok.
Dobro je vrlo stvarno.
Ne znam koji je ono grčki, onaj grčki, nordijski polubog. Tir koji se boriš s njim, a njegova majka je sklopila pakt kao sa... Može vidjeti. Sklopila je pakt sa kao svim živim bićima kao da ne škode njenom sinu. Samo čini mi se...
Guess we need to get back up there.
But
how?
Follow me.
Može da ga kao odleti. Tako neki trip. Ne Tor. Tor ti je... Tor mislim da se spominje na kraju igre. To je mislim zadnji cinematik. Kada on se kao vraća kući sa sinom, kao tu gdje on živi. Da. Vraća se kući i ja mislim da kao opet dolazi, tako igru počinješ, dolazi Tir ti je nešto kao žgoljar. Da. A to ti je ono klupa na kraju. Ne. Dolazi ti u kuću i kao, navodno ga je kao Odin poslao. Međutim, jasno je da nije došao da te pita ono mirnim putem, nego došao je da te isprovocira. Kratos mu ono kaže ono fino, znaš, kao nema ovdje ništa za tebe ide. I onda ono zvekne šakom 2-3 puta i ono Kratos ono popizdi krene da ga bije, znaš. Zanimljiv fight. On je više kao ti kao jedan od prvih bosseva. Kao vreće za udaranje, znaš. Ono biješ ga, ono uatiš ga pa ga otreseš. Ne znam, o stenu. Kratos ga 2-3 puta ga izlomiš, znaš, i svaki put ne prođe 2 minuta, eto njega opet. 1-2-3 puta ga tako kroz neke cinematike biješ ga. I na kraju Kratos jednu mater nešto radio, valjda je planinu neku bačio na njega i neku provoli ga šutnu. Mada nisu prikazali, opet nije umro, samo si ga kao, znaš, ono...
Lucent Crown 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 0. Welcome to my channel.
Kaže moramo da idemo i samo pokupi malog i krene dalje. I otprilike Simo je sad na tom dijelu. A ide neka fora kao ako si igrao koji je to Far Cry 3 ili 4, zaboravim se. Može biti 4 na Tibetu.
Nisam.
Kad u početku igre, kao lik, to će kao majke kao nese i kao na grob kao da izruči, na očevu grob da izruči, pošto su je kao kremirali. I tako počinje Far Cry 4. Sad ima, ako ne diraš ništa, mislim 5 minuta u Far Cry 4 i samo ono čekaš u toj sobi, kao soba je ono kao to za ono jelo, znaš, veliki ono punđa konine. I samo šetkaš u sobi, ideš niđe napolje, nego samo staneš unutra, dođe taj kao pagan min, kao
You don't look too good.
Jedna kao strana kao bavi se prodajem belog groblja, a druga strana prodaje marihuanu ili tako neka glupost, znaš, opet prodaju drogu. Isti kurac, samo drugi gazde, znaš.
What's that up there?
Guess
we need to get back up there.
Najbolji kraj.
But how?
Follow me.
Najbolji kraj, ne znam se bi ga igrao u Africi.
Igra se samo kesa i to je to.
Možeš negdje da nađeš, uopće nije kompjuter, ne znam kakav je.
Veruješ da nije, nisam uzeo ništa, ali imao glavnu nešto, baš sam predstavio imao možda uzmeo na četvorku Sony, znaš, ili možda zavisi...
Peticu nećeš naći, ako nađeš u prodavnici kupi odmah, para. Pošto nisu skupe, skupi su tači, zato što su ovi, kako ih zovu, skalperi. Oni su kupili 3 puta lager čim izašao Sony 5 i nadali su se kao da će da, znaš, pošto ti je valjda taj silicium od koga se prave čipovi, on ti je valjda kao u minusu i onda kao nema dovoljno toga, te elektronike od koje se prave čipovi. Onda je proizvodnja PlayStationa 5 dosta spora zato što ne mogu da stignu da naprave koliko treba, to je jedno, a ono što se proda i stigne u prodavnice to kupuju pomoću onih botova, onih programa, kupuju i preprodavci, ti kao skalperi.
Da,
umjesto da kupiš, kao što piše, lepo da je $500, na primjer 600 PlayStation, da bude oko $500. Ti će platiti 1000, zato što ga on
kako ne, cena
da se raspitaš, da skineš deo preklana, već je kao izmenjen fabrički, možeš da gledaš kao virtual drive. Možeš ti da skidaš igre, su na PlayStation Store, pa skineš browser kao pretraživač com za PlayStation, onda odeš na i trojka i četvrtka kad kupuješ, vredi raspitati da li je kao hakovan, da li može da se instalira. To je falš u suštini. Većina igara na DVD nego ćeš kupiti recimo ključ ili onaj, i onda kad napraviš PlayStation onaj now, ti se uloguješ na PlayStation Pro, imaš PlayStation prodavnice, plaća i mjesečno, $5 do $15 za presi. I onda imaš i tu igre i kupuješ na svoj kanal, kupuješ ili na Steam. PlayStation trojke i
Here,
PlayStation
boy.
četvorke nego što
Another one.
PlayStation četvorke kad
It says his name is
tiče ono kao da je brže i jače.
Mother told me about it. A giant warrior made of stone. Looks like he was in a pretty big battle. Odin's there, Thor, even the world serpent. Oh, Thor must have smashed his head apart. See? Look, Hromnir's body squished.
Kao neki naučnik, znaš.
Idiot.
Onda sam skontao mali piše u taj dnevnik. Kad pisneš dugme, imaš kao zapise o tim bogovima i to. A to ti je dnevnik od ovoga klinca. Dobro skontao ono spoiler. Taj mali je zapravo Loki. Da. Nije rečeno tako, mislim, kako ga zove Atreus ili tako nešto, ali mislim da mu je...
I've seen this language before.
Alternativni svet kao grčke i nordijske mitologije. Ali mi smešan taj, rekao sam sinu, taj health, postoje suštini kada se uči taj rage, naš Spartan rage, dole levo, ona crvena skala. Radiš više štete i brže udaraš i puni štete. Baš ima, jednom je bilo u cinematiku tipa kad se tuko, mislim, s tim tirom. Više ga isprebio tir i health je onako na crveno. I onda Kratos ono gleda u njega i ono čuška. Kao smo izvesti i tako se radni skala za rage, ono health se puna. A ovako gluposti mogu da to bio obični ovi, šta su ovi ledeni trolovi.
Earlier, you said people might try and rob us. I'll kill them if they try. I'm not afraid.
If we encounter man, you will stay out of it. Understand?
But
You will stay out of it, boy. Speak no more of this.
I see your chest.
Ovo pre nego što su hrišćani donali hrišćanstvo na Balkanu. Treba za to? 3 rune kao da... Morate s okolo, pogledaj. Evo ti je.
One down, 2 to go.
Možete gledati drugu, među kamenjem. Tako se preko mosta. Evo. Da li mi vidiš?
Chains on both sides, maybe?
Treći otprilike. Ne. Look around. Zabijen. Zabijen koliko. Možda pređeš most, pa pogledaš oko. Ne. Ne možeš. Pređeš most, da se vratiš. To vlako. Nemaš skok, to mi se ne sviđa, to ti podsjećam konzolitis. Nemaš skok, nego tamo gdje treba da preskoči na stenu ili da skoči, on kao, znaš, ono, u animaciji skoči. A u fajtu i ovako, kad se krećeš, nemaš skakanja. Imaš samo kao polut. Mislim, to je ono bolest ovih konzola. Zato sam se začudio kad sam igrao na Elden Ring i onaj Sekiro, što uopšte imaš skok. Što su uopšte igrači na daleko potiču. Jer čim možeš da skačeš, onda možeš da dođeš na mesta na koje programeri ne žele da ti budeš. Naprimjer, da bi on sam mogo da skoči ovdje, možda bi mogo da skoči niđu stranu, neku stijenu. Da bi oni morali da kombiniraju sva mesta na koje ti možeš ili ne možeš da skočiš. Ovako im je lakše, da razumeš, ono, dođeš do...
Hickory, welcome to my channel. Lurking.
Ne skoči, nego kao skoči na pom. Što probaš? Ti si rolao njega, znaš. Mada na stvarno na ovaj nivo težinu izazovno. Moraš da koristiš bukvalno svu mehaniku. Sve. Sve što ti igra da je. Nema mešanja.
I guess we need to get back up there. But how?
Follow me. But not for your arrow!
Bježiti stalno.
Siću, bežem.
Pić, idem i ja.
To jest da se čujem, pa da. Hvala ti na čaju, brate.
Se čuješ sa Ivanom ili sa Ivanom?
Sa Ivanom. Ovako, više žensko zvuči, sam akcent.
To ja znam, možda sa Ivanom Kosovicem da se čuje.
Nećemo njega, brate.
Zato rekao sa Ivanom.
Nećemo.
Ne bi ga imao to.
On je rizičan.
Ja, vidimo se, pozdrave. Ćao.
Pozdrav. Što ima momci?
Ja već, kad skupio God of War?
Pre nego što su poskupili cene.
Koliko je sad?
Koliko god je sad... Koliko god da mu je sad cena... Ja sam čim se platio 2000 rubalja, tako nešto. Store page, bar 40 evra. Da vidim.
O, tu su već radili sa Collision New Down. Mislim da je prvo bilo kao 15-20 i poslije se popio na 50.
Ne, dok još nisu promenili cene na ruskom marketu, znaš.
Aha.
Imao sam 2000 rubalja i poslije nisam mogao nikako ni da uplatim naš kint. I onda ništa nisam kupovao i gledao sam kako polako dižu cene, tipa prvo sam bio kupio Elden Ring i onda sam uplatio još 2000 rubalja da imam i onda sam gledao cene i vidim nešto cene počinju polako da rastu, znaš. I rekao da ja potrošim tih 2000 rubalja dok imam, ja rekao šta da kupim, a rekao da uzmemo bar God of War, to mi djelao najskuplje i kupim God of War.
Ali dobro igre.
Čekaj, gdje je update za ovo? Malo pre mi izbacio update za ovaj Epoch.
Imaš varenike, ako nećeš sandviče ili nešto praviti, imaš varenike u frižider, skuvala sam.
Dobro. Gdje je Predrag? Još uvijek je u kvara, a? Kao što sam rekao Borisu, može li neko tebi i meni da se ušeta i da nas ubije vilom ili jašovom? A Nenad?
Kako još?
A to sam rekao Borisu, to nema logike.
Eto, ovaj čuči, čuo je lika na prvoj plantaži,
čuči s polja na onoj terasici.
Mhm.
I lik se šunja i on ga kroz prozor ga sa ašovom gađa i pogodi ga i uvodi. Uzeo onaj trejt za bacanje, znači, pičer.
Kad te zadnji put neko ubio s tim za 2000 sati? Pa zato ti kažem, ne on, nego ljudi, da bi to uradio, prvo moraš sebe da direnkuješ. Koliko ja znam, on je 6 zvezdica. Koliko ja znam njega. Ne može biti 5 nikako. Ni on, ni ti što igraju s njim. On prvo se derankuješ u quick playu i kad se derankuješ onda igraš protiv ljudi na američkom serveru, razumeš, koji su hiperagresivni, koji ne jebu 5% ni stealth, ni skupljanje tragova, ni... Razumeš? Ne kažem da loše igra, nego ljudi tamo malo drugačije igraju nego na Evropi, to ti je pod broj 1, a pod broj 2 sabotiraju sam sebi account da bi dobio... To što Nenad kaže, ovi što igraju Call of Duty, ja mislim, oni imaju te... Šta si ti rekao, da imaju taj neki alat ili koji đavo? Da mogu da ispite na kom serveru su ljudi koji imaju u proseku najniži taj rank.
Ti moraš i na ovdje ispitaš koji rank imaju.
Možeš. Svaki sistem može se eksploituje.
Impossible.
Se te pa stija tu. Si?
Stija tu, opet se nema stija.
Mora, se bijemo što...
Ja ne znam jer je to neka stvarna pesma ili ti to izmišljiš.
Ja izmišljam, ti ne znaš u pesmu.
Rodoljubivo osjećanje.
Ne znaš u pesmu. Moj Vlado.
A ne znam, brate.
Pa...
Znam se ovi Milanovi Spartanci drže za ruke, evo te u čemu je to da je.
Milan to tako voli, brate.
Evo, samo za Vladu. Stavio sam pre neki dan za Borisa, a sam stavio za Vladu.
Tako.
Ne toga ja strateški.
Milanovi Spartanci se drže za ruke.
Kad god on stavi sliku Spartanca u onome plaštu, koliko se sjećam, nisu oni baš toliko golišavi išli okolo, ali nema veze.
A nisu.
Nisu.
To je na filmu više.
To nije ni film, nego strip. Frank Miller je tako nacrtao strip. Kao golišavi sa kopljima i sa kacigom.
Da, bačiš svoj rad da ideš.
Ko tako ide, ma nemoj me zebavati. Prva strela bi ga probušila. Kao oklop ih usporava i te gluposti. Ma daj.
Ali da imaju te pločice i to odbije strelu.
Imam i ja pločicu kupaciju.
To odbije strelu, bre, šta ti je?
Yes.
A ovako imamo onaj dead bod. Kuće, moj ne si agresivno.
Jo. Ljudi, voli vas dupe.
Ne da ti Bog. Sve kosti me polomeo od ovog glupog vremena.
Ćeš da kaže Smaj Nenad na stranu?
Raiden61. Welcome to my channel.
I šta kažeš, stije Turci, a?
Sve ga pričamo.
Pa će biti skučno.
Pa, šta je bilo je, šta će biti, bit će.
Pa će biti će, skučan će.
Nema najkomana, bojim se, a?
A?
Kažu, najkomana nisu još aktivni.
Malo imali, malo pre, Ni malo imali. Ej, Makedonac igra...
Šta igra?
Kokain za džabe igra, Znaš ona da ko je kokain za džabe?
Da.
A kim ti?
Ja, Sony.
Solo.
Ma jebano nas ti snajperi više. Jebem ti život, jedan život. Čirigen.
Mislio pikat koju.
Worked so well. And flashbang melt the fuck out of those guys. Run away!
Throw in some cleverly hidden bear traps all over the goddamn place!
Hoćemo.
Hoćemo Milane bre, naravno da hoćemo.
You did, I told you!
I couldn't.
Aj,
Oh! It's over! Run! Wait.
There's a dud.
It was a dud.
Another
one! These are the most clever motherfucking zombies ever, Joe! I'm out of here! Fuck this place! I don't want no more part of this!
Run, Leon!
Get the fuck out, Leon! We're leaving this godforsaken lakeside settlement.
Every 5 steps
I
of
will
fucking
never
bear
coming
trap.
back. Never coming back.
Add entirely new sections and sequences to give more context and reward to the story.
You whistled her out.
Strike putain.
God damn it, woman!
That's what would happen if you were Joe's girlfriend, by the way. You're throwing grenades at Ashley.
Yeah, she's fine.
And all of this done, what, 20 years later at AAA level, and you've got one of the greats of the series on hand easily.
What the fuck? Since when could they fly?
They fly now! They fly now!
They fly now?
They fly now! It's constant high action without feeling like it's betraying its horror survival elements, as 5 and 6 had started to infamously do. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how they intend to remake Chris's rock punching moment from 5.
Okay, I give up.
Here in 4, inventory management is fun and easier than ever before with an auto sort function. Though maybe I shouldn't be using it so much. 20 years ago, AJ would be really jealous.
I got a lot of eggs. Got a lot of guns. We need to put some of these guns away. Yeah, auto sort is pretty sweet, but I mean, you're taking away the classic Resident Evil experience. You're being lazy. You can be a little lazy.
There are so many juicy, difficult decisions on how exactly you want to approach a section and with exactly which weapons you want to use from that mysterious stranger vendor. They're all fascinating and meaningful choices.
If it uses the same ammunition, if the Red 9 uses the same ammunition as the Punisher, then we should get rid of the Punisher and use
Ajde, boys,
Red 9 is not
Evo, daj mi
great.
3 minuta samo da...
The classic weapons are back and they feel better than ever with a new addition of a bolt thrower where you can retrieve your ammo shots. It's fun, but ultimately I passed on it in favor of Red 9, the Riot Shotgun, and the Stingray Rifle with some Magnum shot as boss backup.
Bros, hey! Back up!
Use your Magnum!
Stupid!
There are great characters. Leon, of course, as cool as ever, delivering his one-liners all game. Of course, everyone.
Moju svivilu,
I think this is the one that finally elevated Leon over Chris as my favorite male Resident Evil character.
Shoot him in the face.
Šta kažem?
Oh, Lord Sadler, that's right.
Da ne može se pričestiš neko ime.
Yes.
I šta ti je ekran?
That's what I almost wanted in a cutscene. Shut up. Stop talking. Pop.
A ti ćeš opet
Luis,
to
the
raditi.
lady killer.
Vidite, ode da se ispovedi i opet će da isto.
The fascinating, fun little man.
The old lady, man. Lady? He looked like one of the,
Završi šta imaš.
How old are you? Between 10 and 50.
10 and 85.
Leon's knife-fighting rival Krauser, where apparently people enjoy taking their shirts off to wrestle with for some reason. But, you know, they're not all greatest hits. I do have a problem with a few. Like Ashley, who to me is kind of annoying as fuck.
Lažirao si rezultate.
Bitch, get out the way!
Should be able to.
Get behind me!
Pasti nešto na tebe, evo, neko zlo, evo.
You are so stupid, Ashley. I'm trying to get your ass behind me.
Get him, stab him! She should at least stab him. He's behind him.
Okay.
Her AI is sometimes suspect.
And dumb as rocks in her AI.
That's, El Jefe.
Oh, they got her!
Oh. And then Ashley died.
Ashley, watch out!
For the life of me, no matter what I'm doing, if I have her close or if she's far, she always just seems to get in my way. Oh my gosh, the immersion and atmosphere is amazing of this village. Oh, Ella Splata, so much more dangerous than normal zombies.
Nema se kešu.
Listen, on high alert, very, very careful.
I want to be an agent just like you, Leon.
There's axe-wielding maniacs everywhere.
Oh
God, look out! Ashley! Ashley! But I will say, at least she's better than the original Ashley, who apparently was even worse than this back in the day. Don't you?
Yes,
She stands up. Ah, she did it. She stands up. Two more.
Yes,
He's running. Do not.
Then there's Ada, who is this fantastically mysterious object of Leon's desire. But the new voice actress, unfortunately, leaves a lot to be desired.
Till next time, Leon. Such a lazy delivery.
And Sadler, who is kept mainly out of the plot. He no longer gets a certain main character kill, and I disagree with that decision. And he's kind of kept mostly off screen. No more kind of Metal Gear Solid communiques with the fun taunts.
So maybe you have 9 lives, but it doesn't matter now, Mr. Kennedy. I sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Right hand?
Say whatever you please. Die, you what? Some connection to what the village chief
Metal
was
Gear
talking
Solid.
about.
Well, speaking of dingus, do you want to see this picture of the ding dong I took? Look at that big ding dong.
Why the fuck are you showing me a ding dong, Alex?
He's mostly MIA till the very end as your bog standard final boss. But honestly, I didn't much expect anything in the way of characters and story. It is a rescue mission through and through. It's Snake Plissken in all his 90s glory. Go in, get the president's daughter, find out what the hell is going on, and get the hell out. It works in a nostalgic way where most games would fail with the same setup. It's a testament to great direction and people working at the top of their game. As I normally can't stand escorting dumbass AI whose whole job is to get captured every 5 seconds.
Come around over here.
Oh, don't you do it! Do not! Stop trying to kill Ashley! You wait for the right trigger, stop!
But thankfully, around every corner is a new event. I love discovering each new beast and creature in the game. And while maybe not technically a zombie game, it's more like a parasite game, or actually a parasite zombie game, whatever. Because it really has its own really gross benefits. The first time someone's head is like ripped off to reveal the Plagas and all its gross glory of worms and tendrils and coming at ya. Oh, it's so memorable.
What? Okay, that's
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I remember that.
Došli se kući da to u zaštiti
That's
potrošača.
a lot of bullshit. That's
Ili
it's just coming at us. He's a coming.
Oh, and pro tip, shoot the lake when
A
you see it,
stvarno
guys.
ja
Trust
to
me.
uvijek vratim se jebem sad oko toga. Popunim onaj list za reklamaciju i to je to. Nije to nešto ili to nije nešto.
Oh shit! What the fuck? Just a single fucking shot?
Do I not
thought
get
I was
the...
supposed to do 5.
We're not supposed to fight it?
Everything continues to ramp up perfectly as the game goes along. The horror, the action, especially with these near invincible souped up creatures of the later levels, they are so shooting the infections themselves through this color, scope. And just the mechanics of battling these creatures, it was all done right.
Zoom in.
Why is she coming
Whoa,
out?
bitch.
Clicked on the wrong one again.
More horror elements were added than was in the original. And that's always a good thing since I'm more of a fan of horror in Resident Evil than action. The autosave is a godsend. There's new battles you've never fought before. Stealth kills, parrying. You even earned spindles for upgrades and gems to slot into jewelry for more cash with a more chatty merchant. Who is this guy? I really want to know who the merchant is. Is he infected with Plagas? Why is he helping? Is he related to Duke? Why does he want all this stuff?
Hello, stranger.
What the hell are you doing here? Get down! There's creatures all over the place. Can't you see what's happening?
I'm here buying and selling goods. Here, take a look at my wares. Anything tickle your fancy?
No! What the hell is that crap? So useless. Is it a brawl? Is that a vibrator? What is all this shit? I need guns. No thanks. This kind of stuff. That's what I need.
Suit yourself. Well, if you find anything in that village or that big castle, I'll buy anything from you.
That castle? I mean, I did find, like some friggin' jewelry and necklaces and, I don't know, a bunch of gems and shit.
I'll give you all these guns for that.
You will? Okay. That's a pretty sweet deal. All right. You know, come to think of it, I think I found this lip gloss just laying on one of the shelves.
What a lovely shade that is. I'll give you 25,000 for it right now.
What? Yes! Wow! That's a great deal. What the? This is amazing.
Neomorphics.
Hey, thanks.
Welcome to my channel.
Merchant who has...
Yes, be gone, be gone.
Okay, I will. See you soon. Wow, what a nice guy.
My mom is the Melania.
We got one magazine of ammo each. I should probably buy some more ammo. Maybe some fish. Snake. Yeah, that sounds. I'm gonna.
Oh my God, it looks fabulous.
Hey, Merchant, I just realized, you know, I don't have a whole lot of ammo with this, and actually, I just want to buy a bunch. Ammo. What are you doing?
Hello, stranger.
My name's Leon, but, so what are you doing over here?
You know, just testing the merchandise. I need to see if it's good quality.
Okay, so it's for you? It's all been for you?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, how about I maybe get some ammo for all the guns that you gave me earlier, and what do we say about a disc?
Take whatever you want.
Yeah?
Take whatever you need. Remember, you saw nothing.
Yeah, I didn't see a thing, but I'll make sure to bring all of the nice, shiny, beautiful things to you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I see. Well, in any case, I loved him and his shooting range, with little coins as rewards from like a gumball machine that let you customize your attaché case for even more ways to modify the game. I also think several of the boss fights are done far better. The Mendez fight, he talks more, he feels more menacing. The Salazar boss fight, where he moves a lot more and he throws, they were done better here. And they added in some admittedly easy puzzles, but much more actual Los Illuminados lore. When you look for it, that adds a bunch of context to the characters and the world. It is all done really, really well.
The man was in the shitter.
He was in the shit.
Not bad, right?
Died in the shitter. This doodle, baby.
Now, that's not to say that every single aspect of this remake has been done right or better. There are a few parts I feel like the original did better after going back through a walkthrough and playing a little bit of it. I felt the lake monster boss battle was more, I don't know, dynamic. It worked slightly better.
You know, I don't know about that fight, guys. That was kind of... What did you think of that?
Najgore radi.
The fight was really...
But I think the biggest one for me is Ada. She is done way better in the original. Her attitude, her first appearance. She doesn't do the cool kick thing.
How do you know my name?
What? That's Ada's voice?
Well, after 6
That doesn't sound like Ada.
One hell of a greeting.
Not a bad move. Very smooth.
So who are you working for this time?
Oh, Leon. You know I don't mean to.
Maybe this game. I guess to like make them cool, like a lady killer or something.
Yes.
Is this it? Oh, this is way cooler.
Advice: try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Long time no see.
Steki, znaš da Nenad multitaskuju, prvo ja
So it is true.
Mora se završiš.
About what?
A dobro mi kažeš kad krenemo, evo te.
And her look have all been toned down. It's a shame. I also feel like her line reads are a bit lazy and kind of awkward, though. I think it's more that director's fault rather than the voice actress. But hopefully this gets shored up in the separate ways mode that's coming later, where we get to take control of Ada. And while I may find Ashley annoying as hell...
Papujem.
Shut up, Ashley.
Kakuješ.
Okay.
Vozim kamion.
Let's go.
Oh, no, she's having a lot of fun. She whines the entire time.
I have to admit, most of the weird Ashley as a sexual object moments have been removed, and it's for the better.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Somehow I knew you'd say that, but it doesn't hurt to ask, you know?
She doesn't ask Leon for sex anymore at the end, making things awkward, and thank God.
Whoa,
Jesky! All right! What an amazing mission and an amazing finale. Mission accomplished. I'm taking you home safe, Ashley.
How about you come over to my place for some overtime?
Overtime? No, that sounds terrible. I just put in like 3 days of work. I'm tired.
All right, well, can you at least check my pipes in my apartment? They've been clogged up for a while. I need you to...
What? No. That's what plumbers are for, Ashley. Call a plumber. I know a really good one.
All right, with all this water extraction, how about you come over to insert your worm in me?
Gross! Ashley, no! What? Ugh! Sorry! No! Ugh! What are you, like, 16?
I'm actually 20.
So horny back there. You need to pipe down, pipe down. I'm not into you, I'm into Ada. Just quiet. Gonna be an awkward ride home now. For a long time. Finally, I'd also say that while the game has some excellent pacing, there were maybe about 2 sections that lagged a bit for me. I think it was the cave section and a moment on the island. And even though both ended up actually picking up and getting more fun in their own ways later, I think it's still ultimately well done. The remake builds on the foundation of the amazing and solid original so well. It's more challenging, more terrifying, it has those horror elements, it has an improved narrative, it even has better combat. It is over the top, campy, but yet still somehow serious. The new treasure system, side quest charms, puzzles, the attache case options, new enemy types, boss expansions, and lore additions give the original a run for its money. Both are damn good games, but this one is gonna be my definitive edition, especially with the upcoming free mercenary modes added this week and Ada's adventure in separate ways. So, the final verdict for Resident Evil 4 Remake is so damn close to another 10 out of 10. Can I actually give another 10 out, like my 3rd this year? I just think ultimately Resident Evil 4 is so close. I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10 with an easy, badass seal of approval. Go out and play this game. I love Resident Evil, and you will too. Now, I better get back to Ashley. I'm sure she's about to die somehow. Until then, I'll see you guys on the next Angry Joe Show. Ashley! There's one right now! Ashley, look out!
Boss.
Ashley! No! Ashley, we got to be on high alert.
I want to be an agent just like you, Leon.
Look out!
Leon!
Look out!
Nemo da cepaš! Ne, diraj! Diraj, ostavi to. Smekni ga.
Nemoj ništa dirač, ništa.
Pa nema tu kavijata ne postoje tu. to je uništio DPM-evo tebe. Ajmo je.
Insertion.
Me nauči,
all
ne
this
znam tebe,
worm extraction.
tebe za kolene.
How about we go back to knife?
Moj Milan.
Insertion. On me. Like, just to make sure that I don't fuck it up a third time. On me. I'm like, what? Gross, Ashley? What do you like?
Well, that was the review. If you guys enjoyed, you get yourself a tub of the Angry Army ammunition flavored fuel. That golden apple pear, the best flavor. We tried over 100 flavors. This one was the best of the best, guys. Thank you so much. Get the tumbler cup, the shaker cup rather, and support the show directly. Every cup sale helps us. We get a cut. Thank you so much. It's so delicious. You're gonna love it. Grab yourself some for you and your friends or family. Thank you so much for supporting our show.
Treba mi jedan čovek.
On the next.
Čemu dođe pa?
Bye guys.
Filmovi, a?
Čovek.
Nisam znao da je tu. Da je koliko ima ovih servisa da može se gledati filmovi to mi ovdje.
Treba mi jedan čovek.
Kako si dobro? Nađi, pa će ga naći.
Radio kada peva sa 6 mene. Kaže, treba mi jedan čovek. To je u suštini, niko nije čovek.
We not available in your country. Mamu ti jebem. Ko da živim u podsake skljapeci.
Šta, mislim da nepravedno pričate o Africi.
A ne mogu da imam neku pesmu.
So far we've had 4 big Resident Evil remakes, and whenever they come out, cut content is always a hot topic of discussion. Things get cut for pacing reasons, or budgetary reasons, or even because of a failure to understand their importance by the people making the remake. No matter how big or small, how justified or not they may be, someone will always be upset over something that was cut. I was quite upset about it in RE3, moderately annoyed by it in RE2, and for the most part unfazed by it in RE4, outside of a few key moments. I know I'm not alone in this, and I wanted to talk a little about why I think these cuts register differently for me, and for other people. The RE1 remake on GameCube is heralded by many as the greatest remake of all time. So good that for many fans it flat out replaces the original game. It truly feels like the game they wanted to make the first time around. The original director came back to oversee it, it cuts virtually nothing, it adds new story elements, locations, enemies, and puzzles. It better tunes the gameplay and gives the game a truly creepy, realistic horror movie look that you know they wish they could have done on the PS1. No one talks about RE1 Remake as being incomplete. Hell, you could even say it should have had cuts. I don't think anyone would miss that weird random part where the bee specimen comes alive for no reason. The only thing they did cut, as far as I remember, is a part of the second floor library. The library got turned into the location for the second Yawn boss fight. I like this change. But in the original, there was another room in this section that gave you a view of the helipad from afar. I've never liked that they cut this out because it gave you a real goal to work towards, a way out. This being the only cut, it's hard to get that kind of shape over it, but it shows that even the gold standard of remakes, a remake that improves on pretty much everything and stays super faithful to the source material, can end up cutting things. The RE2 remake of 2019 is a different story. With a change in camera perspective, we also got a change in combat. And being so far removed from the original in time, 20 years after it came out, it was inevitable that more changes would come. The police station got the RE1 mansion treatment, staying mostly the same but adding new spaces, reimagining a few rooms, adding new points of connectivity, and changing the route. But after that, it's an all-new experience. Outside of certain key moments being preserved, like the bridge and the frozen vial machine, the sewers and the laboratory are almost entirely new designs with new objectives to complete. Whether you like the new versions or not, they don't fall under the category of cut content. They were just redesigned. RE2 Remake technically takes you through every location or sequence of the original. Some have been significantly reimagined, but they are there. Leon and Claire are both playable and have their own unique versions of the adventure. Boss enemies and common enemies are still present, however they cut the spiders for some reason. But regardless of whatever changes or cuts were made, the core Resident Evil 2 experience remains intact. However, the B scenario from the original was horribly mangled as it was never planned to be in the game in the first place and was shoehorned in due to fan backlash. The original's B scenario allowed you to see the same series of events through two different perspectives. Instead of it feeling like either Leon's or Claire's experience, you could load scenario B to get the other perspective as the A scenario character progressed. You got access to different areas, different boss fights, and unlocked the true ending this way. It was an important part of the experience, though probably not one that the majority of the 6 million people who bought the game and several million who rented it actually played, because we know that a lot of people don't even finish games, much less play through them multiple times. But it was an important part of the experience for a lot of the fans. It was an important part of RE2's identity. It made it special in the series. No other Resident Evil game even attempted it again. So to see it butchered into basically just an A scenario remix with the same bosses and no special character interactions or consequences, it was a tough pill to swallow. It takes a game that gives a stellar first playthrough experience and ends up letting you down if you're expecting a good B scenario. It's an indefensible cut. However, it's a cut that makes itself known to you after. You still get that first playthrough of an excellent game. That's a really important factor in this discussion. RE2 Remake's B scenario is a problem, but the core experience of RE2 is still solid. RE4 Remake largely follows the formula of RE2. Like the police station, the village is mostly the same in its structure, adding some expansions and remixed encounters. And the castle has the same general feel and some of the original rooms and moments, but it's changed up enough to almost feel like a new map. By the end, the island feels almost entirely redesigned. Since RE4 Original is a much longer game than the original PlayStation trilogy, there was a lot more to consider for possible cuts. So while the RE2 Remake main campaign didn't see a lot of noticeable cuts, RE4 cut or consolidated several areas, a late-game multi-phase boss fight, and some important character moments. Some of this was done for pacing, some of it was done for tonal changes. Whatever the reasons may be, they are cuts. And not everyone likes them. It's still a very long game, many people taking 18 to 20 hours on their first playthrough, so it's not like we got a neutered experience. And what keeps RE2 and RE4 solid experiences despite their cuts, despite questionable level designs or aesthetic changes, is the preservation of their gameplay. You have to ask, what are the original RE2 and RE4 all about as games? RE2 is about exploring and figuring out the puzzle-like maps you're in, managing a tight inventory, scavenging for resources, solving puzzles, and of course killing zombies. The RE2 remake preserves this experience and expands on it greatly. It still has the soul of RE2 Original's gameplay. RE4 Original is about high-octane action, multitasking while facing hordes of enemies, fast combat decisions, and exploring the map for treasures used to buy new weapons and upgrades. RE4 Remake preserves the experience and expands on it greatly. It has big changes in resource management, staggers and melee have been retuned, it adds new combat abilities like the parry and a breakable knife, you're able to move while shooting, and enemy AI is different. There's plenty to make it a unique experience separate from the original.
Ko je resetao šta?
Gledajte mu je namjerno resetao stetovi kad su dodali nešto.
Ne, Nenade, ja i Milan, a mislim da i Peđa, počeli smo da igramo Hunt u verziji 0.4, 0.5, tako nešto. I kad je Hunt trebao da bude ono kao 1.0, a nešto je to brzo bilo sa 1.0, sa 0.6, 0.7 su peši na 1.0, kao na Gold verziju. Rekli su da će kao svim igračima da resetuju globalno progres. ako si bio prestiž, zapravo nije bilo prestiža, nego bilo je kao rank 100. I svi će biti kao rank 0.
Rank 0.
Da, ali će biti zapamćeno ako je neko uzeo prestiž, valjda, zaboravim se. I onda je Milan kliknuo na dugme prestiž, pošto će mu sve novice sve resetovano. I to je to. I to je jedini prestiž koji uzeo. I to ti ta priča.
Šta 25.000 followera?
Oli. Oli.
Ko ima milijarde followera?
Mogu da ti napravim Twitch sa 25.000 followera.
Mogu ako platiš.
Ja. Džabe to kad to...
Ko je bez megista? Sve, sad noć! Lepo si nam utero, Milane, a lepo. Izmagle u noć, aj napolje sad, ne izlaz.
Stano, ajde. Milane. Ajmo napolje.
Ne mogu ja noć da igram. Pa kaka noć?
Njemu odgovara, on jednako ne vidi ništa.
Noć. Izmagle u noć me otera. Zato što...
Mislim, meni ne smete, ali evo, boys, ne može.
Ne volim da igram noću i... Možemo ako hoćete, ali...
Ko je to digao konja?
Ja neću vidjet ništa.
Pa ne treba da vidiš, treba da vidiš samo čovjeka na 5 metara, u tako Milan.
Neki opasan stream je. Da ću puknem na mesec, ej. Pogodio sam mesec, evo to. Dobio sam hit marker na mesec. Bazmeg. Ko je Bazmeg ovdje? Milan, jesi ti neki Bazmeg?
Antifa.
A je nešto zahladilo ovu pičku?
Da, opet je zahladnilo.
Da?
Opet je zahladnilo.
Neki Bazmeg. Imaš Bazmeg?
Yes. Take care.
Pa moj da uzem onaj to mjesto, mislim. A nemam još otvoreno. Nemam to otvoreno još. Nemam to još otvoreno.
Ater Kvoster. A zbog čega da ga nosim njega? Jeli? I mene zajebavaš.
Lost Epoch.
Još 2 nedelje da preteknem i...
Najdi singa ko otvori novčanik.
Da dočeka onaj 27. u piču.
mnogo, bet 90, $90.
Za ovo $90?
Da, ovaj traži $90.
Ko traži $90? Gdje si tu ide tu centru? Sve klase su dobre, to mi verujem.
Jebo mater koji nas nije vratio u istu mapu, isti boss, iste noći. Pusti ove malo da se poubijaju i ubacio nas nazad.
Ja bi ovi fore.
Parkova. Bilo bi interesantniji mečevi da možeš da upadneš na sredinu meča u pantu.
Baš neki bazak.
Ili kada oni uzmu bounty i krenu da beže, da možeš da kreneš ti te sekunde recimo počiniš.
Sveža.
I sveža. Niti si pokupio jedan prag, niti si pokupio negde pare, možeš samo da proš bounty da uzmeš.
Sad ću da uzem kratom trafu da im dam $. Sad ti uzmem gator trap.
Just like the RE2 remake did, but it still has the soul of RE4 original gameplay. That brings us to the RE3 remake. When talking about the disastrous RE3 remake, cut content is the first thing people bring up. You can set aside all the critiques of the new Jill, the underwhelming RPD section with Carlos, the crappy Nemesis boss fights, and how they turned him into a joke by having him not kill Jill when he had her right in front of him with a flamethrower to her face. We can set that all aside. The cut content is the biggest problem. At the end of the day, 3 major cuts make RE3 the unforgivable mess that it is. First is the clock tower. The clock tower isn't just a place you go to like the park or the hospital, which I admit is a nice redesign in the remake. The clock tower is the single most memorable location from the original game, home to several of its most important moments. Early on, when we're still setting up the danger of the Nemesis before you see him, you come across a postcard in the bar showing the clock tower. So in the first 20 minutes, you have the image of this place in your mind. On your first playthrough, you're likely spending 2 or 3 hours exploring Raccoon City, eventually trying to get the train running to get out of town. The Nemesis ambush causes the train to crash and you end up at the clock tower. It's immediately an important and interesting location because it's the first real isolated location you've been to. Sure, you went to the RPD earlier, but just to get a lot of it. And you'd already seen the RPD in RE2. It's a quick side trip and then back to the city exploration. The clock tower is the first time you're in a building unique to RE3. This is our Spencer Mansion moment. The moment we say, wow, what is this place? And it's not even that big of a map. Compared to the mansion or RPD, the clock tower is nothing. A few rooms on either side of the first floor, a garden, and then a climb to the clock at the top. It's special because it's the first time it gives us the feeling of wonder after spending hours in a maze-like city. It's home to 3, count 'em, 3 separate Nemesis encounters. He appears on the roof where you can shock him with the electric wire. He bursts through the wall when you play as Carlos and runs through the fire in one of the series' best jump scares. And in the single most important moment in the game, after you've completed the clock tower and solved the puzzle at the top, you've signaled a rescue helicopter to pick you up. Is this it? Is the nightmare finally over? No, bitch, Nemesis is here with a rocket launcher to trash your plans. He blows up the helicopter in one of the most awesome scenes in the entire Resident Evil franchise, and then you have a boss fight. The clock tower is a small map, but so much happens in it, and it's all just gone in the remake. It's a baffling cut that I think only could have happened due to a limited budget. It's made much worse by the fact that the city was drastically cut down as well. As I talked about in my RE3 review from 2020, the giant sprawling city map that had you running all over the place, trying to figure out where to go, what to do, unlocking new areas and finding puzzle pieces, was cut down to a whopping 2 parallel streets with a donut shop in the middle to connect them. There's nothing to do here, nothing of interest. It would be like if RE4 Remake opened with the village fight and then immediately let you open the insignia door and now you're already at the church rescuing Ashley. By removing the city exploration and cutting the clock tower entirely, half the fucking game is missing. This isn't just a cut boss fight or a small late game map or a bonus scenario that adds context to the main story. We're missing half the game. Significant aspects of gameplay were gutted as well, because again, we gotta ask, what are you doing in the original RE3? You're exploring the map to figure out how to escape for a long time. You're making choices during certain events that lead you to different parts of the map, making the game different on replays since you can enter the clock tower from the front or back and find 2 different ways into the underground facility. And you're frequently pursued by the game's titular monster. I replay RE3 Original maybe once a year. I've played it maybe 15 times all the way through in my lifetime. I know the game, but I don't have it memorized. And every time I play it, the Nemesis is on my ass. He appears in like 6 or 7 parts of the game, I think, maybe more. He surprises me, he scares me. He shows up at different parts depending on the order you do certain objectives. And he's insanely difficult to take down in the early game. He's a giant part of the game's identity. In the remake, in addition to turning him into a pathetic loser that dies to a single grenade, he only appears a couple times at the midpoint of the city, and then the rest of the encounters are scripted sequences where you just run away down a designated path. Oh no, it's the Nemesis, run down the one hallway and escape. Oh no, it's the Nemesis again, run down another hallway. Oh no, it's the Nemesis, run down a hallway. Oh no, it's the Nemesis, run up a burning building. This is why the RE3 cuts hurt so much. They didn't just cut a location or a moment or a fight or change mechanics. They ripped out the foundation of the original's gameplay. The exploration, the Nemesis chases, the narrative choices, the puzzles, the different paths. It's just not Resident Evil 3 anymore, because Resident Evil 3 is about more than just Jill Valentine being a badass that shoots zombies and fights a big monster. And no amount of unlockable difficulties or replayable challenge modes or interesting speedrunning tech will ever change the fact that the first-time playthrough experience of RE3 Remake is a freakish, limping monstrosity missing half its face. I don't think I'll ever forgive Capcom for what happened with the RE3 remake. I love the remakes of RE2 and RE4 immensely. They seem to have course-corrected after Village, but RE3 remake is something that's always gonna hurt because it's probably never gonna be made right. Alright, I hope that puts cut content in a better context. Talking about it here has helped me understand some of my own feelings about it, and I hope it's helped you too. If they remake RE1 someday, cuts will be inevitable.
Welcome to my channel.
All I hope for is that the majority of original content is there, and that it maintains the spirit of the original's gameplay. Thanks for watching, click that like and subscribe button, and stay tuned for more Resident Evil topics.
Ovo nesto na foru diabla kako tise chini.
Pa ne naduje skupo, ali meni je okej. Jest više kao Path of Exile nego što je kao Diablo.
Oh yeah, I was gonna watch this new Diablo Diablo.
Ne znam.
Bro, I need to stop calling Diablo 4 Diablo Immortal. I
really
need to stop doing that.
Diablo 4 just got some new quality of life updates as confirmed by Blizzard, plus a new interview with the devs revealed just how much story content we can expect post-launch. Plus, Diablo 4 lore book was just teased, revealing a horrifying new enemy you can expect to battle. Let's get into this. Here's the headline right here. It goes on to say this: Diablo 4 will receive new story content every 3 months. Expect quarterly updates for...
See, this is the best thing, is that I hope that, I mean, obviously Lilith is really hot, but Lilith could also have a sister, and they could add Lilith's sister into the game in, like, the first expansion. So like
Posam
every 3
Igro
months
is
there's a
Gibio Sam
possibility
Se
that could
Bio
happen.
Uanum Enjehovum Stablo Skilava MSM Velo Mi Je
Building
Tad
new
Prenaperno
storylines
de
associated with
Gleedum
traditional mechanics
STACU
and
Keiko CU.
features.
Ne, ovo ti
Not
jednostavno.
only is it going to
cousin
be
or- yeah,
story
whatever.
stuff, but we're going to be getting some.
Ako si birao recimo ovaj Beastmaster, šta je ovo već?
Zavisi šta nije on uzeti tamo.
Leveluješ ovo po 1 poen i onda kad si 30 ti level 40 i kad uradiš određeni broj questa biraš 3 specijalizacije. Ja sam izabrao Beastmaster i onda imaš drugu i to ti to. E sad, ovdje imaš specijalizaciju, imaš ovo ti je osnovno, a ovo su ti kao 3 klase ti daju. Top, tap, tap. I svakih 10-15 levela imaš specijalizaciju. I onda imaš... nema kao u Path of Exile milion stvari. Ima tamo koliko treba. Ima specijalizacija, ali kaže nema Path of Exile 2.0. Ne. Imaš crafting.
Dida Ovo JEOK.
Juri!
Ako možda uzmeš na selu, uzmi. To ti ima toliko.
Prošao mi metre pored glave.
A?
Ne.
Prošao mi metre pored glave. Na mene!
Evo ih tu iza kaveza ovog, ej.
Šta nije na mene? Možda se ti nije gre.
Kako su tebe pogodili sad majke ti tamo.
Milana ne znam. Idi me u kurac.
Magični meci.
Mania BIH Imao Bremena Jedbot I Huntstais M de Igram.
Šta je ovo?
A kako je? Oni kao ovi imaju outline.
Možda imaju.
A gdje ga je dobro čovječ? Samo mu se puška ne šani tamo na tvoje tijelo i op, na mene mu se prebacila puška.
Možda čovjek ima 10.000 sati.
Ma da.
Novi profil, a?
Nemam te novi profil. Znači da im. Znači da im. Nema šta, ima da kupim hraki, ima da iskakujem. Ko onaj...
Onda nisi bolji od njih.
Kao onaj što je na onome, na Tarku radio.
A, da ih
troluješ. Ima da streamuju.
Da troluješ i kroz zidove, to je, da?
I onda ću da streamuju.
Da nišaniš, da uzmeš ti pušku, da nišaniš ti njega kroz zid, da vidiš da li će drag, jel to? Da ih bejtaš, jel to? Da ga pratiš okolo po mapi, da gledaš ko će da se upeca na to. To ti nije loše. To ti nije loše. Kako ih je čovjek, kako ih je sredio Tarku, znaš kako inteligentno. Na prvi pogled niko ne čita u Tarkovu, znaš, dok nije lik provalio o čemu se radi.
Sad će GBM, a? Sad će GBŠ.
Da.
Pušite kurac!
Rekao sam ja bio o ovome što je kao community manager, pošto ja imam na Facebooku.
Onaj Mađar, Benz.
Ne, be, gledajte, ovoga. Tarko.
A, taj, njihov Tarko, dobro.
To sam ja njemu, pa kao ne, ma jes kurac, nema. Imam 5000 sati i više od kojeg znam šta može, šta ne može. I onda sam mu poslao link od ovoga, kao ono, šta kao ono pizdama patenina. I onaj Nikita, ono govno. Ko mene nešto, odmah kad neki reper zaboravi.
Čovjek se možda lako vređi.
Ma. Ja ne znam zaboravim.
Igramo se kurac, eto zašto. Ajmo, multitasking, idemo.
Idemo, čutim sam i ja.
Da nisam dreknuo, ne bi ti javio.
Mora da napravim onaj makeon da puca dva metke isto vremena.
Zašto, za automat?
Ne, i pušaka, bilo koji pušak. A da automat ima skripcije kako znam, novi koji i to. Ima čak i skripcije da puca po jedan metar.
Nemoguće. Pošto to je možda stara skripta, koliko ja znam. Čim klikneš i spali tari. Nisam siguran kako misliš da pališ jedan.
Skripta ovo čovjek nije. Ma daj! Ma daj!
Ne znam da to moguće.
Ko je baksuz od vas dvojice? Lebaš ti je.
Stigla se ovaj Milan zove da igramo vidjeti.
Ko je baksuz od vas dvojice? Ajde da čujem, je.
Milan, vidiš, Milan nas zove i...
Dobro, nije u Upper de Sale, ovaj boss. A, da. U gornjem Sašici. Znaš ko je? Ohoho.
Milane.
Šta bi?
To nije bio Milan. Od kad ti igra sa tim?
Šta je to, Veterli?
Veterli.
Viš kako znaš
ti igra 1000 sati s tim?
Nije, laže. Laže.
Ili ja?
Nije, možda je od 4-5 hiljada sati koliko ima, možda je igrao ukupno 2 sata, 3. Nije, laže.
Pogodio je jednom kroz optiku i onda je 2 nedelje se vrteo taj klip, znaš što.
To je bilo the best of.
To nisam snimao ono kad sam ubio noga da je u onom žbunju boli se sa, na ome. Na mušicu. Pokupili smo ulti i lik stoji neki 150 metara sigurno.
Da.
U žbunju. I ja uzimam nišanim od prilike tu da je on bio sa osinkom. Pam! I lik samo petuli nogi. Headshot.
Headshot, It is I, headshot.
Ti to imitiraš nekako.
Mogu da kažem, mogu i da mi komentariše, ali nije. Ali ovaj lik jeste, čujte, Jesi ti uopšte primetio neki put recimo da trčiš i da se čovjek samo puško krene ka tebi? Milane?
Makarki.
Takav refleks ne može niko da ima, znači stojiš iza negdje u žbunju i njemu se samo puško krene ka tebi.
Refleks.
To je
Delaney možda.
Znači ne vidite uopšte.
Ima par ljudi koji imaju takva refleksa, ali nema 250 ljudi koji igraju Hunt takav refleks.
Flex. James fucking Delaney, a?
On beše igrao i ovaj Tarkov.
Ne znam, ne verujem.
Ja mislim da je igrao. Je to onaj Švaba, šta je već?
Ne, Francuz.
Što ima vaške u kosi.
Francuz čupavi.
Neću treba.
Vice Ryan 76. Welcome to my channel.
A hoće čovjek da priča francuski. Sad preko cijene mape iz Deventa u jebeni skapeli.
Jebe mater.
I ga nisi vidio tu. Imaš optiku i nisi ga vidio tu.
Čekaj bre, nisam ovdje.
Da, ne nade.
Bez optike si ga vidio.
Šta će ti optika?
Something tied into the story that's revealing new game mechanics.
Veterli Deda ima
very
zoom, rekao sam već 1.5 je na Dead
3 months
na mušicu ti 1.25.
If this is going to be like a consistent thing, that's really fucking impressive. That's amazing. I don't. Well, I believe that when I see it. That is
1.5 na Dead
wow.
Samo ti je centar ekrana zoomira, sve ostalo.
Brand new cover reveal from Game Informer, by the way. So this is very cool. It goes on to say this right here. Let me zoom it in. In Game Informer's latest cover story, Diablo 4 Associate Game Director Joe Pafora said that while he hesitates to use the word expansion, the game's post-launch quarterly updates will consist of additional story content that will be tied into the new game mechanics and features of each update. Now,
so they're basically doing what PoE does. Where, like, obviously, you know, like, there have been, like, there's story, right? There's, like, Cirrus, and then you realize, like, we don't go to Oriath anymore. Well, you know, there's a reason for that.
It will additionally be accompanied by a new season battle pass, which will come in both free and premium forms. Blizzard has previously confirmed the game's first season will not go live with Diablo 4 will come sometime later. So it's not going to be like the season is right out of the gate. We'll have to wait a little bit before that happens. Furthermore, it goes on to say
Again,
this.
you can also double dip with hype there. That's smart. And it also cuts away all of the people complaining about being pay to win if there's no season start at the beginning. So who cares? So is there an update or DLC? Well, no, I think if they want to do an update for the game or like an expansion, I think that's fine. Just as long as it has like a lot of content, and if people like it, then they buy it, right? It's about that simple.
As in the cover story, Blizzard revealed 2 additional effects players will have to overcome when conquering Diablo 4's in-game Nightmare Dungeon. One such effect will see an invincible pillar of lightning constantly chasing players throughout the dungeon, while another will add a shade that follows players, and if touched, will obscure their vision and summon additional enemies. That one
I think that's super cringe, like one of the worst mechanics in Lost Ark is darkness. Like every time that not being able to see what's happening on the screen is part of the challenge, I think that it's a bad challenge. I don't care if you can avoid it or not, I just think it sucks. Just try to do something else that's more interesting. Like I don't like that mechanic. Straight up, I fucking hate mechanics where you can't see what's happening.
Actually sounds like a pain in the butt. We've seen stuff like that where you do like touch a enemy, an elite, and your vision is kind of obscured, and you know that you have been afflicted. So yeah, that's going to be a thing, and it seems like it's going to be a little bit more intense than what we've already experienced in the active beta. Now, furthermore, it goes on to say this right here. Blizzard also shared a few new details about Helltide with Game Informer, clarifying that multiple areas in the world can be affected by Helltide's once. Deadlier enemies will spawn within a Helltide's borders, of course, including remixed versions of various bosses.
This sounds really cool.
So that's cool, but I'm also, again, you know, kind of worried about the redundancy that could happen with various bosses appearing in Helltide.
Oh, I feel like it will probably be redundant, but how redundant it is kind of depends. Like, if it's something that happens every once in a while, it's fine. Like, having to go back and kill a world boss or something like that, or some empowered area, I think it's fine. It's just about, like, how much diversity is inside of the system and how much of it feels. But yeah, I think that's really cool, and I think that adding more world content is a good thing. Getting players to interact with each other in games, I think, is usually
Nije to optika, to je Dead Eye Scope, ti čuješ mene?
A znam.
To nije optika. Rekao sam ti, Iron Sight je default zoom, on ima stepen zooma 1.25. Dead Eye Scope ima 1.5. To je sranj. Sranj, to nije optika.
Dead Eye smeće, samo smeta, brate.
Gubiš perifernu viziju, ne vidiš ništa živo. Fokusiran ti je centar. Fokusiran ti je centar. Samo malo.
I radi vama igram.
To si ti kanda od multitaska puku. Dead Eye Scope.
Evo, ulazi. Što je Nenad pravio lobby?
Nije puko 7, čim da ti nam uđe
nije
lobby
puko, mi smo ušli, evo te.
To je zato što si alt tabova, ne me da alt tabo dok čitava.
Nije.
Aha, znači jesi alt tabova.
Nisam alt tabo, nego Windows tabo.
Eto, zašto te nije učitno?
Nije meni.
Pauza, a? Zovem Nenada. Cancelim na sesijom. Aj, tu je Rumun, ako hoćeš.
Nisam out tabo, jebote.
Nema veze. Šta je ako jesi? Što ima veze?
Like we repeat in these 120 dungeons and to have them spread out through Helltides. I hope they have some sort of different mechanics with them as well. But it is cool to note that Helltide events can be widespread all at once and be dropping in and out of the world. So I think that's a cool little detail right there. Now, also they did
Akalico I am a marksman po default Uzume KOJE Deadeye 1.5.
Marksman. Sad ćete reći. Optik. X. Point.
Čekaj, Nenad, poslušu ja i tebi i Rumunu, ako ćeš. Imaš ti
Ja sam vidio da je Makić čuo.
A dobro, ako si ga pitao prvo.
Nisu.
Nisi na to onda zaboravio, ajde gledam tebi. Pa meni ne radi invite, šta je sad ovo kurac?
Probaj sam.
Stiglo?
Jest.
Sačekaj Rumuna da dođe pa nastavljamo. Ne, Milan je zla sreća.
Evo ovako, ide ti puta 2, puta 5 i puta 8. Tako ti ide. Mada mislim da ovo nije dobro, da je Deadite puta 2, ne vrem. Puta 1,5 mislim da je. Znači puta 2, puta 5, puta 8. S tim što puta 2 ne vrem da je tako. Marksman bi mogu da možda bude puta 4, to ti je kao Eikog. To ti je Marksman. A Cypherskop ti je puta 6 ili puta 8, da.
Da.
A, to ti to.
Jesi ga pozvao kod nas na Discord ili?
Ne, moramo kod njega, nema on ovaj.
Aj. Či se vedemo ili je posle. Sad ću jedan mu pošaljem da nas ima.
O brate, mili, kad mi ovako govna pišu.
Mir, stabilnost Vučića.
Kaja. Jel mu šalješ?
Pa ću reći.
Aha. Ovo ti je brzina metka i brzina projektila. Pošto je Hunt jedina igra koja renderuje, koja zapravo kad opališ kao metak, spawnuje metak kao fizički objekat koji leti i koji mora da stigne do mete. Većinom stigne do mete. Sa lagom, naravno.
Hello guys.
What's up?
Hello man.
Oh.
Iron Sights adds 1,25x Deadeye 2,5-3x Marksman 4x Sniper 6-8x. Naseo.
Evo ti navde. There you go. I found it.
Sjajno.
Oh. It is what it is.
Network. Welcome to my channel.
Are you ready, guys?
Give me just 2 minutes, please.
Sorry. Dun.
Talk about this one from the most recent Wowhead interview. Check it out right here. UI improvements. Will the UI be updated with additional quality of life features before release? Now, I do actually have a further update in just...
I have to tell you guys, I think that the UI changes make it to where whenever you open UI, it doesn't show your flowers first. It shows your actual fucking stats. Change that. And remove the green arrow whenever you're comparing things that
Ovo
are not
SE as Monkuj XD. Ludak. https://udo.be/y1rrfnb7n10. Duh. Interrecent and JE. Goblin Gamer. Streamers underscore growth.
Should never be a trap.
Welcome to my channel.
Moment about this where they actually show off what they've done. I go on to say this, there are some points that can be addressed between beta and release. Joe Shelley said, UI will not dramatically change in that period of time simply because there's not enough time.
Yeah, exactly. I really... Like, while the UI, I mean, it doesn't look super cool or anything like that, I actually think the UI is totally fine. I have no problems with the UI. I am very positive about the UI. There are a few things that I think are bad, but those few things I think that they will fix. I think that if Diablo Immortal didn't come out, people wouldn't have as much of a problem with the Diablo 4 UI. I think that the reason why a lot of people don't like it, and the comparisons that I see a lot, are people comparing it to Diablo Immortal's UI and saying these are the same, because Diablo Immortal was bad, then this game is bad. I think the UI is just simply a functional tool. So if the tool works, I am happy. I don't care about how many little fancy curly cues they have on the edge of the squares. If they want to fix it and make it a little bit better, make it more immersive, that's fine with me. I'm okay with it. But I just don't think this is a burning problem.
Like bugs need a faster transition, and others are more complex problems, Joe Shelley added. We want the UI to be accessible to all kinds of...
Somebody says in chat, it's got too many mobile UI similarities, and that's why I think that these comments are just not worth taking seriously. It's got too many mobile UI similarities. What, like, that's a fucking problem? Why is that a problem to you? Like, why? It works. That's why all the games use it.
Players, there are a lot of factors we need to think about, and this was recently discovered as well, that they actually adjusted the socket size for inventory. So check it out right here. You can see to the left our brand new version where the socket size is actually bigger and you can quickly identify it with your eyeballs, as opposed to the beta version where it was much smaller and you're trying to figure out where in the world are the sockable items. But now that has been updated, and it's going to be a little bit of a quality of life adjustment that's definitely going to be improving the experience. That sort of thing that I think really does add up and matter. So I'm curious to see what else they're going to adjust in the future as well. Oh boy, check this out right here. Diablo 4 lore book reveals possible new foe with ties to an iconic boss. So yes,
I mean, it's got to be fucking Baal, right? Because that's Lilith's father. So I mean, I guess so, right?
Lore book did reveal what is called
Mephisto,
a Maggot Queen. So yes, this is very much related to another enemy that was kind of shown up.
I thought since they were both pale, he was her dad. I guess I'm a racist.
In the Diablo 4 trailers previously, as you can see right here, looks pretty cool, looks pretty challenging, but what's the difference here between the two? So it goes on to say this right here. Zoom it in. The Maggot Queen's appearance is evocative of Durrell, the Lord of Pain. The Lesser Evil was the final boss of Act 2 in Diablo 2, and is also referred to as the Maggot King. Keen-eyed players that spotted him in the gameplay trailer and beta achievements know Durrell will be reappearing in Diablo 4. Given the similarities in their visual design and naming conventions, the Maggot Queen may be a powerful monster or even a mini-boss that players must contend with when battling Durell's minions. So that makes sense. And this could actually be one of those bosses or sub-bosses that appear during Helltides that you might be facing off against on occasion as well, which would actually be really, really cool.
Yeah, I think that's badass. Just like more different types of bosses is great. I think that's one of the biggest criticisms. Like the bosses they have are, I think, pretty good. It's just that there aren't that many of them. Make more of them. Easy.
Now, if you're wanting to prep for the launch of Diablo 4, there is a really, really cool and useful build calculator tool. As you can see right here, yeah, this thing is really cool. So you can select your class, of course. There are your equipment pieces over here as well. They even have some of the aspects that you can expect that can, you know, modify your character. But yeah, you can really get in here.
I'm just gonna build everything into Whirlwind. So like anything that doesn't make Whirlwind do more damage, we don't get it.
Whoa.
And anything that does make Whirlwind do more damage, we do get it. And that's how we're gonna do it.
And plot and plan what type of build you want to go for and fine-tune it as you go. So if you want to do like a bleed build, you can go all in Arian, for example, and choose whatever class you rogue. So it's very cool. I believe you can actually go in here and save it as well, and also search out the different skills and abilities that you want to learn about, or go ahead and equip. And also share your builds with friends. So this is like one of the best tools I have seen pre-launch for any game. So be sure to check it out. They continue to improve it. So yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on what actually happens with that one as well. Yeah, now it's time to go over your top comments. Remember, leave a comment down below. It can end up in
I feel like a lot of those things are really big. Like all this is huge. I'm glad to see all of this. Like a 3-month content cycle is fucking nuts. That's really, really good. I didn't expect that.
Future video. So the question is this: what was my most recent video about? So let's dive into that now. All right, so here we go. It says, wait, the devs just said what? Official new update, new changes. Check it out. Missed it. New in-game details there, new improvements, and all sorts of stuff right there on the channel now. Anthony goes on to say this about the video. Love how it's not all instant gratification and requires time, work, and even research. I myself more immersed in games this way. It seems very well made thus far. Very excited for release.
I'm very much in favor of having to work for something. The only thing is that I don't like working backwards. Like, I don't like if you make a mistake in the game, you can't undo the mistake. It's one of my biggest criticisms for PoE, is how many things that you are tied to that you don't have the capacity to be able to, like, fully calculate the effectiveness of as a person who is new. You're baited into fucking up. Yeah, exactly. Letting people change things and do things differently is great. I hope they have more of that.
Yeah, the payoff can be very big once you find a really, really good build, of course. Now, Mike B says this: love the format of your videos. They're my favorite example. The news source so far. Keep it up. I'm doing my best, man. I'm going to be hunting down that news for you all, and any updates that come from Blizzard, I have you guys covered. Now, JBCKLC says this: what would be great is an in-game reward to respec, which can be obtained doing a quest line or even the main story quest. I believe that's what he says here.
I think that the player base should not compromise on this at all. I think that you should be able to respec for free at all times, with no restrictions. It works for WoW. WoW's fine. It worked for Diablo 3. That has nothing to do with why Diablo 3 was bad. There is no reason why not. If they want to add like a very small gold fee to like slightly combat inflation, I'm not gonna like freak out about this, but and like that's a realistic perspective.
Are you helping?
But I don't want to have anything in my way if I want to change my build or do something different because I'm bored of what I'm doing.
Close the door.
It's literally that simple. Like if I'm bored, I want to play another character. I don't want to have to do something I don't want to do. It's a video game. Why should I have to do something I don't want to do? That's weird. Like, yeah, I don't get it. Shouldn't be a bummer to try a new build. Yeah, exactly. You should have to remake. That's how it goes for boomers, bro. Yeah, bro. Like, then
be careful. Be from behind. Ramp.
That's what I think.
Well, it's
Gold inflation won't matter at 3-month seasons. Yeah, I agree. Diablo's a game where you get gold in billions, though. Yeah, there you go. Get ready to respec for each trash pull, then. But you're not gonna do that, though. Like I don't do that in WoW. Like, I don't want to respec for every trash. Like, bro, here's why you're not going to respec for every trash pull. It's because you're constantly fighting with efficiency. Diablo is a game that's built around efficiency. And if you're always respecing back and forth, you're not being efficient. So that's why it won't matter.
I must update my
It's so easy.
This would allow players to feel like they have some wiggle room after making it to the end game and find their current build just isn't cutting it. I love the idea of having an item that enables you to perhaps respec, and it's kind of maybe considered rare, and you get like that free chance to respec. Then on, it might be more costly. I know a lot of you guys actually might want it to be costly to respec. Let me know if I'm wrong about that, by the way. Because you want your build to matter. You want
your build doesn't matter unless you can't respec? What kind of a fucking moron thinks like that? Who the fuck thinks like this? That's so stupid.
Your character to feel like this is a personality. I spent my time building this character. Yeah, it might not be perfect, but this is the character I set.
Bro, the people that talk like this, I guarantee you, they're so dumb because that's not how the game works. You have your whole Paragon board you have to redo. You have your plugins for the Paragon board that you have to change. You have your legendaries. You have your gear sets. That your gear sets empower certain abilities. Well, if you change all your fucking abilities, you're gonna have to get new gear. It's like you don't even play the fucking game. Drives me crazy. Yeah, it's like if I have gear for a whirlwind build and I'm like, oh, I don't like this anymore. I want to play upheaval. Okay, go ahead. But all of my gear is whirlwind buffs, so you're gonna have a problem. You've got to refarm the gear. It's such a stupid perspective to have. I don't understand it.
Of course, this is the story arc of this certain class that I have created. I think that's pretty cool. On the flip side of it,
silly.
You know, respecting I found to be extremely important in the beta. So, of course, if the final version of the game is anything like the beta, which I'm assuming it will be, I think a lot of you guys are going to want to be able to respec in the in-game.
Exactly.
Especially now. Silver Streak says this. The constant complaints about the character creator boggled my mind. Diablo 4 has the best character creator of any ARPG of its style worth naming.
Diablo Immortal is better. And it is not just slightly better, it is a lot better.
Both of them don't even let you choose the gender of your character or class. That's right. Usually they have a set character, and guess what? Too bad, you go for it. So yeah, I think the character creator is great, but it's also cool to hear that.
Was it? Yes, it was. It absolutely was. And again, the character fidelity and the model fidelity is much higher in Diablo 4 than it is in Diablo Immortal. However, the amount of ways that you can customize your character's appearance,
successfully
there are
lost.
way more of them in
Welcome
Diablo
to my channel.
Immortal than there are in Diablo 4.
Yeah, Blizzard is in fact willing to buff the character creator after launch.
Yeah,
That's
I hope
the
they
plan.
add
They
more
plan
stuff.
to add more stuff to the character creator to make it even more fleshed out and detailed. So I'm actually looking forward to that.
Less
But
customization,
at the
fewer
same
characters
time,
being cutscenes.
it might
Yeah,
be
that
pointless
could be it.
because I like to armor up and see all my armor. But there is that transmog system. You have to remember the transmog system.
I didn't do any of
gives you
that. I heard it
even
was
more
really
freedom.
good.
So if you don't like to be more armored up and you want to be like a necromancer that is, you know, kind of all skinny and emo and has no chest piece.
I am also of the mindset that I think that classes should, like, the physique of the characters should mirror the class.
Hey man, I'm going.
I don't want to see a skinny barbarian, okay?
Maybe
no. I don't want to see a fat necromancer.
Maybe I'll be back.
On or whatever and showing off his tattoos and that sort of thing. That's where the
Fat
character
shaming
creator
again.
does actually matter. And yeah, so we'll see if they throw those character creator options into the battle pass eventually, if that's what they're talking about, or if they're just gonna put it right in there at the base of the character creator. But anyway, there it is. Thank you all so much for watching. Stay tuned for more Diablo 4 updates and, of course, open world gaming goodness. I hope to do some other cool videos beyond Diablo, so look out for that. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all next time. Take care.
I think.
Ne mislim da će ti reinstaliranje drivera išta pomoći. Ako ti igra ima dipove u FPS-u, kad ti sa 100 FPS-a pada na 60 ili 50, to nije do drivera, to je do igre. Znaš tako se to dešava samo u Hanšu. Ova igra vredi svaku paru kurnicu.
Koja?
Last Epoch. To ti je nešto kao lakša varijanta u Path of Exile. Path of Exile je za mene previše.
Dakle, to je ovo što igraš kod Diablo, dvojka, trojka.
Pa kao Diablo 2, 3, da.
Ali dobro, jeste.
Problem majke. Da me gađate, marš pre tamo.
Neka novija igra, to je...
Jeste no. Tek skoro su, čini mi se pre pola mjeseca su izbacili multiplayer kao podršku. Dokada je bila samo kao single player ono varijanta. Doduše ja ne mogu da nađem ljude koji hoće da kupe igru. To je problem. Svima je skupo.
Koliko?
Pa ne znam, ja sam platio 20... Ne, platio sam full cenu na Steamu, 32 €. A na Turskoj...
Ali čekaj, ti nemaš ovaj ruski Steam?
Ne. Da Rusija ne namerava da pobedi. Rusija ne namerava više da pobedi. Ruski market je sad mnogo skup.
I ne možeš se prebaciš nigde ako imaš aure na Rusima. To sam probao.
Možeš, nazad na Evropu.
Ne može, probao sam.
Ja sam se prebacio nazad na Evropu.
Probao sam iskoristiti srpsku karticu, ne da.
Nema kartice, samo kupiš igru.
Kako sam kupim igru?
Tako kao što sam ja radio, samo kupiš igru i on ti ponudi da platiš u evrima i svaka sljedeća kupovina ti onda u evrima. I to je to na evropskom si marketu.
I sad se nalog ti je srpski kao, evo?
Pa sad sam kao na EU marketu.
Ma neću.
Evo, gledam, vizu ne da, PayPal nema, Master nema, American Express nema. Nema.
Čega nema?
Ne da ima ja više, ne da. Možda mogla, više ne da.
Dobro.
Jer je duplje nosim. Evo sam ja jučer baš. Prekućilo mi je. Ne mogu da, imam nalog i ne mogu da miše s njim.
Pa to je to, brikovan je nalog. Isto kao karakter kad se leveluje i nemaš kud više s njim.
Mislim, mogu ono da skemujem. Ko što Erik Jesić za Argentinu.
Sa karticama i glupostima.
Ali, brate, ne isplati se to. Gubim vreme, da. Gubim vreme.
Vreme noc. Vreme noc.
Izvini, kako mogu patke da se ubiju?
Uzmi molotov koktel. Onaj fire bottle.
Otrov.
Može i otrov, ali moraš da pukneš kao u glavu.
Moram da pukneš jednu patku u glavu.
Da, neđi u sredinu gađa.
Ne baš u glavu, nego malo iznad glave.
Da ne udari ili fenjer ili boca ili otrov, da ne udari u vodu, nego mora baš da udari u patku. I onda ti računa.
Jebote, šta je to toki update? Ovo je geni normalno.
Za šta?
Ovi driver jebeni su normalno. Gledanovački.
Molim.
Daj poziv.
No, Makiću, hoćeš ti?
Hoću, zove.
Čekaj, moram Makića da pojačam jedno da čujem.
Ne, Makić tiše priča. To je to.
Moguće.
Pa daj be.
Ne mora da glame kuri.
Pa ne možeš doći do reči.
Nije.
A, nije, a? Ovo je ona od dobrih onih jednih, a?
Da, spava, brate.
Spava? Miline. Miline, čoveče, miline.
Najbolje kad spava.
Najbolje su žene kad spavaju.
Najbolje. Nije nešto grlo.
Jezik miruje.
Tako je,
ništa ne izgovara.
Bravo, Garci.
Ne padaju im čudne ideje na pamet.
Fiks ideje.
Ne znam, ja to ne znam kako bi ni nazvao. To nisu fiks ideje, to su čudnovate ideje. To šta ženi može da padne na pamet, ja mislim.
I really do, I love them. So this is a
great
video. I didn't even know about this new thing with the hell tides, and especially with the 3-month cycle is what was so fucking crazy. That's impressive. I'm gonna link you guys this video. Make sure to give it a like. Holy shit! But imagine skinny druid, then a 17 damage would at least be real. Yeah, true. Like, I just wonder if it's like, maybe like in the Diablo team, there's some fucking, you know, secret fat shaming that's going on with the game, because like both of the fat classes are bad.
Oh, yes, you're
funny.
Šta su izmenili sad na Facebooku? Što Facebook izgleda sad ovako?
Get Barbarian gets better with gear, like, yeah, sure. But the other classes start better.
Lobby's full.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh my god, man. Holy fucking shit.
Probaš ti nama da pošalješ, ajde, možda je
wow.
Nešto su javili na jednu sad.
This video is what's carrying me to the release of the game. I've little to no interest in other games since Diablo 4 beta. Well, I'm really excited to play PoE. I've been having, I had more fun today than I had yesterday, so that's good. Other than that, I'm looking forward to playing Last Epoch. I'm not married to Diablo 4, but goddamn, I can't wait to play it. Dude, I had so much fun playing this game. I love Diablo 3. I'm gonna play Diablo 2, the fucking story, before this game comes out. I had a lot of fun. And so, yeah, I'm really excited for this game to come out, and I'm gonna play the shit out of it. That's what it is. Yeah, early D3 was great. Yeah, it was fucking awesome, man. Last Epoch is boring? Well, if that's the case, I'll figure it out myself.
Ajmo, Nenad. Gledaš YouTube nešto, a?
Nije, nego sam update-ovo.
I found a working version of World of Warcraft's first ever patch, how to play patch 0.5.3. I would love to play patch, I want to play classic. The way the game was on the first day of Vanilla WoW. The real vanilla. Yeah.
How is it going, fellow gamers? In this video, I wanted to make you guys aware of a project that has been repopulating the clients, making it so that the free alpha world of Azeroth can be played and not only explored, as many 0.5.3 clients are actually just an emulator, which means there is no NPCs usually, as emulators are primarily for exploring, as opposed to this project, which has full quest lines and all of the NPCs as well as much more, thanks to the hard work of people such as Brendor and Yoshi to develop this project.
Well, I know one thing they're going to change on here. Yeah, I can see that.
description. Thanks to their dedication, we're able to play the game as it was first intended when Blizzard first released it to their family and friends back in December of 2003, over 7,400 days ago. With that in mind, the level cap here on 0.5.3 is only level 25, since that was the point Blizzard got to in development of the game at this point in time. Though, that doesn't stop you from experiencing the town system as it was first intended, as well as experiencing the drastic changes to the world from 0.5.3 to now in 2023, 9 expansions later. This version of World of Warcraft has so much to explore, I haven't even scratched
all the Skora dungeons are 1 mega dungeon.
The surface in the last 2 weeks of playing the game.
Holy
From the multiple changes to Stormwind to the entirely different mega city of Ironforge that is here on the World of Warcraft 3 Alpha. With multiple massive and unfinished battlegrounds planned for the release of World of Warcraft. There is so much to do. For example, I've been amazing experience in the class as it was first intended.
Dude, this is what they should release for Season of Mastery 2. Take all of this new content, or like old content, and put it in Season of Mastery 2. And remaster it, remaster it. And be like, yep, there you go. Classic.
The talent points are way less class specific than what you see now, with each class having the same talent to choose from despite the class. Additionally, a lot of dungeons from level 1 to 30 are able to be located and entered around the world of Azeroth, many of which being completely different from how they are released in the World of Warcraft 1.1 client. Moreover, with this game being in the midst of early development, you're bound to find some very weird things running around the open world on the PTR, such as you can see on my screen. So early, in fact,
I mean, to be fair, though, I mean, this model was in the game, though. Like, this is in the game, it's in Loch Modan, in the fucking excavation site. It's the exact same thing.
In fact, the Eastern Kingdoms is still named Azeroth. Furthermore, over here in the 0.5.3 beta, they also have multiple old systems still present in the game that aren't when it releases, such as, for example, NPCs placed around the open world who need to find a way to train their pet of choice. For example, a raptor as a hunter, I would need to first find the raptor trainer somewhere in the
Well, that would make sense, because, like, you look at that fucking thing, I guess what this, you know, guess who this guy's gonna do? Guess what this guy's gonna do? Boy, he's gonna help you get one of these. It makes sense.
Strider trainer, etc., etc.
I kind of want to try this server.
Mora istući nešto Edge, sad ću dođi.
I wonder if I get in trouble for it.
Original models from 2003. Additionally, a lot of the starting quests in the game are different from how they were in the game when it released in 1.1.
Wait, so you're telling me they could do this in beta, but we still can't have this in the actual game? You about to tell me that in 2001 you could build a house, but you can't do it now? Is that right? Wow, so it's actually that simple?
Mislim da neko ide za vas, budite oprezni.
Damn!
Imate ljudi za vas.
And provide for you a great perspective on how much development the World of Warcraft team did between December 11th of 2003 and November 23rd of 2004.
Ponavljam, imate ljudi.
I think one thing to me is I always look at what never changed. For example, like, you go into WoW, in Dragonflight, it's still this exact same thing. Isn't that crazy 20 years later?
Is made easy on here by way of teleportation to hotspots.
Fucking dok ima jajka.
Same with like these statues.
Sad sam vidio
The arrows are the same.
Ispred mojih očiju su prošli. Ispred mojih očiju.
Pazi što da ja gledam. Ja sam gledao
nisu propustili. AMD driver and Nvidia.
Though again, for those gamers who want to compare the progress of Blizzard, or just like to collect footage, or even if you know what it was like to level a character back in the earliest version of the game, it's quite clunky, mind you.
Yeah, I bet.
You can do that here with the Alpha Project. As for my plans with the 0.5.3 client, I personally want to level up my Martian Hunter as it was meant to be played in 2003.
Dude, look at the mana cost. Watch this.
You can do that here with the Alpha Project.
Dude, one fucking spell is like a third of his mana bar.
Obojicu sam daklo.
Holy shit!
My plan with the 0.5.3 client, I personally want to level up a
What the?
as it was meant to be played in 2003, as well as trying out an Iron Man
Oh my
character.
god.
Zakko bojicu.
See how far I can get with a mage. It's the very first ever concept implemented. Something I will very likely stream on the channel and turn into a video, so keep your eyes peeled for that live stream, Chads. But anyhow, boys, I really wanted to get this video out so that you guys were aware of the Alpha project, a project that has had a lot of time and effort put into it, as well as being a buttload of fun to mess around on. Since getting my hands on this, I've been exploring the world for at least 2 hours a day, checking out the secrets of the Alpha doors of the kingdom, or should I say Azeroth. Lost to time, some things
oh my god. I think this is... That's Karazhan.
To the East Vale logging camp on the other side.
Yeah, look at that. The horses are the exact same.
Or the weird NPCs found
Ako vidite, monato
which actually look good as fuck. But anyhow, boys, I really wanted to get
those are like the NPCs in Old Hillsbrad. The guys that look like Rob Zombie.
Video so that you guys were aware of the Alpha project and have a good idea of what's to come with the channel. Uploads will be coming much more frequently as I have a lot of work in regards to the 0.5. Getting more of you guys on here to experience World of Warcraft's first ever patches. Wow. As the game is so drastically different from anything you guys the exact same game that we all know.
Yeah, isn't that crazy how, like, look at this for example. It's exactly the same in Dragonflight. That to me is so fucking cool. This fucking menu has been there for 20 years.
A ne, da ti nisi opalio, ne bi ja mogu ništa raditi. Oni su krenuli na tebe. Da, ti da si na tog, bliže tebi, ja sam ovoga što sam prvog zakon.
Nego ja probu skopilo da ga headujem.
Hey, we killed this NPC back in the classic WoW beta. I remember this. It was in front of Stormwind, and they spawned it, and everybody killed it. Remember that?
With that, boys, I will let you go. Peace.
Oh, cool.
Damn. That is fucking incredible, man. I've got to try this out. This is so cool, guys. I love it. Let me link it to you guys. Oh my god, the good times, dude. Think about how long ago that was. Isn't that, like, scary? Dude, that was 20 years ago. This game is probably legally drink. Wow. Funny how they're using multiple human body types to choose from. Well, I don't think you can choose from them. It's just that, like, there were the NPCs had different ones. But I don't know, maybe you were. I have no idea. 60 years ago now? That's older than chat? Yeah, it is. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I can rent a car. 7 months to reach level 60. I don't know about that. I mean, that would be a bit long. Thinking about this makes me yeah, it's pretty neat. The coolest private servers found the PvP server. It went through all the past changes, something and all the buffs to everything, and none of the nerfs. It was really fun and interesting. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try this server out. This is so cool. Definitely play a 1.0 version. Yeah, as I said, Blizzard should take. Why would you get in trouble for playing this? Blizzard's been weird about private servers in the past. I don't know how. I would ask their permission for it. Like, I don't. The thing is, I know you might not believe this, but I've actually had a very good relationship with Blizzard for the last few years. And I'm not going to sabotage that. So if they don't want me popularizing this or publicizing it, I won't do it. But damn, if they're okay with it, I would definitely do this. This is so cool. Do it on Kick? Well, it's not about getting DMCA'd. I just don't want to do something that's going to make them mad. Yeah, why would you care what Blizzard wants? Well, because I might want to work with them in the future. I might want to do something with them in the future. And if I do that, and I do something that makes them look bad or that they don't want me to do, well, then they'd be less likely to help me. That's why. Yeah, I mean, of course. It's just, it's in my best, I never burn bridges. I never do that. So yeah, that's what I think. Either way, and also, yeah, I mean, like, I want to make sure I'm getting invited to, like, new events and things like that, and, you know, showing you guys all the new stuff. And if I'm doing things that makes them, you know, uncomfortable, then I might not get invited. So I try to do that. So yeah. Exercising corporate ethics, people hardly finish school. I mean, it is what it is. It's not even corporate ethics, it's just common sense.
Nema šta, grom su potrefili ko pravi.
Yeah, that's it. Simple logic, absolutely. Damn, we popping off. I'll definitely play this. You soft now? No, I'm not. I've always been like this. Like, there was never a time where, like, Blizzard would say, don't do this, and then you've been critical of them recently.
Šta kažu kad će novi ovaj update?
Yeah, I'm critical of Blizzard constantly. Absolutely.
Obično pogledam na Redditu,
but I'm not going to do something
bio
that
tamo
they have
stranica na
expressed
Redditu da
multiple times they don't want people to do.
likove, ali su sad počeli da smanje to. Vratno se neko bunio od ovih iz fan community.
Critical, yeah, is cared about probably, yeah, I mean,
Za šta se bunio?
Zato što su likovali na ovome.
People say you're a shill no matter what you do, man.
Šta je uspeo?
People say that you're a mindless hater if you criticize the game. People say you're a shill if you don't. Like, I remember that came out, anyone who said anything positive about it was obviously being paid by Blizzard. That's what it is. Passionate about anything, you have to be critical, in my opinion. I thought you were already blacklisted. No, I'm not blacklisted. How the fuck am I blacklisted? I interviewed the game director. No, I'm not blacklisted.
Peđe napravio.
No.
Izgleda da je zagrebo ploču sa Šrafcigerom i neki vod.
Šta će mu Šrafciger, majke?
A ima oni kuleri koje mora da skineš, one nosače za fabričke
pa idu. Radim sa onim, to su mali Šrafcigeri.
Skinirao ili da ja skinem?
Skinirajte, da znam. Kako?
Evo ja ću. Nema niko.
Ajmo na njih.
Mame, vidi, ne mogu da prođem.
Ali mi je, znaš, najsmešnije što mu je Milan prvo savjetovao preko video kola šta da radi. Nisam teo da se smejem, ali posle je izašlo iz mene.
Idu. Mamut jebem konjsku.
A, evo ih idu na nas. Jest. Pazi, Nenade, jedan je vamo, a ovi su vamo.
Vidim ga. Jedan otišao tamo, jedan otišao vamo, evo ga. Šumi. Opa. Bespetan uppercut.
Jedan je preko vode otišao. Pogođen.
A da li si me dokačio, jebem ti mater.
Jebem ti.
Polako, gardi.
Samo se teleportao tu, jeste. Ima nitri ekspres.
Jedan je baš kod Nenada.
Ma daj bre, kako pa puko sam pre njega! Joj, jebote glupi delay u ovoj igri.
Gde je jebote? Kako oni mene vide jebote, gotovo se. Ja ne znam kako oni mene vide, ja njih ne vidim, jebote, nije mi jasno.
Tako se da lutuje Nenada, ja na nišaniju da puknem, on mene ubio posle mog pucnja.
Ne razumem.
Ja ne znam šta je sa ove. Jebote. Ode moja četvorka sad, garant.
Ma. Če se vrati.
Sinoć sam izdominirao, a... Pa je, tačno sam znao da će sad ode. Sad, pošto su noćne mape očigledno, sad ću uzem Romero.
Možda uzmeš i samostra.
Mah, jebo samostra s tim, ne znam da pucam.
Uzmi luk i strel.
Pa jebo luk i strel s tim, ne znam pucam.
To ti je bar lako. Brže puca nego luk i strel.
Daj poziv.
Crossbow.
Ajoj, brate, koje mene...
Da, sad opet ste ispali. Pigonen.
Ja gledam koga novce uzem.
A, prihvati invite pa uzimaju lovce.
Da, ja mislim da mi svaki drugi lovac dobije ovaj Marksman Scopesmith, ovaj perk, ja ne razumijem zašto. Izgleda da perk, ne, taj perk koji apsolutno nikad ne koristim, non stop mi taj daje, ali ne znam, to tako namješteno, šta?
Evo, i meni da ovaj djeda iz Scopesmith.
A, menja, djavola menja, koje god lovca da uzem, daj mi Scopesmith, koji će mi kurac, to kada ne igram snajper. To je što mi ne da nekromansera.
Nekromangera?
Ti bi
nekromangera, jeli?
A bilo koji, brate, koristam, šta će mi to?
Neće moći.
Hi, my name is Young. Today we're going to be listening to BFG Division from Doom. This was super requested after I listened to The Only Thing They Fear Is You from Doom Eternal, and I'm super stoked to hear it because I loved the previous track. So let's get into it. This is already so good.
Ja kad bežim, krivudam, on mene pogodi 3 puta, nijednom ne promaši. Ja kad gađam čovjeka koji krivuda, nema šanse ga pogodi. Nevjerovatno.
Možda moraš da prvi ideš bolje.
Meni najviše krivo ovaj
the hang time, yeah.
Ovaj sa nitrom. Ja ga držim, znam gdje će da izađe, vidio sam
yes.
Bacio flash prvo.
Keep going. Say more.
Nisam ni pukao, on je mene pukao. Znači nije mi ni registrovo klik. Aj bre, malo mi ga pičemo.
That like siren in the background, it sounds like there's like a severe storm warning siren or some shit going on.
Jedan je bio prešao preko pruge, trebali smo to vidjeti sam.
Oh shit. It's so crunchy.
Uzmi ti kako brat.
I love those hang time moments.
Ja sam se vidio ekte sam poput.
Ja, meni je bolje automat.
Morao sam da pucam u dupe da bi ga ubio,
da bi ona pala
metka u grudi.
It makes that hit so much harder to have a second with no like transient percussion happening. So you get these mini drops. And that downbeat hits so hard.
Ovo je klasa krpom. Znači još ovu momcu.